Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Kit Kat?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, what's up?
I mean, I needed to bring the box, right, with like my old stuff from
Oh,
the
yeah.
team house. Could you like help me? Like, would you mind helping me out, like just sorting things
Yeah,
out?
show me what you have.
Yeah, give me a second.
Oh.
It's just not that. Okay, here's the first thing. Is the Nautilus. Look, it has kind of the Fnatic logo. I don't know
It
if you
does,
see it on
doesn't
the. That's the one that I used it all the time. It brings so much memories, you know,
was
from
fun
the stuff.
times,
It was,
man,
it was really fun split. So I think I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, you should keep this, definitely.
Yeah,
You can
I think
come back.
it's good. What's here? What
Oh, I'm not sure about this, man.
Okay.
It wasn't great last time.
Okay, sure. I mean, then, yeah, it's fine, okay. Oh, what about this one?
Oh, nice.
It's all support item, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't really try to put anything new, but.
But a lot of players in the LEC are using them now. I think it's trending, right? You should keep it.
But honestly, yeah, I think I'll keep it. But the thing is that they should be so much more active, like try to be innovative. I don't know, like you can never go wrong with a support item nowadays, right? Like I think they should really abuse it. I don't know why.
Players being lazy.
If I was there, maybe I could do something more right. But when it comes to when that time comes up,
what is this?
that's a Nasus, and I'm really thrilled about that one because even though it didn't go so well last time, right? Like it is what it is. But right now with the new Frozen Heart, the support new items, I even talked to LS yesterday.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. All right, like.
But
Come on, Shimmy.
I didn't even get to the main point.
No, but you don't need this. Who needs this?
Like, how do I not need this?
Oh. Stop! Burning the kitchen. To the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany for the final day of week 2 of the LEC. We're halfway through best of ones, and at the beginning of the day our first team will lock in playoff. I'm Laure, I will be your host for today, and I'm joined by GB and Trimby. How are you doing, guys?
I mean, it's the third day. There's gonna be a lot of exciting things, I would say, upcoming this day, especially the first game that will actually I think it does show who is locked in, right?
Yeah,
for the playoffs. So that already, starting off with such a banger already, I'm actually thrilled to be here.
Yeah, and I'm just excited with the talent we have here today. You hosting again, it's been so long, but also getting the opportunity to work with Trimby now. So yeah, super excited.
Well, but I heard something, there was like something going on like last days about like, you meaning a little bit, like having some.
You want to pull me back now?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just like pointing it out there, that there was something.
You might come here to steal. Are you saying you're here to steal my job? Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
Because Wunder was saying that, Sheo was saying that.
Okay, I see how.
Too many players coming for your job, GB. Anyway, we talked about the playoff spot, but before we talk about the good things going in the LEC, I want to raise a point about KC being last for now 0-5 in the LEC, the longest game we had since the beginning of the year in the LEC yesterday against Vitality. And guys, KC's run was sad so far, but yesterday was heartbreaking, really.
And to be fair, it did kind of look like one of those US solo queue games, which it's really not a good look, if I may be honest. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. It felt like they had the best draft they could have, I think, this split. And it's still some of the things that happened, right? For instance, the misplay right now on the screen that kind of made the game so hard afterwards, right? It just felt, it felt really weird that with such advantages or draft that they had, they managed to not be able to get on top in this game. Kind of shows how much they struggle. And yeah, this also looked pretty solo queue-ish, even though it was like a play that could have worked.
Absolutely, and it's just like at some point we're just beating down a dead horse here because you can make as many memes as you want to, but the true reality is after a game like yesterday with 3 winning lanes, a carry jungle that was getting ahead, perfect setup for winning that game, and they throw that away, it looks completely doomed. I'm sorry, but if you can't win that game, then I don't know, it's just really sad.
And that's the thing, and that's when it becomes difficult because mathematically it's still possible, but when you lose a game like this, that you were supposed to win with everything, the draft that you wanted and everything, how are they going to show up today? Would you be scared in a situation like this, Trimby? Because we wanted KC to fight more and stay true to themselves, but when you lose in circumstances like this, I don't know, for me, you reconsider everything.
I mean, as you could even see, right, the faces on of the players after the game like that, it drains so much energy out of you just to even try to win, right? And when you don't manage to do that, it doesn't go uphill from there unless you actually manage to pull things together. And especially with the format that is right now, they don't have that much time to actually manage things properly, right?
Everything goes so fast. And when you look at the other side of the standings, rather the top teams that we have in the league, G2, expected, I would say. And then SK and Team BDS, and here GB, this is where I think we have things to share. I did not expect this at the beginning of week 1.
Yeah, absolutely not. You know, the tier list from the Dracos and Dax last year might have been a year too early. This is the S-tier BDS they were talking about. They were just too quick with that assumption. And I think the biggest surprise, of course, has to be SK Gaming. You take a look at majority of the analyst tier list and fans alike, there's not a lot of people that expected them to be even middle of the pack, let alone be at the top of the standings. And they've been phenomenal.
And when I talked to Swiffer yesterday on stage, we were talking about him assembling the right mix of players. And you see it on stage, Trimby, already. When the SK collective play together, they know exactly what each player is supposed to do, and this has been working wonders for them so far.
Yeah, it looks like that the scouting that they did right before the season pays off right now. Even though, of course, when it comes to SK, and I'm sure Swiffer also said about it, right? Last year, it was a bit iffy after Winter Split, how they manage things. But I think right now, with how they deliver and how they look, especially with the team fights that are like they play extremely well, I'd say. I think it's gonna look good for them.
Absolutely, and it's kind of it's hard to grasp how good a team is going to be coming into off-season because you don't know how they're gelling together. But the difference between a team like SK and K-Corp is that K-Corp looks like a team where nothing works together, and SK looks like a team where everything works together, which is something unusual when new members come together. I think Niski has been a great facilitator and a leader for this team, but Isma is also fantastic in terms of playing around his teammates. It's like they've been playing together for way longer than they actually have.
For me, what is going to be interesting about SK is whether they can keep this pace. We know that they started off like this last year. It didn't work so well for the remainder of the year, but it feels like the team is clicking so much right now. I just want to see how far they can go in the LEC and on the side of BDS instead. They made it to Worlds for the first time. When I talked to Nuke, he was telling me this was a really humbling experience because you find out that actually you suck when you go to Worlds for the first time, but they came back much stronger and they actually just have to rebuild with one new piece in the team, being the ADC. And yeah, how much do we like this version of BDS?
I mean, it feels like right now they kind of played the way they did, but it still looks a bit fresher, right? With like the addition of Ice, of course, and even now when I remember at first when we talked about them, right, we would say that they were playing this, like they were disjointed, right? They wouldn't play as a team, right? As 5 members trying to involve everyone into every single play. But now it seems like they caught the problem quite fast and they managed to work it to fix it actually right now, and it feels really nice to watch them.
Yeah, and I think BDS is this kind of team where you can grasp the player strength from who they are from the get-go in the laning phase. They rarely ever fall behind. Where they start finding issues can sometimes be in the mid-game, but even now it looks great. And now they're coming into school here.
It's back to
great
school,
box
yeah.
Here.
No, getting out first.
Been
okay,
studying
sure.
their
oh my God, the
set
backpack.
place.
I love it.
That takes me back, doesn't it? Actually, it doesn't. I've never had
I never had a school bus.
No, me neither. So I don't know why I'm saying that. I just felt like saying something. Did you have a school bus?
Good times,
I mean,
man.
I had, but not like this.
Nah, that makes sense.
No,
But
it's it's the old school bus. Anyway.
Sorry, to get back to the point, I think that BDS is just this kind of team where they are perfect for this meta right now. They just need to fix some of their mid-gear every now and then. We heard that from the Sheo and Nuke on the desk as well yesterday. But it's just the fact that Adam can slot in whatever he wants to play in the top lane and it's still going to work. Nico, Asir, you know what? That's perfect for a guy like Nuke in the mid lane, and still facilitating champions for Sheo in the jungle is also perfect for setting them up in the team fights. And then, of course, the big question mark was going to be Ice, but he's been delivering so far. His lethality virus was perfect as well. So they just seem like they're a team that gel together.
And both these teams are entering this game really comfortably. I feel like you can try stuff when you're in this situation. And at the end of the day, one of them will be the first team locked in playoffs.
And
how
that's
do we
big.
think? And that's huge. But how do we think these two teams are going to play into each other?
Oh, I mean, it will be really interesting in team fights, that's for sure, right? But that's where we kind of favored SK for now, even though BDS has been doing quite fantastic as well when it comes to actually team fights. But one thing I'm gonna be curious is how they're gonna match, especially 3v3 around mid. I think that's something that will decide about how about the flow of the game pretty much. Because, yeah, I would say yesterday BDS had such a game where like Labrov was all the time mid lane. They were constantly getting those picks off. I think even Adam came 1 or 2 times like he always likes to do. And yeah, I think SK SK has pretty similar playstyle, and I think that's where the both teams will clash, and that's where the most entertainment will come from.
Well, we'll see how it goes for them. Two teams that look solid so far, with players improving, and if there's one that improved a lot since the beginning of the year, it's of course Irrelevant from SK in the top lane, and Trouble caught up with him again ahead of the game. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Thank you very much, Laure. Irrelevant, thank you for joining me ahead of your game versus BDS. First of all, before I ask you any question, how is the team? How are you guys feeling? How are you feeling being now 4-1 in the league?
I think the team's feeling good. I'm feeling good. But I think it's still just winter split. It's just 5 games. I think we just continue to work hard and don't get ego, don't overreact. Just keep going as we're doing.
Taking one game at a time. Don't get ego.
Yep.
Talking about this, Winter Split last year was the same thing for SK. You guys started very strong. And if I remember correctly, you were the first one to get signed in SK Gaming when the restructure happened last year as well. How has your development been in the team? What have you actively been working on to be so good for this split?
I think I just work on different stuff every week. I just look what my weakest part is right now in terms of my gameplay, and I just try to improve that. There's nothing particular that I'm working on, just everything.
You mentioned ego before, and I have to ask you because you kept circling my head. You know, everyone is talking about you right now, Irrelevant. Everyone's like, ooh, is he the new top laner to go and rival the likes of 369s, the Shies when it comes to international success? Does it get to your head at all, as in terms of pressure, the fact that you are so good and people are talking about you?
I think for me, not really. I think even when people are saying I play well, I can tell myself if I played well the game or not, and I don't really care if they suddenly say I'm the best top laner. For example, first week, I think I did a lot of mistakes which people just didn't point out, and I think I could play a lot better than this. So no, I don't think it gets to my head.
So great to see you working further for your future and your development, Irrelevant. Now, of course, ahead of the game versus BDS, they're another team that are 4-1 in the league right now. I'm just going to ask you straight up, are you scared of them at all?
Scared, I don't know if it's the right word, but I think Adam is always a bit weird to play into, just because of the weird picks he has. I think it's just important to have a good strategy, especially with Adam and draft and in-game planned out, and then I think you will be fine.
Well, thank you. You literally answered my second question in this one as well, because I was about to ask you about Adam. But I'm going to reverse the question here and ask you if you think that he might be more scared to pull off his gods picks versus you now that they're doing so well.
I don't really know Adam too well, but I don't think he's the type of player who would get intimidated or anything by other players. So I think he will be fine. I will be fine. It will just be a normal game, I think.
Perfect. Irrelevant, thank you very much for joining me. Good luck versus BDS.
Thank you.
And casters, over to you.
I like it again, working on everything here for the rookie top laner coming through when Irrelevant, excuse me, not rookie top, but in the eyes when I'm looking at someone like Adam, I know him from an international standpoint, but Irrelevant building up a bit of a reputation with myself. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Vedius. But again, this top side matchup is exciting considering when we're fighting for first here today.
Yeah, that we are. Who would have expected it? Coming into the season, SK, we're definitely not sitting at the top of the table. Of course, some Euphoria experts on the podcast used to have a BDS tier, but the second that they put them in BDS tier, they immediately fell out of it. So now they're not really sure which tier to put BDS in, but it looks like BDS are trying to carve out their own, as right now they're at the forefront of securing that first place spot. We'll see what they bring out today. Adam versus Irrelevant, a super exciting matchup, especially the caliber of both top laners that we get to see today.
From the two doubted teams as well, let's not forget, SK in a lot of people's C, D tier as well, or, not going past B. We look at BDS and a lot of people had doubts because, again, looking back last year and thinking, well, this was still only the 4th seed at Worlds. This was a team that had a bit of a slow start and was slow in the early game, and or rather, should I say, struggled to translate that lead. I think for BDS now, we're not doubting them as much. SK still in the same pocket of flavor as we look for that first lock-in here in Winter playoffs. It'll move to 5-1. These bottom two teams cannot catch up to that. And again, who thought would be here talking about BDS and SK leading the charge?
Let's see what they've got prepared for us today. I love how both supports have really been trying to get more active on the map compared to what we saw last year. Really trying to work with their mid laners and junglers to have more of an early game presence.
Yep.
Been loving what we've been seeing from Isma. so far this split. Obviously very new to the LEC stage, but alongside an experienced player like Niski, it feels like that mid jungle really has come into its own. And yeah, this SK roster, after making those changes, there were a lot of question marks. How good would this roster be? But you're kind of seeing some of those pieces that they've been building on from last year really come into their own. Irrelevant in particular, we've already been talking about rising into the ranks. There's already a hot debate. Is he the best top laner in the LEC right now?
Some say yes.
Would you compare him to someone like the Shy, perhaps?
Yeah.
Maybe? Yeah, you would? Yeah.
I would, yeah.
Would you?
Is he that good? It's a compliment for Irrelevant, obviously. Say what you will, but it doesn't matter if he's playing or not, but Irrelevant, I mean, he's up there. Adam as well. That's why we highlighted the top lane matchup. We are in the pick and ban. I'm going to save myself from getting insulted on the Shy's behalf and start looking at some of these core bannerways that you see the Vi going through. The Jax as well against Irrelevant. It looks like Team BDS have done their homework. Not Team BSD, by the way. BDS will work on that.
The Ashe being taken away does make a lot of sense. We did see that come out from both Ice and Labrov so far this split. The Vi being taken away from Sheo, so far his most played this season, and the Senna. Not going to allow for any sort of crazy double support itemization happening in the bot side of the map. Again, I do think that there are other combinations where you can take advantage of that double support item, but it seems that the pros are prioritizing playing around this Senna.
We have a bit of a refresh with pick ban for the meantime, but quadruple 80 carry ban coming through. As Emilio first pick alludes us to expecting something like the Lucian.
Yeah.
But will BDS take it away? Is that the angle here as we get a bit of flair to start it off on their side?
I mean, it was T1 that debuted the Lucian plus Emilio double support over in the LCK, right? We'll see if SK have picked up on the tech themselves. Cheeky hover of the Darius from Adam should come as no surprise. Let's see what their priority is. We've seen, I was about to say, we've seen a high priority on Varus.
Oh, yeah.
We've also been seeing a rise in popularity of the Maokai. Yet to see it from Sheo this split, but we saw how impactful it was in the late game team fights yesterday. SK was even a team that took advantage of that, falling behind in the early game, but then bouncing back stronger in the later portions. Xin Zhao also available, and that's going to be the choice for Sheo.
Outside of that, I will raise that things like the Nocturne have been seen too, if we want to go a bit more flair. Falling off a little bit here as it starts getting banned less and less. The Maokai you already mentioned might be good setup, but I just want to see what rotates around with Emilio. We know it should be the Lucian. We know that X-Kick, who has had a bit of a flair for things like the Kalista so far, with that not being available, it's the only place to go. But I want to start talking about jungle again. I want to see what Isma launches on. I've loved Israel so far, Vedius. I think this debut of a split has been incredible for engages for Isma and how vocal he's been on the map so far.
With their bot lane already locked in, jungle does make a lot of sense, but maybe they want to prioritize the Azir for Niski. We know how strong the champion is with the changes to the itemization. You can see him talking enthusiastically about what they should lock in here.
As always.
There's no way they're locking in the Gragas here. You talked about the realm, we're going to see it once again.
Hey, new here, but you got something right.
Yeah, very nicely done, my friend.
That's the only thing I'll get right today. Is, on the other side, I wish I mentioned this. Remember last game, I mean, Labrov blitzcranked 2 games now. One was against Fnatic, one yesterday as well from BDS. It was insane. Labrov, my MVP so far out of most of the spots in the league, if not all. He gets his engaged support once again.
So now we look at where you can limit the pool. BDS are going to have priority on their pick here, which means that they could narrow the mid pool and then look to lock something in. It looks like that their plans are to limit the top lane pool. Perhaps they want to save counter pick for Nuke.
Okay.
Nuke does have a relatively deep champion pool, especially when you contrast that to Niski, who also has a very deep champion pool.
Yeah.
So I imagine that he wants to try and get a decent matchup into the experienced mid laner that is Niski. But I wonder if this Azir will actually be taken off the board or not. Is this something that either team is concerned about? No, it's all about top lane. The Darius is going to be removed, the Sion as well, so that's now 3 bans directed towards the top side of the map. Are we going to add a Gwen into the mix? Are we going to also take Renekton away? Maybe the Garen is something that SK is concerned about?
True. I mean, seeing the Darius away, maybe it's the SK ideology that the Udyr comes out. We know that's been one of the biggest responses worldwide to that pick. That has been mediocre, far and few between. As the Azir actually taken away. So different direction here from BDS as SK will not have that to lean on for Niski once again.
Does mean that the Nico is open though.
Oh yeah.
BDS could just choose to blind it, save the counter pick for Adam instead. Then they'd have a pretty strong mid jungle. But the Olaf going to be taken away as well. Okay, so obviously a lot of target bans directed towards the top side of the map.
Naturally.
And this is where you would expect a relatively safe blind, something like the Orianna potentially. The Eco could also be completely fine. I'd be very surprised if we saw something like the Gragas come out from Niski. Didn't have the strongest performance on it on day one.
But Nico, as you said, for Nuke, seems pretty straightforward. That means Adam's going to get counterpick for that top side. So we can get something spicy now. Irrelevant has a flair for the exceptional picks in League of Legends as well. It was talked about in the interview. I mean, both these guys have crazy champion pools historically, but will Irrelevant flare it out today? This is a bit of a throwback to OMG days for Cream, if anyone out there knows the reference. Mid lane, no, not going to be there. Instead, you get the Rumble. Up on the top side that is consistently banned and now only 100% presence champion. As Tristana through mid as well. We have a few AD carries. We have a lot of damage coming through in the mid game. As, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, to get your hopes up, it is only a Cassante in the top side in the end. You don't get anything spicy from Adam. You actually get a pretty standard team comp from BDS1.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in myself for forgetting about the Rumble. Like, the first week of the LEC, it was first pick, first banned. Then teams just kind of shifted their priority away, wanting to make sure they lock in that bot lane. But the Rumble still left up for Irrelevant, something that he's more than happy to play. Of course, they did remove some of the potential answers to it, something that we saw Adam play in response to. It was Photon's Rumble, from what I recall, was that Scion. He just basically out-tanked the champion. Well, Cassante can do a very similar thing, while also offering a lot of utility in the fight that will come later on into the game. Now, one of the things that we've been seeing this weekend is how priority lanes can be used to really bully the opposition jungler. This is especially true when playing around things like the Lilia. But you look at SK's composition, Tristana, really effective at getting prio in the early laning phase. Rumble, against any sort of tank, going to be able to get prio on the top side of the map. This bot lane is going to be a little bit more volatile with the Blitzcrank, but when you're playing against double range, they should be able to get that early push. So I feel like SK have a lot of tools to be able to play around this early pressure. And then it's going to be up to Isma as to how he utilizes that. Because when going up against a Xin Zhao, he's the type of jungler that's more than happy to look for those skirmishes and look for those fights.
And how Sheo counters, I mean, again, there's been a lot of hype on this jungler too. We could go through both these rosters, talk about the individuals, but it ain't about that. It's about how they come together for their security in winter playoffs here to get to the magic number 5. BDS versus SK. Who will lock it in first in winter week 2?
Now, we've all played solo queue. We've all played against a Blitzcrank, level 1s. Everyone's going to be pinging it. Oh, and what are we ready for?
You know, I woke up watching the LPL this morning, happened exactly like this. A hook champion ready for the engage, and Lebrov isn't going to pull the flash or the trigger. SK know he's there. They walk away. They play it cautiously. There's a quick tidbit as we get into this game. Oh, maybe I don't have time. Lebrov's going to do this blind. He'll do it blind. Backing anyway, at least it goes the wrong way.
Like the attempt, yeah, I like the attempt. Who was fishing? So tell me, what did you want to share with us?
I've got a fun fact, thanks to our awesome team here. Do you know that Isma is now 6-0 on Rel all time?
All time.
All time.
He's undefeated on the champion his professional career.
All time.
That's kind of crazy, especially for a rookie here in the LEC stage. He really has had an impressive performance.
True.
And I do think that the one loss that SK experienced was just it was a huge draft difference, right? We all talked about it. It was a composition where they had no damage, no options, and regardless of how well they could have played or they did play, they couldn't do anything. Since that blip, felt like yesterday they bounced back very well. You know, they struggled a little bit in the early game, but then when it came to the later game fights, they were playing incredibly well. And now we'll see what they can bring against BDS, because when we kind of look at these compositions, yeah, SK should have a lot of lane control. We can already see that early push starting to come out from Niski. On the top side of the map for Irrelevant, he's going to look to slowly do the same thing. Junglers are going to be doing opposite pathing. Actually, I say that. Sheo going to start on his red, then path back down towards the bot side. Perhaps he's either looking for an early gank or he wants to make sure that he secures those early camps before any potential invade from Isma.
Well, as you said, it's going to be a lot about the response here from Sheo on this Xin Zhao, as we've seen so far already. And defending that bottom side, which has been so volatile. We've come into 14-1, we've come into New Summoner's Rift. I think so far, a lot of junglers, on Rel especially, as I throw a bit back to yesterday, have used that gank path aggressively early on to get themselves down for an early bot dive. We'll see if that's the case again, especially with SK having priority in other lanes. Isma down here at the right place, but is it the right time?
Brov now ticking over to level 2. Is aware that DOS is sitting in this brush. But I like the pathing here from Sheo.
Good ward.
He's going to be able to secure his blue buff. We'll get the level 3 as well after taking down the wolves. The problem is that Nuke can't really collapse. You're going to need Ice to give up this farm to be able to come and contest. Exit kick level 3.
Close hook. Nasagar, good attempt there, but Isma getting the smite down with Shattering Strike. Still does so much to neutrals.
But that's a great theft overall. It's something we've been seeing a lot here in the LEC. Just good use of early pressure to just get a small advantage. It's not going to be the end of the world for Sheo. But now this top Scuttle Crab, this is where things like the priority in lanes is going to be problematic. I like that Nuke has been getting some good trades in the mid lane. You can see Niski at about 50% of his HP, already used that pot. Isma though actually looking and hovering.
Trying to come through, Shattering Strike, the crash down there on top of Nuke. Niski's right on him, but the flash matched. First one still goes over and Niski somehow gets out. Sheo wasn't expecting that one. They commit a double flash and they get nothing.
Very well played by Niski. The problem for Sheo here is he wants to try and contest his crab, but Rumble does have the push. The TP is now coming from Nuke though.
Oh no,
Let's
come on.
Sheo can take
a little bit greedy. I mean,
this.
Isma's walked away from this. Niski's in the brush. Audacious charge. He shouldn't be dying here, but he won't. Niski and Isma, we ask questions about this duo, and we're still getting good answers.
Sheo, a bit of an overzealous play. The idea is good. He knows that in a straight-up 1v1 against a Rel, he can win, but we'll get to that in a second. Look at this play here. Flash him from Isma, hard commitment from Niski with the W. Sheo commits the flash into engage. Now there's nothing, so Niski can flash away. Sheo now has nothing to close that gap against Niski, and after getting the 4th proc of the explosion, he can then reset his W. Then Sheo, he's thinking to himself, oh, I have a health advantage. If I fight Isma straight up, then I can win. But the damage isn't quite enough. A bit of a heal there onto Niski as well. And now he's going to get himself a blue buff. And he's like, what you doing, man? What you doing?
The vibe's good on this team. I mean, Niski from week 1 has been good energy in this team. You can see always smiling, always laughing. That vibe along with SK is only going to get better in this game, isn't it? 1,500 gold lead already, 5 minutes in with the Tristana who's 2-0.
I didn't mention it in the replay, but it was a fleet footwork, of course, that gave him the heal in that moment. So nicely done. Now he's got the life steal, so any bad trades is going to be able to just vamp that back up.
Ooh-wee.
But we talked about how this early priority can be a huge advantage for SK, and already 700 gold lead in the mid lane, 400 in the top lane, a 20 CS lead for Irrelevant. It's looking good for SK's top side.
And I think we mentioned when we see comps like this, Vedius, that have so much lane priority and can abuse that, when they get hurt early on, it doesn't get easier. For BDS, you know, options need to present themselves, but they're far away from that with Nuke not hitting level 6 until about now, but being behind the curve as well, suffering to this high damage Tristana. And SK immediately on top of that are also going to get 3 Void Grubs. So you've got a Tristana who can push lanes, you're going to have Void Grubs already. Makes things just a little bit easier for SK here in this early game.
Nice advantage gained. The cross map is beginning now for BDS. They're trying to secure themselves the Dragon. You're forcing Exakick to play a little bit safer because he knows he doesn't have the assistance of his jungler, but a level advantage here for Irrelevant. Adam getting close to 6. He's going to need it before the dive comes through.
I mean, Vedi, he's got it, but it's that wave. If he gets disrupted in the slightest, Isma being patient, no level 6 with a Magnet Storm. Adam holding up for now, but they might just look for the plate. It depends, but here comes Niski. They're waiting patiently. Down goes the carpet as Irrelevant. Going to start ordering this out, and now that you've lost your weakness, Adam, Shattering Strike not connecting. Hang on, SK. We need to clean up this dive. Irrelevant taking 2 turret shots. He survives. Things get a little bit messy, and Adam with his disadvantage will be happy that he gets something in this game.
Incredible play from Adam Sheo.
Oh, well, maybe not from this jungler, though. BDS getting caught out with their jungle. Labrov can't save the day. It's Exakick getting the kill. That Lucian getting a bit of power in this game. Also good news.
I mean, good response from the SK bot lane to punish Sheo, seeing an opportunity for an invade. But wow, Adam navigating his way through that 3-man dive, already demonstrating the tankiness that is Cassante, but I was not expecting him to live there. Hopefully we can get a replay and see exactly how he was able to navigate that, because that was some fancy footwork from him. And yeah, he circumvents the dive, but the problem is he's 30 CS down, he lost a plate, and while it was all well and good, ultimately SK still found an advantage. We are going to get a replay of this top play. So, as you highlighted, Adam does get the level 6. Isma's just waiting for Niski to get the roam up towards top lane. Nuke realizes it's happening, Adam sees it coming. He's trying to clear out as much of the wave as he can, and then here it comes. So he's going to pop the ghost quickly, he's going to sidestep with his the fact he can't be CC'd to the side to dodge a lot of the rumble. Then he brings Irrelevant back underneath the tower. Niski then gets aggro. He's focusing on the minions. He sidesteps the CC. Irrelevant doesn't have any heat gauge anymore, so he doesn't have as much damage.
Yeah.
Oh my word, very well played there by Adam. And he throws him a thumbs up. Thanks for visiting. And then his jungler dies.
It's like, yeah, okay. Maybe could have gone a little bit better, but you're right. Props to Adam at the very least. That 30 CS is still going to haunt me a little bit, so I'm going to watch it for a bit, see if it changes in the top side, because if anything else happens top, remember that Adam doesn't have the TP for another minute or so. So if Irrelevant's able to push another wave, more denied, more experience gained, and more gold for these individual laners. Because remember, folks, although there is some kind of saving grace from that last play, it's still almost a 3K gold lead at 8 minutes. BDS have a dragon, but that's about it. I think more importantly, we also saw Exakick, in the meantime, pick up a kill on this Lucian bot, who we know wants to accelerate the game, especially now that he has a support item in tow as well.
That's the support item. They're going to be sharing CS. You can see he's not even that far behind in CS, but you look at that gold difference. 400, 500, 700, 500, 800. SK finding advantages all across the board, resulting in a 3K gold lead.
Cool. Isma wasn't spotted out here, I don't think. Lebrov walks in. It's a crash out and a half, but maybe it's a bit of a bait. Shao's coming in with level 6 himself.
Shao going to be sitting in this brush.
Isma, surprise party. Lebrov waiting for the hook. Who does he go on? They crash out, interrupted. Well done, but it's a Magnet Storm as Isma flashes away. Shao with his own turning circle. There's now Exakick running in. Lebrov hooks him in, trying to get the kill, but he's flashed on. Exakick finds one, but he might get traded off as Ice is there. Now onto Isma. It's Varus o'clock, with Shao picking up one to steal it in the nick of time, and BDS with a great counterplay in this early game.
I mean, yeah, BDS played that very well. SK put so much focus on trying to kill Lebrov that I think that they overcommitted onto the support and gave a great opportunity for BDS to turn it around and get themselves 2 kills. That's finally going to get them onto the kill scoreboard, close that gold gap a little bit between the 2 AD carries and the junglers as well. So overall, positive play for BDS.
Having a damage source that's so far ranged as Ice is going to be great, as Lebrov starting to move as well. It's good onto Niski. It's rocket jump, it's buffered. That's the annoying thing about Tristana, because Lebrov doesn't have as ease of access, but it is good after that play, BDS, to see Lebrov moving across the map, which is what he did so well against Fnatic and against Mad yesterday too.
Sure. Poor Adam. Down 50 CS.
Poor Adam. Poor Adam.
I mean, they let Rumble through, you know what I mean?
And also, I mean, we're not used to seeing Adam, you know, in moments like this, right? Adam has been a very significant laner, and I feel like Adam has been one of our best top laners so far. Not used to seeing him down.
Yeah. He's also not really getting a lot of assistance from his team. But again, we go back to the fact that SK have all these pushing lanes. Lebrov.
Oh, hooked in. Great tangle barbs. There's a Pop Blossom. Niski ults him out. He ain't taking him with him. X6 going to drop there. And it's a roam from the splits that's getting the party started again, with SK only trading off the grubs in the meantime.
I like the proactivity here from BDS. You talked about Lebrov getting out on the map more. This is something, as you rightly said, we saw from him yesterday, working a little bit more with Shao to find these opportunities. They do find the play in bot, they find another play in mid, they're closing that kill gap. The goal gap is still significant as the grubs go down in favor of SK, but this proactivity is exactly what we need to see from BDS.
I mean, again, this is all for that lock-in for first. Such an important game to give you comfort. And we'll see how they rotate around. The second dragon coming up in 10 seconds. You guys didn't see it, but Betty has helped me there. He pointed to the top right and said, I'm looking for that.
Don't need to do that. Yeah.
You've got to give me credit, you know? Show everyone that you're on top of things. I don't even know that as we started out the day, but we can talk about that in a second. Look, Dragon is up. Teleport not available for Adam, but Irrelevant has his. I think it's worth noting that mid laners without their TP as well means that there is a single teleport in the game right now. And it's coming from SK.
Well, look at what's happening on the map. So top is being pushed in, mid is being pushed in. Isma then comes through bots to help them get the push. And now they have clear access into the river. Lebrov.
Okay, looking for DOS. I mean, it's Emilio, so not tanky. Doesn't matter. Ice gets the kill, but X-Kick has done so much damage into Shao as he finally pops that ulti. He flashes away. Irrelevant using that teleport we talked about. Isn't able to get anything done. They got priority around Dragon, but it's another kill going over this Varus. Well, Adam finally gets reprieve in this top lane.
Lebrov finds another pick. He's been involved in every single one of BDS's kills so far this game. They will concede the Dragon, but you get Adam back into the game just that little bit. He's going to secure himself a plate. Maybe he can get a second one as well, and they get another kill on the board. What was a 3K gold deficit earlier, now decreased to 1K. And again, I mean, overall, they're even in Dragons. They're going to get themselves another plate. It was looking doom and gloom for BDS in the early game, but things slowly starting to turn for them.
And I mean, I wanted to bring this up because, you know, topside was at a deficit earlier as well, and it was experience for this Cassante that was also struggling out. Adam with that push, with that double turret plate push as well, is able to almost even up to Irrelevant. It's huge. I mean, considering that, yeah, down on the bot side too, people like Ice versus Exakick actually in favor of BDS's AD carry by a large margin. Team that felt like it should have been out with such good early game play.
I mean, it's
right back in this.
The double support items force you to play together, right?
Good point.
Whereas Labrov is roaming around the map. He's only sitting at level 6, but Ice has just been free farming in that bot lane, completely isolated. So he's basically got a solo lane's XP, finds himself at level 9. That level discrepancy does offer a lot of power, especially on this lethality Varus as well. So BDS not in a bad state whatsoever. This goal difference is not so significant that they're out of the game yet by any means. The game will slow down a little bit now as both teams look to trade for plates, try and secure the last bit of gold that they can before those are about to fall off. And then these outer towers become a major objective. With the Herald now spawning in 8 seconds, this will be a big neutral to start unlocking those towers.
Those couple of seconds are up. I mean, SK here first. You can see, though, Sheo is not going to give this up. Just a quick tidbit. Plates on top of your screen. Matched again, pretty much. The fact that BDS have caught up is astounding me. And I think Vedius, it's going to astound me as we watch this fight play out. Irrelevant with the red carpet laid down. Labrov caught out. He has to flash over. He was isolated. And that's a couple of summoners with the heal included from Ice that have been used in front of this Herald. BDS still hungry for it, but they don't have the same willpower.
Niski looking for Adam.
He's ghosted. He's away. So again, more summoners. Well.
There was the concern about the insect play, but Labrov looking for a hook, Hex Flash.
Wants to go over. Who does he find? X-Kick out of range. Great E in time, but no way to SK lose this one. They do! But Nuke's in! Pop goes the Weasel as this mid laner may have set up BDS for success. Isma's now isolated too, but Niski's picked up the kill on the back and still as relevant as ever. But boy, oh boy, did Nuke make our hearts aflutter.
An incredible ultimate from Nuke from over the wall. SK were not expecting it at all. Labrov looking for another hook, forcing Niski to play on the defense. This means that BDS should be able to unlock this mid tower, even though they didn't get themselves the Herald. A much needed objective. First tower of the game goes to BDS.
Yeah, all for Herald. I mean, you got to call worth at least, even with the trade in the top side. That's crazy, but I thought, oh man, this fight's going to go way, way down with Niski getting free firing, but it didn't matter as teleport comes topside. BDS going to show us another one. Tangle Barbs doesn't connect, but X-Kick is out of mana. Is he out of options? Onto Nuke. He's going to try and take this kill down with him, but without him here, ain't no chance. He picks up a kill. He picks up a bit of gold in his back pocket too. And gold is now somehow even as we rewatch this.
So Labrov gonna Hex Flash over the wall, throws out the hook. Nice dash from Exakick to get away from that. But look at Nuke, sneaks in behind. No real vision from SK. Oh, with the rocket belt as well, connects onto 4. They focus down Irrelevant. They force DOS out of the fight. SK immediately becomes scattered. Props to Niski, getting a kill back at least as Adam isolates himself from the rest of BDS, but the damage is already done. 2 kills in favor of BDS. And you can see the coach. He's like, you know, one of those things is he went into that game and he said, guys, bear in mind the Nico flank. So now he sees the Nico flank and he's like, I told them about the Nico flank.
You didn't listen. Oh, it's rough. I mean, again, that shows kind of the team fighting prowess, the power that can come through from BDS. And here in this game, as I mentioned before, things are even, but you gotta remember, more importantly, it's not like there's a hard dragon stacking on either side. There's one apiece. And now as we come up to number 3, BDS has some of the power thanks to some of the earlier progression of people like Ice. 2 items here with opportunity picked up. Exakick is unable to match that. Unable to match it at all. And it's crazy to me that, again, Ice is going to be so relevant in this fight. Nuke we saw as well. Might not have the flash, but the Pop Blossom is back up and available. How do SK approach this one, considering that they're going to have to rely on their all-in with a lot of these key summoners down for the engage?
Well, looks like that BDS is going to try and attack the split pusher. Oh, not quite over the wall, but I don't know if it matters.
Does it really? I mean,
buffers that,
out.
wow.
Second time.
I mean, that's kind of crazy because I feel like with the Xin Zhao Titanic Hydra combo, the timing on that knockup is now not what it used to be. It's so much faster. Woo! Harold's going to try and unlock this mid tower. Won't quite be enough to secure the objective. BDS going to murder the children of the Rift Herald there. Yeah, it got dark.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, to be fair. It's just, depends how PG we're going to present it as. Look, the Dragon's just going to be simply taken by SK.
Bro, that, like, you know, with Power World becoming really popular,
yeah,
it was like brought to my attention recently how dark Pokemon is.
Oh, what, that you capture Pokemon and put them in a ball?
No, not even that. It's just that like there are some Pokemon, you know, like I think it's Drowsy. You know that Drowsy like eats the dreams of children.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Specifically children?
Yeah, no, I know, right? And there's all sorts of like really dark stuff in Pokemon that's just kind of hidden under the illusion of smiles.
True. True. There's a couple of Pokemon that are a little bit disturbed, I agree.
Anyway, on to happier topics. The gold now dead even. Remember earlier on into the game, we were talking a lot about how SK with their early advantages were in a 3k gold lead, but now Sheo is definitely back into the game after his early blunders.
Yep.
He's now secured his second item with the Frozen Heart as well, so he's going to be a big threat on the front line. Look at Ice, 213 CS. We're not even 19 minutes into the game. He's got both Opportunity and the Ghost Blade working towards that third item. He's in a very strong position. And we'll see how SK navigate that as we get closer to this fight. The siege on the mid lane, BDS are holding strong for now.
And remember that if this turns into a fight, if it's long enough drawn out, Baron will be up in 50 seconds too. We could very well have an early one if there is a wipe here, if there is a game state change. So as we hover around mid, nothing happens for now, but just as easily it could start with a pick with people like Labrov, even people like Isma as well in this rel. Niski defends bottom side for the time being with Sheo moving down, Nuke just holding sides. But you can see right now, if you just look at the game state, if you look at the map, it looks like BDS have full control, especially down bot side. The map is littered with red wards down towards that red side jungle, giving you a bit of power from Nuke to push up so close.
Sure. I mean, it's just a bit of a neutral mid-game now, as there's no major objective to play for. You did talk about the Baron, but I'd be surprised if either team try and force that objective. I think that SK have a slightly faster Baron than compared to BDS just because of their double AD carry composition.
Okay.
And the fact that this virus is lethality means that he doesn't have the advantage of all that extra attack speed. The observers are highlighting what we can see right now, and look at this vision from BDS. You already talked about it, that the map is just littered. So much control in favor of BDS, and it feels like that for the first time in this game, SK starting to feel the pressure. Dragon not for another 2.5 minutes. They'd love to unlock this mid tower. One way they can do it is, now that they've got the push on bot, they can bring Irrelevant over, they can use his ultimate to try and zone BDS away from the tower, and then take advantage of Niski's range to sort of chip away at it. The problem is you're so scared of a potential nuke from over the wall or a hook from Labrov. Speaking of Labrov.
I mean, maybe they should have been scared of this as Labrov silences X-Kick. He stepped up, he's going back in! X-Kick, you're a spicy meat to ball. That was just so deadly.
He's a spicy meat to ball, isn't he?
Coming back from Jack, that was a Jackie Love movement. Eating back in. I got 10% health, I can do something. That was crazy.
Ambitious is the word I would use.
I agree.
Does lose his flash. The heal had to come through from DOS along with the ultimate. But nice play from Labrov once again. You sung his praises when we went into draft, and we have to keep singing them. He's having a great game on the Blitzcrank so far.
Yep.
Been involved in 6 of the team's 7 kills. The only one he wasn't involved in was when Niski got caught. Sorry, Execute got caught in the top lane. But yeah, now we're getting closer to that 1 minute 30 Dragon spawn. That becomes the next major objective. Niski gonna push out top. We'll tick him over to level 14. Maybe he'll have enough gold for another item. We'll have the TP up in 5 seconds as well. So actually he can just keep pushing this lane if he wants to. They can send Nuke to go and match for wave clear, or they can actually go keep Adam up there depending on their preference.
But I have to say, X-Kick moving up here by himself for the time being could be deadly, especially with the ward hit. DOS is isolated. All it takes is a hook from Labrov. He finds it. DOS going to get launched in. The Rumble ult counts, but DOS is dead. Now, in the meantime, Adam and Sheo are tanking it up, and they're not dying too quickly. Irrelevant ran in, but this Hextech Protobelt Rumble is not doing as much as the Leandries. This Chains of Corruption from Ice. Miss and whiff. And SK hold on to 4 for now, but it's Labrov's hooks again that set up success for BDS.
And this is giving a window for Nuke to push in that bot lane. He's chipping away at that tier 1 tower. So SK are forcing the Baron to try and get the TP out from him. DOS is going to respawn in 1 second and make his way back out onto the map. They are melting through this Baron.
Yeah, they are, especially with the Rumble, despite items. I mean, 2-item Rumble does it quick, especially with the Tristana too. but SK pulling off for the time being at 5k. But
BDS
it's not,
are just going to start it.
You're right, it's not de-aggroed, so Adam holding on for the time being, threading there as LeBron gets another hook, this time onto Irrelevant. The poke's there, he can't move, he fails the flash, and the TP over the wall, it's early, but it won't matter. Isma tries to come through, interrupt Nuki, won't get the big pop blossom, but does that matter too? Absolutely not. Exekick has to run for the hills as BDS are just clutching after clutching.
Really, the idea there was promising from SK, but the execution was just better from BDS. Lebrov now looking.
He's going to get the hook. Oh! Niski still gets pulled in. He trades it, but that was so worth.
Well, I'm going to need a slow-mo replay of that one. I was convinced Niski flashed out of the way of that. Holy. The Dragon going to be secured by BDS. We're noticing that with Isma really being the only form of CC, it's difficult to lock down this BDS roster. Ice is just getting so much space to deal so much free damage. Nuke finding these great angles, the TP flank forcing SK to split up, and then Adam just creating disruption on the front line. It's the style of play that we continue to see from BDS. They are just a good team fighting team, and it's a way that they keep getting these edges in these games. So we look back at this now. The Baron had been started, the dance, a nice hook from Lebrov, the knock-up as well from Adam. Chain CCing Irrelevant, the TP comes in, Isma locks up Nuke, forcing him back though, Exekick isolated. And then we're gonna see this chase down onto Niski. So give us an ultra slow-mo of this one, observers. The Hex Flash comes in, the silence is gonna come out. What? That's crazy! No, man, no.
You just LeBron things, or what do you want to call this one? What?
Okay, that was.
I don't know,
yeah,
man. Yeah.
That was.
Go on, Betty. Go explain it.
Nah.
Well, I mean, it's just LeBron on Blitzcrank, more of a reason to ban him, I guess. 3 games in a row now. This guy is clutching on this hook champion, no matter what you want to call it. There's Niski. He's trying to get something in the meantime, but as we've seen, I mean, this game has flipped over despite the 1k gold difference not being too much. He's a player. Wait.
I love this
no
tech
one will
so
know.
much.
There we go. Nuke now shown out, but will it matter anyway? I mean, he's in position. Pop Blossom 4 again! Nuclear intelligence, more like it. He's going to get a double. Add another one onto the list. Nuke, you are impressing me from here to here, and you can't see it home, but my hands are wide open.
The engages from BDS continue to be spectacular. The plant didn't really do anything, but it was all the long con.
It did do something.
They didn't suspect it whatsoever. The engage from Sheo, the knockback as well, forcing the early flash out from DOS. It's a great Rumble ultimate, but it's an even better Nico ultimate. The flash in from Nuke, spectacular as he connected onto 4. Ice is completely untouched, and it's a one-sided affair for BDS. They're looking to cement themselves a spot in playoffs.
Yep.
The top of the table team. Question marks surrounded this roster. They were benching Crowny in favor of Ice. And I don't know what this change has done, but this team is looking revitalized and ready to take on the winter split.
And, you know, in the off-season, people were concerned about that because, again, big voice in the team for Crowny. And when you take that away, a lot of the time, teams fall apart, even some of the best of teams. BDS, after coming off the back of Worlds, we had a lot of questions, and we had a lot of hopes for this team, but also a lot of doubts thrown into the mix.
Hey,
I'm glad it's been positive.
BDS still beat NA, okay?
That's true.
They can take that with pride, okay?
Like some people, yeah.
Niski gonna be caught once again.
I think he might just die here, Betty. I mean, by himself. Ice, that was a solo kill despite Sheo and Lebrov being there, by the way.
Yep, that was full lethality Boris, just one-shotting Niski, no flash. He was trying to push the wave out, make it harder for BDS to siege, but they're not going to have any problems pushing this wave in. You'll notice Adam as well moving into mid. BDS actually playing through all 3 lanes. This can be pretty difficult to do, but if done well, it really splits up the resources of their opposition. The problem is that because it isolates people so much, it gives an opportunity for SK to force a fight somewhere. So sure, maybe BDS will get a tower bot lane, but if SK can find a good fight in top, it can just buy them more time until the next objective spawns. But right now, BDS are playing the patient game. They're doing a good job. They get top tier 2, they get mid tier 2. And they're going to keep this bot lane pushed in as the resets now start to come through. 3.3k was the Baron Power play. BDS firmly in control of this game.
Oh yeah, moved up to 6 now. I mean, with this Dragon up in a minute, it's a Hail Mary from SK. But we know this game, I mean, Niski's had all the resources, unfortunately hasn't been able to overshove lanes, hasn't been able to make it an even trade in most cases, as Nuke is just waiting in brush. Hello, DOS. Bit of Pop Blossom? Why not? The rest of the team's here, but does he care? No, he does not. He's unstoppable for a reason with 14 stacks on the Magi's. Looking to beef it up a little bit more. SK going to get pressured in this bottom side, while you see the lanes are building up mid, building up top. BDS have it all in a line.
Yeah, they're overstacking on the bot side of the map to make full use of their numbers advantage and the Baron. Woo! Nice damage on the Exit Kick. They're going to secure another tower and contest.
Take yet another. Base is on the agenda next. Mid slow pushing in from the looks of it.
30 seconds left. DOS still dead. BDS waiting for Nuke's ultimate to come back up before they can really threaten a dive. Rumble ultimate likely to come through to try and slow this siege. Or not, I stand corrected.
Just walking in, they don't care. Culling isn't going to do much. Sheo ulties and bye-bye Exeking in an instant. That man is dead. And even though DOS is alive, guess what? He's dead again. Ice is just taking names as well. BDS a step away from locking in the first spot in Winter Playoffs, and right now it's looking smooth in 29 minutes. As they take down the first Nexus turret, they are playing with their food. Irrelevant steps out, LeBron with a hook. He finds yet another, they turn. Guess what? Another person here, Pop Blossom, easily done. BDS styling on the league right now as well as SK. 29 minutes indeed to lock in the first spot in Winter Playoffs here in the LEC.
A bit of a shaky early game from BDS, but pick after pick after pick. So much credit needs to be given to LeBron for this game. What a great Blitzcrank performance.
Again.
Again.
And
right?
again, I mean, it was fanatic. It was then mad.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Voting for your Pog is going to be difficult because Nuke with the great ultimate.
True.
In a single game, he found a 4-man ultimate twice. But like, so many great performances. Ice didn't die. I mean, I'd love to see how much damage he actually took that game, because I don't think it was very much.
I don't think so either.
What a great performance from this team. Great standout from BDS, and as you rightly said, locking their spot in the Winter Playoffs.
It's huge here for BDS. Well, 4 players on the stage. What's happening? Okay, hands in the air. But ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, while we wait for the 5th, you can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X. There we go. Is it Sheo, Nuke, or Lebrov? Again, you know exactly what I'm going to do, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a bit of a break, but when we return, it's time to talk with Lebrov right afterwards.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC. I'm standing here with Labrov. I almost called you comp because we're talking about him a second ago. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel?
Thank you. It feels great. Our first 3-0 week, and the teams were like kind of good. So yeah, it feels pretty good.
The teams were kind of good. All right. Well, if the teams were kind of good, why did it take so long to close out the game?
Obviously, we made a lot of mistakes. I think our early game was not good. But I'm still happy we managed to overcome the difficulties we had during the game, and we ended up winning.
What do you think was the defining moment to turn this around?
I guess the Baron at 20 when we had a good mid-fight. And I think Nuke was like finding a lot of good engages on Nico. So yeah, I would probably say that.
He did have his fair share of faker Nico engages in that particular game. He played really well. But talking about Nuke and playing really well, I would really like to announce the key player of the game. It's not Nuke, it's you, Labrov, with your Blitzcrank. You and Blitzcrank. Nuke was talking about it on the desk. I think it was yesterday or the day before. And he was saying, if I have a support like Labrov, I'm more than happy to give them Blitzcrank. What is your connection to the champion?
Well, Blitzcrank is just like a champ I like because you can be very active, and we are winning a lot with him. So that's why we keep playing him, I guess. And yeah, I want to thank my team because they fully trust me on the jump, and they set me up also very good to have these hooks.
And you set them up really well as well. And I want to talk a little bit about the bot lane here, Labrov, because it keeps changing. You keep playing with new players every single time. How has it been having Ice down the bot lane?
Honestly, playing with Ice has been a joy so far. I think he's like a wonderful player. He's like a really good individual, and his fundamentals are just too good, I think. So I'm just I'm just loving playing with him, and I'm just waiting day by day to come so I can just play more games with him. And I didn't have this feeling for quite a while, you know. So it's honestly really, really good.
I'm glad it's been a joy for you in the bot lane. It's been a joy for us to watch you guys as well. Now, of course, when it comes to BDS, you guys had a fantastic split last year, almost made it to your desired outcome as well. And this time, it's going pretty well on the split. What do you have to say to the fans to persuade them that the mistakes from last year have been found, have been eliminated, and you're on your way to your first international?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the fans because they have been very supportive so far. And thank you, guys. And yeah, we will keep working hard. Obviously, last year, I think we could have lifted the trophy. But we obviously made mistakes, right? And we are humans, so we learn and we keep going.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Labrov.
Thank you.
We're going to throw it over to the desk, where Lore and the desk, I think there's a nuke there as well, I think there's a nuke there too. Take it away.
There is a nuke here.
Hello.
He's there. Hi.
Hello.
Congrats. To making it to play after the first team to do so. Thank you for joining us. Trouble was mentioning a lot of stuff in the interview. We'll talk about this, of course, in a few minutes. But first things first, draft. Anything you guys want to say about the draft? We've talked about the Blitzcrank, but what do you make of the priorities on both sides, GB?
Yeah, I'm just very curious because coming in, I thought Rumble was quite, they wanted that. And it looked like they really wanted that as well. But it's a champion that has 100% presence. I think you guys have let it through before as well. It's not the first time you've done it, and it keeps happening. Yeah. Is it just an inherent confidence in Adam, or do you undervalue the champion, and do you think it's overhyped?
Well, first of all, confidence on Adam, of course, because Rumble is such a lane bully, right? And Adam is just very good on lane.
We can see that he was 60 CS down too, but still in the game.
I mean, they were diving him, right?
Yeah.
So it was a bit
unfair,
a bit jungle mid div, but we managed to coming back. But yeah, Rumble, we have answer into it. We can play into it. So why would we use a ban for it? So yeah.
That makes good sense.
It feels like Blitzcrank also, I mean, I know that Labrov loves the champion. You've tweeted about this, of course. Trouble mentioned it in the interview. But how comfortable do you feel when you have a composition with this kind of champions to build around?
I don't know, when I sing Labrov on Blitzcrank, I just know that I don't know. I just feel like there will be a team fight where he will hook someone.
Yeah.
And we will just win every time he has his champ. So yeah, people should maybe ban it first phase, even though it's cringe, right?
Don't give him tips.
I'm not
man.
giving tips, but you know.
We'll see about this in playoffs, of course. There were some oopsies mentioned in the early game, and I want to talk about something that happened in the mid 2v2. Do you want to mention this? Maybe what
Yeah, sure.
Alright.
Well, to resume the situation.
what happened?
Well, my wave was bouncing, right?
Yeah.
I was hard winning 1v1, so if he kept staying on lane, he would eventually get in a range kill or range kill. But they managed to sneak, and Rel just Q flash me. I couldn't react. Maybe I should react, but I think it should at least be a 1-for-1. I think she a bit misplayed the situation, and after this was a bit. This was like the cherry on the top to give a double kill to Tristana, and the early was.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what snowballs, right? I mean, as well the fact that Rel found a really good gank, because Zinzao was at this time ending the Raptor camp, so basically he didn't have one of the spells that would kind of make quite a big of a difference. Actually, I think it would have been 1-for-1, and I think later, you know, maybe he could even fight the Rel off, and then afterwards when he died as well on the blue camp. It was a bit tricky, right? That's why Adam was, as we said, a little bit behind, because he was getting legit dope on the tower.
That's the thing, because you say tricky. I'm not going to lie. I don't know about you. Look kind of doomed in the beginning, not gonna lie. 2v2 just been killed. They're all moving top lane. Adam is 60 CS back, and I'm looking at BDS like, I don't know if this is looking that good anymore. But then we start coming around the Rift Herald fights as well, and that's where I think it really comes together, where it's not just playing for the lane and the individual personality, it's about playing for the team. One of the two reasons why SK and BDS has been here as well, and that's where I think you really shine here as well, Nuke, with some of your plays on the Nico as well. Talk us through this. You're just a little minion walking into River.
Yeah, I mean, enemy team is for sure trolling by not matching my flank, right?
Wow.
But yeah, we were like, even though we lost early, we have like the team fight composition, right? So we should just look for a good team fight, and we had one. So
I mean, it's only nice that you changed into minion. I mean, now you changed the Holy Fruit. They had to change because you were a bit too slow, sadly. But yeah, I mean, those are really great engages. Like you get 4 men when there's like 4 people, and then before you got the 5 men when there was like 5. Actually, it was 4 men, but Rel was not even in a fight. So yeah, it looks pretty good.
And you can see there, down in gold does not matter. The damage percentage is still matching. I mean, Nico may be a little bit of a busted champion. I think we can all agree on that. But I think this game was very curious to me, because I'm used to a BDS where the goal difference at 14 is actually ahead, and then maybe it's a bit iffy. This time it was like they're behind, but the mid game, wow, now everything's actually working. So it looks like the mid game that we've been talking about, seeing some issue, is getting fixed more and more and more the later until we get to the weeks.
And that's the thing. I feel like we see progress game after game for BDS. Do you feel like things are going faster than last year? Because last year you didn't start off great, but it ramped up throughout the year. But now that, I mean, you're the first team to qualify to playoffs, the team looks solid at every stage of the game overall. Do you feel like you're making progress as fast as you would like to, Nuke? Yourself and the team, of course.
Okay, well, I'll talk for myself first.
Yeah.
I think I put a lot of work right now, recently. So I think I'm going at the speed. You never go too fast, right?
Yeah.
You should always look to go faster, but I think right now I'm on the right, like, just on the right track. And as a team, compared to last year, I mean, we have, first of all, a higher base level.
Yeah.
Because of all the experience we had, like at Worlds, a full year together and everything. So yeah, this is good. And then we only changed one player, which is Crony for Ice. And yeah, Ice is just a really good mechanically player. And with our experience, with our gathered experience together, we can lead him and just use his hands to win games. So.
Use his hands to win games. But honestly, the team seems to be really in sync, and that's something I want to ask you, Trimby, actually, because you've been in this situation where you have a season, you come back and you focus on other things to improve. How do you rate BDS's progress and success so far in the LEC compared to what we've seen from them last year?
I mean, I remember my first Worlds, right?
Yeah.
And it was really a humbling experience, right? That's where you learn that your ideas or knowledge about laning phase, at least for me, like when it comes to laning phase, it was so much different, you know, out there. I was like, yeah, it was pretty tough, right? Every time. And when you come back right after. You want to prove yourself that all of the experience you gain there, you're gonna make use of it. And it feels like with BDS, right, as Nuke as well said, he's right. He's like working around it. He's making sure that he's getting the experience like shared, so that people can actually use it. And the fact, right, that you didn't make many changes also helps a ton, because that's how you get on the same page and having this kind of experience, right? When BDS, right, they won against the NA team, right? As we make it as a big achievement, which was
it is a
really
big
was.
achievement.
It really was at the same time. But then it's just hard at Worlds, right? And it just gives you so much motivation, I would say, to like actually work for these things.
And focusing on the next matchup, we have Fnatic versus GX. We have one of the most experienced mid laners we have in the league versus the rookiest mid laner we have in the league in the likes of Jackies. Anything, Nuke, that you can tell me about Jackies and his first step in the LEC? It's not easy to come as a new player, and we saw two sides of the Jackie coin, I would say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Jackies, I think on Nico, for example, he's performing pretty well. He managed to like find good flank and everything in teamfight. It's pretty good. It's nice to see. But well, like you said, he's a rookie, right? When it comes to like more classic matchups, mages, we saw the Azir right against the Akali of Perks. We saw he was struggling a bit, but this will come with the time, right? Like usually when you're a rookie, you just play this kind of champ like Akali, Nico. You just want to pop up and everything, but later you will learn that the more stable you are, the better it is.
I think it's an easy enough mid lane meta right now to make your debuts and first steps in the LEC. Sure. We'll see what kind of decision both teams make in Draft GB. You have something to say.
Yeah, I mean, we did see him on Yone as well, which at first looked decent. Like, it was not a bad spot for it at all, but then into the team fight, you kind of realize this is not like playing Yone in solo queue. You don't have the same ways of punishing a mid lane or anyone getting caught off guard that you would in a competitive game now. But I also just hope that they will just skill check each other constantly in this mid lane. Humanoid has been super cocky lately, does not play Akali with fleet footwork or merc threats at all, goes for electrocute, goes for sorcerer pin boots, and I kind of want to see them match each other with that. Is it going to be the correct thing to do? Probably not at all, but from a viewer experience, I would absolutely love that.
I mean, as we can see already, we talked about the noob champs, or like easy champs, right?
Noob champs, wow!
Nico, okay. No, I mean, it wasn't easy, but Nico ban, Seraphim ban, Draven ban is like, just like a check, right? You sometimes have to do it versus some
I mean, Patrick has been playing it a lot, so I think
oh yeah, he's always been pretty much known for it, with like bigger or less success,
And so far, there's not really been too many AD carry bans. Usually we see the Ashe be banned as well, maybe with a Kalista too, but right now all of them's available, so we're looking at Ashe, Kalista, Varus, Seer still up and available for mid lane, if Humanoid wants to pick it. A lot of OP champions just available.
And we'll see what Fnatic opens here with either mid lane or jungle, I would say.
I mean,
what OP do you want to trade? Oh, it's going to be Kalista. Okay, fair enough.
Varus for Kalista.
We've been seeing a lot.
I mean, there's Varus Ashe open.
Actually, Poppy is open.
Yeah, Poppy
They can
is
just
open.
go versus Poppy right now.
They could make a team come to pretty much not let the Kalista play the game, which can be a thing, and you can even take away the Ashe if you feel too scared about it, right?
I think it's Patrick who has a memory of how much he couldn't play the game with Kalista against you guys, actually.
Actually, like, they could do a rotation that... I mean, like, Varus Ashe is open. Okay, they just don't want to...
What do you make of this, Nuke, these answers?
I don't know why they didn't pick Ashe.
Well, I mean, maybe they're scared of Blitzcrank, like there's I mean, it's not Labra, but it's John, right?
No,
like,
for sure.
You know how it is. So, right now it feels, I mean, they might go for Renata, they can go for Ashe, of course, which, will imply that they want to actually abuse the lane, but I think Renata is a bit more safer. Not sure how it is into Poke Varus, but we'll see. Okay, that's the pickup with the jungler of their choice, which is Xin Zhao, and yeah, let's see if they go for Blitz, if they go for us.
They could go for the Ashe now themselves, now that they know the Renata. The thought process might have been that Igna is also the kind of guy that would log in Blitzcrank himself or something that can punish. So waiting to see if they were going to go for the Kalista with the Ashe, and then see if you were looking for either Ashe into Enchanter or just counter-picking the Ashe.
Also remember that playing Blitzcrank into Kalista, it's not us.
It's about ego here, if you think you hit it,
Yeah, see how it goes. I mean, they actually picked the mid laner. I guess they want to secure the AD mid with the... But on the other hand, we haven't seen Maokai's who actually go AP, so
Like it's not really needed. I feel like I think they should have just
Dumped in support?
yeah, just
You-
because
the counterpick, yeah.
they're just dropping into Kalista Renata, which is probably one of the strongest bot lane in the meta, so they can just double ban for support. And
I mean,
should
maybe
be good for
Ignar
them.
will pull off a Varus support, you never know.
Teams have been cooking.
And
You don't know what they can.
especially like Tristana blind. There's 3 mages in the meta right now. Like humanoid on those should like stomp lane, I think, and they just cannot afford like to ban all of this. So
I can believe that.
Yeah, they already did get the Oriana out, which makes it kind of hard to
Actually,
play
yeah,
Tristana. So just the Akali can go out too, and they can still what's the third one?
Maybe
Azir as well?
Syndra Azir.
Actually, I mean, Syndra has been always like one of those picks that have worked versus Tristana quite well, right? But
Yeah, they played in LCK. It was
okay, we banned Sylas.
And Humanoid
oh, wow.
is great with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we banned Sylas for the Maokai ult and Varus ult potentially. Okay, that's interesting.
I wonder if that's the first Silas we see banned or like even have.
Yeah, because like Sylas was
I
not
haven't seen him
picked.
in
No,
Chess.
yeah.
Sylas is not really like a playable champ right now.
That's very, very interesting.
Like Everforce nerf, like the grid of
Actually
Everforce
true,
kinda put him in the ground.
It is actually the first Silas we see.
Well, there you go.
Just
So
checked. Yeah.
It was?
Yeah.
Okay, we banned
Okay,
Blade.
maybe.
So Ashe is still open. Actually, they still get the Ashe that they would like to have, but maybe Ignar.
I feel like they should just pick Ashe by the way. Like
They should, yeah. I'm not sure if he's that comfortable on it. Let's see how it
true.
goes. Like, I mean, I don't. Like, we saw Ignar on Senna, right, last time, so
The hesitation.
I would think that he could play champs like that, so. Okay,
there it
okay,
finally
pick
is.
Ashe.
okay, they're
Are you
good
guys?
teams.
Yeah, you guys are happy with this. What do you pick on the side of Fnatic
I
now
think
to
right now with the
perfect
Gwen
track?
ban, they're just instantly looking for Cassandra with Oscar in it.
Oh,
It's been
actually
one of
true,
his
you
best
yeah.
champions as well here, so I think that's just your blind up top side.
Azir Cassandra.
Yeah, I think that's
Oh,
a strong
yeah,
It's
opening.
classic, right?
I mean, it is quite of a nice game. Like, I'm not sure how much you want to play Azir into like Varus Ashe, but if they're not gonna poke you too much, I think it would be good. Also, oh my! Is it the first game?
First wave,
Okay,
first
okay.
wave.
Okay, Nuke. The floor is yours. I want to hear more about Hui. Because players keep on telling me that it was not ready, maybe in a couple patches.
Did you
Tell me.
play it? Yeah.
I did, yeah. I mean, the champ, like he got it, like on the hotfix patch, it got buffed, right?
All right.
So he's like stronger in lane. But I feel like the weaknesses of the champ, which is side laning in mid game against a Tristana, like if Tristana is like good in lane, he should like just be even CS.
Yes.
And when it comes to mid game, actually like it would be unplayable for Hui on side. So maybe Azir is better, like.
I mean, it would be interesting
but-
to see. Maybe they're gonna even send Kalista on side, you know, to
Yeah,
match with
yeah,
the
maybe,
Tristana.
maybe,
That
yeah.
would be fun to see. Not sure, not many do that, but I think overall the drafts have been quite interesting,
Yeah.
right? Udyr on the other side as well versus Cassandra, which is something we've already seen in a couple of leagues too.
Expectations, GB.
Well, expectations is that I think Sensao looks mega good into a lot of their champions because you can go frontline without being scared of any backline of the carries coming through here as well. I think Azir could have made it even better maybe.
Yeah.
But I like what Fnatic cooked as well.
It's good. It's good cooking. I
Yeah,
like it.
good cooking. Interesting draft on both sides. Let's see what teams can do with it. Casters, back to you for game 2.
No way! We finally have it, ladies and gentlemen! We've been waiting so long, it might only be week 2, but for Fnatic to bring it out, for Humanoid to bring it out as well. Thaddeus, in Hui we trust, I guess, as they go up against Giant X.
I'm curious as to how many Hui puns you're going to get into this game, because I feel like it's a play-by-play stream.
I've already run out. I've got no way. This way.
Wow, okay, so Hui does a lot of damage. He can do a lot of damage.
That's true.
He provides all sorts of utility. He can provide CC, buffs, the works. He's a super interesting champion, and I'm excited to see him play. I consider him like a very traditional mage, low mobility, a lot of damage options. And I like that the desk talked about his side lane threat because it's the same issues that things like Oriana can run into. Oriana can have good wave clear, but a champion without flash, hang on, Jun.
Speaking of which, there goes Juns. All right, just walking into fog of war. That pixel brush, taking a couple of summoners today.
Fnatic can use this window. That's the QW.
Yes, nice, Betty. Artillery execution, also known as Severing Bolt. If you want to get the naming right. Now, of course, I have a cheat sheet. I'm not going to pretend like I remember it all.
I don't know any of the names, but I do know QQ, QW, QE. I know what they all do. I know what WW, WQ, and WE do.
Yep.
And I also know EQ, EW, and EE.
so you know his 8 abilities.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Sorry, 9.
Yeah.
And then you know his ult.
Yeah.
Great.
But I know
Good
what
work.
each of them do, I'm pretty sure. So I'm pretty sure Q is the easiest one. QQ is his little fireball.
Yep.
Right? QW is his lightning bolt they just used. QE is the brawl ult.
Yep.
That's the slow, the AoE does damage over time. So that's his damage. His Q is his damage. His W is his, like his support, right? So his W is his WE. I'm pretty sure gives you the Nami E, so it gives you like enhanced auto attacks or abilities.
Plus mana regen.
Right. The WW I'm pretty sure is the shield that you put down and it gives a shield and also give a shield to your allies. And then I think the WQ is the movement speed, right? An AoE that you can run along that gives you more movement speed.
Yeah, the fleeting carrot. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the EQ.
What? It's just Betty's explains the kid. Keep going.
He's got so many abilities, man.
He does. And right now we only get to see one because Jackie's just jumping on him.
So
keep going.
In situations like this,
yeah,
you want to be using the EQ, which is the fear, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the fear can be really, really effective on champions that basically want to run at you because it basically just locks them dead in their tracks. Fun random synergy with Nocturne as well.
Yeah. Well, who would have guessed that would have come up?
I know. Right?
2 minutes 30 into the game, a stat about Nocturne has just found its way.
Anyway, yeah, that's all of Hui's abilities. I know I skipped some of his other E1s.
Great. So right now we know a lot about Hui. We've learned a lot.
Anyway, jungle path thing. That's the thing that people care about in the other game.
Sure.
Razor going to start on his bot side, pathing up towards top. Meanwhile, Peach is going to do a full clear top side to bot. So it looks like that they're just going to be doing opposite sides to each other. There's the EE.
Great job, Betty. Of course, the CC coming through.
I did so much prep on Hui, and then he wasn't played in week 1.
And now you've just got this barrel of information just coming out slowly. Well, actually, not slowly. 3 minutes into the game, all we've had is this is what Hui does.
Yeah.
We'll see more of it as well. I will add in the bits I know, Betty, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm around to step on your toes. You know, from Korean mid laners and over in Korea in general, a common has been the taking 2 as the bonus and the passive that comes through, the double hit, is pretty insane with the trade, as we can see already now, but Jackie's jumping on top is great. That fear you talked about coming through with the Grim Visage, just disengaging. And he does do a lot of damage. Even this early on, he does so much damage. And the fact that he kind of has unlimited mana hack through his EE as well. Sorry, WE. We'll be at this all day. Makes it super easy to lane.
It's the passive where a lot of the damage catches people off guard, right? Because you apply that initial skill, it applies that a bit of the circle around them, and then when you proc it with another ability, it takes a chunk of damage.
And you can keep going. You can keep going as well. When Spiraling Despair, that's his ultimate, comes up as well, you can actually get a couple of stacks off.
Yeah, it's crazy how much damage that it can do, and then his ultimate can do some serious damage in a team fight.
Good.
So going to be really excited to see how that one plays out. Of course, the question is, can they get there? Because right now what we're seeing is push in mid in favor of Giant X, push in the top side of the map, and also push in bot. And we've been talking so much this weekend about how teams have really started to take advantage of these pushing lanes.
Yeah.
There was a period in time where the meta became very much about team fighting, so even if you had early prio, you couldn't really take advantage of it much. But now we're seeing the return to that. Old Rogue, back when they won, I think it was 2021, were a big advocate of taking advantage of this 3 winning lane strategy to convert it into early game snowballs.
True.
So we'll see how Giant X can utilize this. So far, no significant lead. Of course, we're only 5 minutes into the game, so I'm not expecting a huge amount. But Peach just going to be farming up his jungle and taking his time.
But I think we can talk about where these comps can go wrong, right? We know already Hui, you talked about the lack of mobility. That can be abused, as we saw KDF versus T1 earlier with LCK starting off. Not today, of course. It was the Hui getting ganked over and over and over again by Ona on the rel. Something similar to the Maokai that can have this early presence with a mid laner that can snowball out of control. Possibility here with Jackies and Peach. We'll have to see how that erupts. I think on the other side, we've already seen how important bot lane is to the meta. We know the 2v2 can really change the fate of the game. And when Varus has been a pick that's been a lot better than things like the Kalista and Lucian, Patrick and Ignar maybe set up for success depending on how well Peach can hover this lane too.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because so far I talked about how Giant X could consider using this early prio to build some decent leads, but of course when you're playing the Maokai, it's hard to really threaten any sort of invade, especially against Razork's Xin Zhao. Instead, they're going to use their prio and bot to secure an early dragon. They're going to sacrifice the grubs in top, which is definitely not a It's not a bad trade. Giant X setting themselves up nicely for the late.
But it happens every game, doesn't it? It's like it's always like blue side just keeps getting grubs as Humanoid. It's just going to fear. Don't worry about this, folks. There's the spiraling despair, though. Hang on. Should we be worried? Well, a bit of damage comes out, but it's not enough right now.
I mean, Jackie's definitely won the trade.
Yeah, it's
going to force Humanoid back. Of course, he is a scaling mage, right? He's going to get stronger the later the game goes on. When you have an AD carry that can just keep slapping at you with their auto attacks, it's difficult for these mages to really deal with it. So for the time being, he's just going to have to weather the storm that is Jackie's Tristana. He's doing a good job. His farm's very good. The gold is dead even for the time being. And he should only lose like 1, maybe 2 minions max on this wave as well. So
the range on the Severing Bolt's pretty large though, so let's see if that is true. At the very least, as you were saying.
That's a good point, actually.
I mean, it's a pain. It's a pain because you can't really deny him much.
It's like a Xerath W and his ult combined.
Yeah.
Obviously,
and you know it's got an execution on as well, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Which is absolutely
Of course I knew that.
Did you?
Do I need to get my notebook back out?
What don't you know about Wade? Is there anything else we've missed out or what?
I mean, I didn't know his E gave him mana. That I didn't.
Really?
Yeah,
it's like the basic thing.
No, I just thought it as Nami E, and I just thought empowered damage.
It does that too, which is kind of rubbish. Let's talk about bot for a second. Peach found out as Razork's moving down. Good poke damage from Patrick to follow up as well. But as he's found out, we just disengage for the time being. We play it cool here in the early game. We chill out as, okay, the all-in once again turns into a fear on top of Jackie's. He's going to get the reset as well. Humanoid flashes away. That Spiraling Despair's not up and available, so he can't turn the play. And Jackie's just walks away with another good trade on this Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie's doing a really good job. The wave is in a bit of an awkward spot for Humanoid, forced to overextend to try and push that one underneath the tower. Jackie's very quick to take advantage of that. Peach now looking for a dive. Has the ultimate. They know that Humanoid no flash.
Wouldn't this be easy?
The wave is so awkward.
But Jackie's kept him there. Severing Bolt used.
Yep. He's going to try and push this as quickly as possible. Razork is in the area, though, just underneath Peach.
Surely, you think, well, they're pushing this way pretty
Humanoid
fast.
has to feel something is a bit. Nope, they have no idea.
Okay, never mind. The Ents go marching. Humanoid twisted advance. And Wei might be debuting in the LEC. But he's about to debut with his death. Over to first blood for Jackie's. Picking up that kill.
Noah now in a lot of trouble.
Chains
Oh,
nice. As well. Well done. Patrick with 1-2. Giant X smashing multiple lanes.
Nice prediction there from Patrick. The flash ultimate connects onto Noah. And as you rightly said, 2 quick kills for Giant X. Now, we've seen them get these early leads before, but sometimes their mid-game team fighting can be a little bit disjointed. So I'm hoping that they can clean that up as we get into the mid-game. These Tristana compositions can be a little bit difficult to play, but when you've got a Maokai, I suppose it does simplify the execution a lot.
True. When you got an Udyr as well, I think you can add in a bit of side lane pressure there, especially early on. I think that's the best thing we've seen about him so far. 15, 20 minutes into the game, at least still relevant then. Betty, I don't know if you know, I haven't been too big of a fan on the Udyrs. Not even the ones on the west, even the ones in the east too.
Yeah.
Have been a little bit rough. But I think some of the best ones we've seen are ones that can translate that pressure through lane and then outside of the map, drawing multiple enemies to the wrong side or to the wrong move.
I missed the game, but Gulborg was telling me about an Udyr over in Korea that went 0-8 and still won.
Yeah, because I was upset about it. I can't remember who it was for the life of me, but I'm like, how did this win?
I missed that game. I didn't watch it, but he just told me, he was like, yeah, life goals.
Yeah. I think it was actually KT's perfect. I think it wasn't KT versus T1. We haven't had that yet. It was KT versus Gen G. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I forget.
Someone will correct me online. I'm sorry for getting it wrong, but it was perfect. And yeah, he won 0-8, Betty. It's like the epitome of like better top wins in all chat. You go, well.
Yeah, man, that's what Udyr can do.
Oh, Jackie's better mid wins. Let's find out. Spiraling Despair once more. Lightning comes down.
Nicely played.
Signature of the Visionary is going to be popped, but it doesn't do too much damage, Betty, as Razork comes in. Least tries to get something out of Jackie's, but all it will be is the ult.
I mean, Jackie's played that extremely well. Very patient as well. He didn't have to burn the flash. His tower is getting chipped away at, though. He recognizes the health difference, realizes he could get dived. Ooh,
see?
Nice damage.
Execution passive. Close flash. Razork, that was clean. And the duo comes alive again.
I mean, Humanoid really set the play up. The ultimate now comes down.
Bates call going to save the day, though. I mean, Jun's still rooted up, but again, doesn't matter. Handshake a bit wide as Ignat steps up. And so bot survives for now with Peach showing his face. No response players all in and topside. Oscar in and first Odo Amne. The ghost is there, but Cassante doesn't yield. The flip up. Odo gets the stun, but this ball's got to get out of there. I don't know what animal he is right now, but the Ram Jam is out of there. And Oscar in and Won't find the solo kill with Odo.
An exchange of summoners will result in no one losing their life today. Razork is making a beeline towards the top lane though. Good chip damage coming out from the Giant X bot lane as Maokai hovering around that dragon. Are they going to start that one off? No, Razork actually going to go straight towards the grubs. Knows that his top lane has just got a great trade.
6 grubs.
But I mean, there's trading all across the board really. Oh, really nice combo there from Humanoid.
I'm still in the air. Remember, that QW, that Severing Bolt, all about the execution. The lower the health, the more damage it's going to do. And that's the one that brings out a bit of surprise in people. Now that you have the Luden's Companion as well, when you have all 6 stacks, when you have an isolated target, as the arrow flies through, that was meant for Humanoid. But unfortunately, doesn't find him. It's going to be about that burst on the Painter through the mid lane. Keep an eye out for that one with 1 Dark Seal Sack as well. There's Fnatic also benefiting up the top side of this map. 6 grubs taken here. Denies it from the Tristana, I think, more importantly.
Yep, that is a crucial pickup for sure. The Dragon also secured. We're going to have the Chem Soul.
Oh, great. You know anything about that?
Well, it's just people's least favorite.
True.
Yeah, a lot of pros seem to think that it's one of the weaker ones because it just doesn't really offer that much value.
Yeah. The individual dragons, I think, better than maybe the Soul.
Perhaps.
What do you reckon?
I don't know.
So situational, getting down past 50% health. 50% still?
Honestly, the only Soul I really like is the Ocean one.
Why?
Just because I like healing.
Well, that's nice.
But I'm very biased.
I like new info. You got to love the new add-in in as Jackie's hang on. We're despairing once more. Wait for the Severing Bolt to come through.
So you can really start to see that damage come out from Hui now.
Yep.
And Humanoid's just using it as a point of pressure. Peach's ultimate, drop bot.
But it's double TP to respond as well. That ulti from Jun launched out, but it's avoided as Odo Amne's not going to get clawed back in. It's Humanoid for Odo. But you can see Oscar in his push
big opportunity top, yeah, to secure some plates. You can see Razork hovering around as well. Going to steal away those Krugs. And it's going to unlock a lot of plates. It looks like Odo Amne just going to do the same thing, though, as Patrick immediately bases, but the bot lane of Fnatic is there to defend. Jackie's all the while sieging in this mid lane. A lot of plates are dropping in this game.
Yeah.
I think it was 3 for Odo top lane. That's 3 now for Jackie's mid. Didn't quite keep track of the bot lane, how many plates they've been able to secure, but the gold is pretty much dead even. Oh, there we go.
Now I've got a button for you.
5. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. So a lot, as you said, 12 in total. Make that 13, I believe, with Oscar and getting that topside one. Even got a bounty on him now as well.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Not rare. It's not an offer that you see.
Is that just because of the plates? It must be, right?
Well,
like,
I'm pretty sure there was this whole conversation that plates don't contribute,
that's
right?
That's a good point.
It wasn't the Bal suit, you know, continuously gets plates.
That is the case.
Hang on.
They have no kills, no assists.
Jesus. That's just so much damage.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's what he does. He's burst mage, yeah.
Yeah. He's got one item. We're not talking about scaling yet. We're talking about a one
wait
item
till
plate.
he gets to the second one. Did you say wait?
I didn't mean to, but sorry about that. Another Severing Bolt again. Humanoid has him right where he wants him. Look at the claw in. That AoE is so big. The bolt might be missed, but again, the range is huge. As it enables them to get a free Rift Herald as well with all that pressure down. Humanoid just doing the right thing at the right time, I guess.
The only problem they're going to run into, which is something that the desk did bring up, is the fact that they can't really send Humanoid off to a side lane.
True.
He has his flash right now, so he's in a pretty comfortable spot, but he ideally just wants to be sitting mid and he wants to keep clearing these waves, keep having access to this gold.
Yep.
Which he's going to move off to a side lane, right? So someone has to go and match him. And right now the way they're doing that is they're overstacking in numbers. They're keeping Oscar in on the weak side to try and handle, well, pretty much whatever is thrown at him, while allowing Noah to pick up this tower and mitigate what pushing power Jackie's could pose.
Well, for Fnatic, at least in this early game, 1k gold lead here. They've lost the 2 dragons thanks to the trade towards the top side of the map. Remember as well, Giant X, they're stacking up towards the Chemtech Drake, as Betty told you before. So it might not have the biggest value for Fnatic. More about, again, denying those grubs, going over to the Tristana. I think, importantly enough, as we move to this stage of the game, as you're also talking about Noah being set up here on the top side, that isn't going to come through as a gank. Razork close, holding onto the Herald, trying to find an angle here for Fnatic to open up.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they push in through top and then move back down to mid, drop the Herald, try and unlock that tower.
Okay.
And you can see, as you rightly called, Razork mainly hovering around the top side of the map to just offer that extra bit of protection. Giant X doing a good job of chipping away at this mid tower. I like the fact that they brought their bot lane into mid. This is often what you'll see when you move your mid lane into a side lane. And you'll have your bot lane sitting in mid, mainly because they have a lot of wave clear, and they also have a lot of potential sieging. And it's also a very safe place because, well, these mid towers are still up, so it's difficult to potentially find those sneaky ganks. And speaking of sneaky ganks...
It's hard to kill, though.
Oh, very hard, yep.
Now, Candy Grookern is going to deny a lot of what Peach brings to the party.
Does he even have, like... Oh, he does have some armor, but I was like, he's tickling Oscar Renin right
Littlest bit. That's right. Herald charge mid. This is going to go down regardless. Opens up the avenue to step up. And that opens up mid very early on, 6.5 minutes.
Careful, Ignar, careful.
He's got a big blast cone to take, sends him over to Jackie's. Luckily, but with the other charge coming through in the teleport from Oscar Renin, they open up mid lane. Look, a party on two fronts. Patrick is getting soloed out by Cassante, while on the other side, that despair comes through for Odo. It's not a winning angle anywhere for Giant X right now. The execution from the Thundering Bolt from downtown. And a chokehold over Giant X. It doesn't look close. It doesn't look good for them, but Fnatic fans can rejoice. Blowing a hole wide open in this game.
How did that fight happen for Fnatic? It looked like they were the ones getting collapsed on by Giant X. I thought that Humanoid was in a horrible position the moment that Maokai ultimate came down. But let's look back and try and break this one apart. Ignar's in the awkward position here. You're going to see Humanoid's ultimate. I believe this is his ultimate. It completely whiffs, because he's going to hit the blast cone, so it's not going to connect onto him. He's going to get OC. And look at this collapse here. The TPs coming in from Oscar Renin is crucial because it gets Patrick out of the fight. Then Odoamne ends up becoming isolated. And then, oh, Jun's ultimate bought so much time for Fnatic that they could focus down Odoamne and then go for the re-engage. Now, Patrick is the one in an awkward position. The long-range QW from Humanoid securing that initial kill. And then it's just a slaughter from Fnatic.
Oscar Renin taking care of business in the backside as well. A double over to the first time play in the LEC. Fnatic looking good. And while we were just celebrating, you know, a secure lock-in from BDS in Winter playoffs, remember that Fnatic aren't too far behind them. They get this win, they move to 4, which is what we were talking about last year. Well, I wasn't here. But you guys were talking about that was a safe spot. And right now, it's looking all but safe for Fnatic here, as they move themselves up to a 4K gold lead. And yeah, good story for the total gold, isn't it? Especially when Humanoid is up 1,200 over Jackie's on this Tristana.
Working towards what looks to be the Leandries.
Good damage.
Yep.
Absolutely zero. Can you kill him? We're about to find out.
About to find out. Here we go. 4 members being sent top lane.
Yep, they haven't killed him yet, but they're going to take care of the turret first. Now, All Out is available. Oscar Renin's going to have to take someone somewhere magical, but as Patrick locks him down, Cassante trying to get out, Oscar Renin running for his life. He's going to die eventually, right? Yeah, he is, to Jackie's. But in the meantime, in a turret down bot side getting taken.
I mean, he's done his job, right? Yeah. Which is soak 4 people for a good minute while the rest of your team takes down objectives. Jackie's is going to try and get something back, but look who's already here. Humanoid with the wave clear should be able to clean that one up.
He's got the Andres now as well. 2 items on this way.
I mean, it's been a bit of a weird game, right? We just saw a lot of farming back and forth in terms of the early game. The objectives were largely just traded. You know, we saw Razuk prioritizing the grubs while Giant X prioritized the bot dragons. And then just plates going back and forth, game state relatively even, and then a single fight has suddenly blown this game wide open for Fnatic. A huge gold lead. They're likely going to lose this mid tower, but they're setting themselves up nicely for the Baron that is spawning very, very soon. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to rush it immediately, but this becomes a big point of that TP. Hang on a minute.
Okay, Humanoid going where? Down bot. Trying to find Odoamne. That is an Udyr, though. As he kites around, he doesn't have Ghost until about 5 seconds from now. Arrow slows it down, but Humanoid with the spiraling despair out again. You need a Severing Bolt. Odoamne dodges away. It puts him back in, though. Humanoid still chasing him. Hang on a minute. Finds him. Chasing down the Udyr. Who thought it could be done?
He had to commit his flash and TP to secure only a single pick, and it's going to be difficult for Fnatic to really convert that into anything. So, I mean, sure, like, it's great finding a pick, but you're now going to concede all of that top vision that you'd set up around Baron. Giant X are going to use this window to get what they can. Ultimately, though, we return to a neutral state. Dragon spawning about a minute 40. The reset's going to come through from Giant X, spend what gold they have to set themselves up to try and contest this dragon, potentially for a soul. Maybe they could get a little creative too. They could use the Dragon as a potential start and then actually go towards the Baron and try and sneak that one away, given the vision that they've just been able to set up.
Yep.
Fnatic now moving back in through that top side to clear out all of the vision that was just set up. And you're just seeing this dance back and forth constantly around vision, making sure that both respective teams have control around that objective. And right now, that control returns to Fnatic.
Well, you can see why the confidence is up there from Fnatic at least. I mean, despite the gold lead, individual leads. Humanoid with the Blighting Jewel now as well. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Noah's picked up the Guinsus. So with the handshake out as well, this guy's ready to duel, ready to fight. As Humanoid zoned out for the time being, the arrow's out as well, but it's on to Razork. This is a Xin Zhao with ulti up in 5 seconds, but they at least picked the window up. Razork 3 more seconds, but his flash is now burnt. For Giant X, you take those small wins. What do you, Betty?
Well,
you're thinking about it.
I mean, it is a small win. They're chipping away at Fnatic. They're going to force them back, but I always draw my attention to Razork in bot lane. He's the problem. The Odoamne can like hold for the time being, but it's basically just 2 wet noodles slapping each other with.
Right, you're talking about Oscarina. Razork, I thought he's not a
Oh, I said Razork. Sorry. My apologies. I did mean Oscarina. And oh, yeah, Jackie's I think is dead.
Okay, well, at the very least, Oscarina, yeah, is now a problem. You're exactly right. Razork healed up. Jackie's, how does he get out of this one? Guys, he's on Baron side. I think the answer is he doesn't. And Jackie's dying here. The rookie in the mid lane. That hurts, because Fnatic now have a 5v4 right in front of Baron.
Yep, just go Baron. It's the safest play for Fnatic. That's how you convert that pick into something significant. Jun and Oscar can just play interference. Let's see if Giant can find a way in. Peach ultimate's arriving in 4 seconds.
Oh my god, they do no damage right now to Oscarina. He's just standing there in front of 3 people. He cares not. Odo even TP'd in, but Baron's going down. Peach will not get in time. And the strange being from the Void has been taken. For some reason, it empowers Fnatic and gives them a massive buff further in this game to move them up to 4 wins. It's looking real red hot right now.
Giant X making a beeline towards the Dragon. They're using the Fog of War to try and catch Fnatic off guard, but they're not taking the bait. Reset's going to come through. No TP from Oscar means that they're just going to concede this objective for now. But Fnatic's fine with that. Their plan is probably to end this game relatively soon.
True.
With the Baron buff, they can just start sieging onto the base of Giant X. I imagine they can look to use some 4-1 setup. It's hard with a Hui to use a 1-3-1. Humanoid staying mid though. This is
Gets out of the play. Very well done from Humanoid. What?
Medic would be proud.
I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would. I feel like I'm taking this from because I'm sure Medic had a script like 2 pages long.
Probably did. Yeah.
Probably sitting at home going, God damn it.
Yeah.
Why does he get it? That's all right, Medic. I'll save some of them for you. Freak fans out there reeling. This is probably his kind of champion.
Yeah. Shout out to Freak. Definitely would have had all sorts of things prepared for Hui.
What do you reckon, Betty?
That's way too much damage.
Oh, okay. you thought hard about that one, waiting for it. Peach does flash away from Razork. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for still staying tuned for us while we go on. Patrick, it's that Severing Bolt again and again. It's not even at any lower than full health. Good poke out, but Humanoid even tanking up. I mean, from turret, Peach just sending the ulti, but you're right. Jun was exceptional there as Oscarina is in front of 5 people. Cassante with 3 items at half HP finally, but look at the poke, look at the moves. Humanoid, what was that? He's aiming in the backside between Jackie's, between Patrick. 1 bolt could kill these guys with 6 stacks in the gun. A Fnatic pull off, they've picked up the inner turret. They've been able to do some work with the Baron, and they've still got a minute to show us what else they got in the playbook. As Jun maybe took the wrong blast cone. There's a teleport. He survives for now.
Close one. Humanoid going to TP back in. I mean, I think he wants to continue the siege top lane anyway, so he's not going to be too upset about it. They don't have that support. Jun hovering around the backside. Arrow
does stun up Razork, but he just gets out in the nick of time, and down goes the jungler again. And there's so much burst on this Fnatic lineup. As they siege the turret on the top side, it continues. Jackie jumps over a bolt of lightning. It was very, very frightening indeed. But Fnatic with an inhibitor down, and now looking for the final steps to push him to 4.
I mean, Humanoid's having a whale of a time right now. The siege onto the Nexus towers. I don't know if they can keep this pressure up, but they know they have the numbers advantage. They're going to keep going.
All right, well, with 1 turret being threatened out, I mean, Oscarina, he's the one taking up the damage, but he cares not yet. Again, the hook back, and Odoamne is tackled down. Razork comfortable in his low health bar.
They need to base now. They need to base.
They're playing on a knife's edge, Betty, for good reason. They're in control every step of the way.
Has the movement speed from the WQ. Humanoid going to run away to safety with Oscar. They need to run fast. He's still damaging them.
He just does it as he walks away. And you know what the problem is as well? You put on those stirring lights, right, the mana restore, the Nami Ease you called it, and then you use that severing bolt, and it applies it.
Yeah, it does.
So you have Nami ult, you have Nami E from downtown.
Yep.
And it's an execute.
I told you. He does way too much damage.
Yeah, he does. This is in the name. It's literally in the name. That's what you sacrifice for mobility. As we watch their final base onslaught again.
So this is just Fnatic just kind of playing with their food, to be honest. They will secure themselves in Nexus Tower. You can see the EE to lock up Auto Omnate and the damage as well. Hard to keep track of all the skills that he's using.
True.
There's the QE to slow him down. Hey man, I'm still learning as well.
I can spot that one. There's another one. Well, look, he's got Crypto Bloom as well, so this guy's getting stonks right now. Yep. 3 items, 3 and a bit. It's really hard when that item is 1 letter away from saying crypto. you know?
Yeah, it's the Crypt Bloom.
Yeah. And I love it as well, you know, more of a defensive item
Razork.
too.
Whoa.
Razork, speaking of the opposite of defense, runs into Ignite, has to flash away, and Giant X are threatened yet again. There's that ulti from Jun once more. They push in, the base in tatters. Fnatic looking so good. This is a great game to showcase why they could be a top team, why they should be a top team as expected. Giant X and a hope, and a prayer, being 10k gold down in their base, being shattered. Inhibitor after inhibitor. Turret after turret, one stands in the way. Vedius, I think it's about to end here.
Fnatic continue to knock on the final Nexus Tower. They're chipping away these minions. They're about to disappear. Flash in from Razork. Won't connect though. Oscarinin playing on the edge. Here we go.
No damage being done. Razork and Oscarinin are Frank the tank jumping into the back line. Oh, thank again for Humanoid as Jun gets launched into the entire enemy team. And even Noah has a save, but the Nexus is now bare. And Fnatic moving one step closer to locking in themselves. Move up the ladder here in Winter and give us a statement game.
I mean, yeah, it really was a single fight that just blew the whole game open. That one fight in mid, it was a constant trade back and forth in the early game. Things were looking fine for Giant X, but the moment that Fnatic found that fight, they just seemed unstoppable. I feel like at some point we need to stop giving Oscar his Cassante. He plays with so much confidence, and like Cassante doesn't typically take damage, but that man especially. Player of the games, you can vote over on X, Oscarinin, Humanoid, Noah, all fantastic options.
Agreed.
Shout out to Jun as well. His ults were pretty clutch in a number of situations in that game. But yeah, strong performance from Fnatic. Locked themselves at 4-2. Doesn't guarantee them a spot in playoffs.
But it feels like
yet.
a safety net, doesn't
It's
it?
a very safe position to be in, that's for sure.
Especially when how the bottom of the pack is looking. But ladies and gentlemen, Fnatic with a big win to move to 4. We're going to take a break and return right after this.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never mind. The Ents go marching, humanoid twisted advance, and Wei might be debuting in the LEC, but he's about to debut with his death. Over to first blood for Jackie.
Realizes he could get dived. Ooh, nice damage.
Execution passive, close flash. Razork, that was clean. It's not a winning angle anywhere for Giant X right now. As the execution from the Thundering Bolt from downtown. And a chokehold over Giant X. It doesn't look close. You need a Severing Bolt. Odoamne dodges away and puts it back in though. Humanoid still chasing him. Hang on a minute, finds him.
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone. I am here with Marek, and we're gonna do a very special segment because it's a lovely day outside and we would like to enjoy it. As it was great to have you win, Marek. How was that for you?
It was pretty good. I like to paint, so I'm happy that I got to do that on stage as well. Usually I just paint on my own after the games, but now I had to do it on stage as well, so it's fine.
I'm glad we can do this together and with everyone else watching. Now, Marek, what is your favorite Hwei spell?
My favorite Hwei spell is the QW. I think about it all the time, and I love to paint it as well.
Could you please paint it for us? And don't worry, the canvas, you can start. The canvas is your Summoner's Rift, however you imagine it. There are no mistakes here, Marek, only happy little accidents.
I'm gonna start with the blue circle, because we are, of course, using the skin. And that's pretty much it. I'm not gonna lie, there's not much more to it than the circle, but yeah.
Marek.
So, of course, you have to, for the new painters out there, if you want to mix some colors, you can do it like this, okay, with the green, to create a new shade, which you can then use. It comes from the sky like this, before it deals damage. So
ruined, 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 ruined.
There's also, let's add some red into it. There's also like some stuff like this around it.
Hold on. You did change the color of your brush, but I think, did you forget to beat the devil out of it?
What?
It's okay, just happy little accidents, it happens. Would you consider you not building a support item also a happy little accident, Marek?
It is a happy little accident, of course. There is no mistakes in games. I have never made a mistake. Just, yeah.
Again, you can keep painting. This is your Summoner's Rift. No one's gonna tell you where to ult, how to ult, if you missed your ult, if you played well, if you didn't. It's how you imagined it always. That is great. Can you please explain to us which spell you painted again?
This is the QW, the AoE long range, yeah.
And what does it do for our new viewers?
So it does a lot of damage on a long range, and does even more damage if you execute with it. Yeah, if they are low health, yeah.
Ah, perfect. And could you please paint something else for me, please, Marek? I'm gonna guide you through this. It's going to be 6 letters, okay? And you're gonna start from left all the way to the right. This is our world. This is our Summoner's Rift, and we get to do whatever we want with it. Start by painting a K. K. Then add an I next to it. Then an A next to it. Now, if you would like, in our world, we could change line and go underneath. A P. An O. And a G. A happy, circular, squishy G. Marek, congratulations. You are the Kia player of the game for this game. Would you like to say anything about that or your masterpiece?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way, you know.
thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for this fantastic painting. We hope to see you again in our next segment, which is going to be the pre-match of Matt Coy versus Rogue. Stay tuned, friends.
No, but honestly, thank you so much, Trouble, and Marek. Thank you, of course. That was amazing. We honestly, guys, we've been cooking this for 2 weeks now. We were just waiting for the first way, and I'm really happy that Marek picked it. It's been an artsy week for him, playing the guitar, having people sing songs for him, doing whatever he did here. He's an amazing artist. I'm not going to flame him, of course. But I'm happy we saw the first way in the LEC, though. Hopefully we can see this champion later on. But let's focus on what we have next here. Rogue versus Mad Lions Koi. It's not a pretty picture for Rogue, Chimbi.
Yeah, it's not the Rogue that we remembered, right?
Yeah.
From the 2022. And yeah, it is not nice to see, right? Even though they have games when it feels like they're doing quite well and they're getting the advantages from some lanes, it just feels like everything falls apart later in the game.
Yeah, and I think even at times there's just no advantages whatsoever. It's just a team that doesn't really move together in a fluid motion on the Rift either. There's so many times where I've either seen them go for and play on the bot side, and then they could call off the plate, and then Larsen would get free plates in mid lane, but instead both things happens at the same time. Overextension bot side, Larsen left by himself, and while he does get something, then it's like there's not the same fluidity in terms of how the plays are functioning for Rogue that there is on some of the other teams. And yeah, the mid game has also just been a bit disjointed too.
And you know some of these players, Trimby, so what is the main difference? What strikes your eye when you look at the way they play now? Is it an issue with leadership, with knowing what the identity of the team should be like? Because these mid-game mistakes should not happen, especially when you know the caliber of players playing here.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to back right in 2022, right now it's pretty much Comp and Larsen that are still there. So looking at that, those are the two voices that you would like to look at. Like those are the voices that try to do stuff in the game, but as well with the new additions, right? That they additions that they have this year, they have to find their style, you know, their way of doing things, and it takes quite a bit of time, sadly, right? That's why maybe it doesn't look as good as we would like. But as we can see in so many of those clips, it feels like they're just getting caught off guard. Like, and it's not a specific player. That's the issue here. I feel like it's more as a team-oriented problem where it just doesn't feel like there's that clear of a direction, even though they have a goal that they want to go for. It doesn't feel like it's all already like structured, and they have like full reasoning and idea how to make and get this through, and then later do stuff.
I mean, yeah, that's what you're saying, like a lack of identity, a lack of leadership as well, which I would like to see coming from the more veteran players here in the lineup. And it's a completely different situation on the side of Mad Lions Koi, Goldberg.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of aggression in the early game. They are willing to send it, and it definitely...
We don't say send it anymore. 2024, I'm going to stop you right there.
Why do I sound way older than I am as well when I do something like that? That's horrible. I think Mad Lions Koi is super exciting to watch because they are going ham from the get-go. I think the problem that they have then is sometimes, well, they'll have a game like they had yesterday where they just kept running and down in bot side. They kept trying to overforce a play, and you can still tell that they're also inexperienced in this regard. I think they have the advantage, though, that it's better to be a team that's too aggressive and then learning how to fall back than a team that doesn't do anything and then trying to learn the steps there. So I think on the side of Mad Lions Koi, it's really just taking it more chill and to kind of explore different paths of avenues of what you can play for in the team. Because for now, a lot of it looks like Mervin is isolated, Elioya can be played for, and Super can be played for. And while that works at times, it doesn't always have their set plays again and again and again. So it's like it's a bit all over the place sometimes.
All over the place, but also it shows that they can try things, and this is what you see in draft as well. When I feel like Rogue on one side is going to play more of the meta champs that they can't seem to make work, Mad Lions can take more risks. When it comes to the draft today and how you think both teams are going to play into each other, what can you expect, Trimby, on the side of Koi, especially, knowing that basically Mad Lions can throw anything at them?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to how I remembered it, at least, Rogue was always a team that liked to pick those early aggression champs, and they would like to play the laning phases because that's where the most benefits would come from. But looking this year, it feels like they have been struggling, while on the other side, the Koi is doing exactly what they would like to do, which is they're actually getting those advantages in laning phases, and then they try to make use of it on the map from the early stages, like going for invades, right? That we saw multiple times from them, as well as just the team fight that they just make it quite structured, and they didn't have the best team fights, right? But against a team like Rogue, I'm not sure if it will be, if it will even matter, honestly.
Two really different teams stylistically here that we have jumping on the Rift. So let's send it over to the casters for the game 3 of the LEC.
Thank you very much, Lore and the desk. I like Trimby's last little bit there. He's like, look, there's all this stuff about the early game, but I don't know if it's going to really matter. And it's a fair question because we have two teams on complete opposite sides of the aggression spectrum. MDK, they're going bot at level 3 every single game. We know it. They know it. Everyone in the world knows it. And Rogue on the opposite side have struggled to go anywhere in the early game, sadly. And I want to see that change this week. And it absolutely has to in this game if they want to make a run for the top 8, for the playoffs. They are lagging a bit behind. We'll see if they can turn it around today as our players take to the stage.
Yeah, I think the big question mark is, even though you know exactly where Madeline's Koi are going to go, it's, how are they going to do it? Are they actually going to gank bot? Are they just going to invade and play for Elyoya like this? There's at least 2 options here, and that's what's throwing people through a loop, But I do think Madeline's Koi have had a good start to a lot of their early games. It's just about trying to keep that snowball running when it gets to that mid-game point.
Yeah, it definitely can be a little bit tricky, and we've also seen that if you shut them down in the early game, they certainly do struggle to recover. Against the G2 game, it was a matter of they built early leads and they weren't able to close it out quite as cleanly. And against BDS, it just feels like they never really got to get off the ground. A lot of their early plays disrupted, partially due to some really heads-up pathing from Shio. So see if Marku can do something similar to limit Elyoya's impact in the early game. But also, to be honest, really curious about some of these individual lane matchups. While Mad as a whole don't really have the best win record as of right now, a lot of their lane phases, a lot of their individual performances still have these huge highlight standout moments, specifically around topside. We're one guy who's solo killing left and right, finding these big advantages. So even if they're not finding wins, I still want to see how impactful they can be in this laning phase, as unsurprisingly, double support item champions will be taken off the board.
I'm just surprised that they decided to ban both of those champions, right? It's like both Senna and Seraphine gone, because that's kind of the one that we've been seeing creeping up.
And Rob, we talked about this. I really think that you only have to ban the Senna here. She's really the only one of these champions that scales super well, that sets us up for success. It's Senna plus X in my mind. Every other pairing is pretty lackluster. That said, don't know what scrim pool they were in. Perhaps they saw some deeper cooking, another level of degeneracy around double support items that we're as of yet unaware of. The rest of the bans, though, will be pretty stock standard.
Yeah, it does mean that things like Nocturne will be left up and available. You've got the Varus is still open. I mean, Renata was even rising up in priority across over in things like LCK and LPL, and even being first picked today in LPL. So I definitely think there are options still available. I don't think that's a miss. Oh, there it is. The Varus is going to be banned away. So Nocturne, interesting. I would feel like would work here for Elyoya, but well, I guess we'll never know.
Find out shortly. Keep you updated. Presumably getting draft back on your screen shortly.
This is a bit of a bop. This song.
Yeah, like we got that funk angle, with the PH and the O.
At the end. Okay.
Well, it's like normal funk, right, is FU, and then you got the PH. I mean, all right. Now I feel old. Explaining that made me feel old. Aphelios might have been locked in. We're keeping you on the edge of your seat. Oh, was it? Yes. Yes, it was. Locked in now for Supa. Makes sense. Again, pentakill. Pretty flashy. Looked pretty good. Opposite side is going to be the Milio and the Vi. So relatively straightforward champion, reliable, engage, and for Rogue, a team that again has been struggling to find those opportunities or feel confident in those opportunities. I like a champion that is a little bit more linear.
Yeah, I feel like the Milio is also just to try and steal away from the Aphelios Milio combo, which can be so incredibly strong. But I'm curious what the game plan. Well, the answer is going to be Blitzcrank, but also, I mean, what do you go for here as Larson or comp? Do you go for something like an Ashe for comp, still having a lot of control on that bot side and being able to outrange the Aphelios, maybe a little bit more of a disaster with the Blitzcrank involved, but do you just want to go towards an Azir for Larson, which has been his most played? I still think an incredibly strong champion, and especially for Scout, probably going to go for something like the Nico here. I think it could be worth just trying to go for the Azir, but no, actually going to go towards the Akali instead, maybe opting into the Azir matchup if Larson's going to go for it.
Interesting. Again, very explosive pick, obviously strong on the patch, even after the hotfix adjustments to some of the more impressive parts of it. I'm curious to see where this is going to go. It's a very aggressive composition. Aphelios, the first pick, said late game, said a bit of scaling. The other picks say, let's go in. Let's go hard. And there it is. Oh, folks.
Your favorite champion.
My favorite champion. Where is it going? Is it going mid lane? Is it going bot lane? Can it win a game at all? Still a question that we have answered 6 times already. The answer so far has been no.
Also, it's a champion that revolves around playing heavily for it in the early stages, getting and opting into a lot of aggressive plays in the mid game. Not exactly things Rogues have been renowned for over the course of this split so far. So definitely going to be a very big change of pace, even with the Vi included in that as well. Like, this is, hey, we are going to try and match that aggression in bot lane. Now, good work against Super and Alvaro, but definitely going to be a different pace for Rogue if they want to succeed with this combo.
Certainly. That is one way to kind of force the team to play aggressive, though, is just give them champions where it says, hey, do it in the first 20 minutes or lose the game very horribly and miserably. So, a little bit of a gamble, I think, from Rogue based on what we've seen so far on stage, but perhaps they had a bit of a meeting yesterday, figured it out, focused up, and they feel like this is the strategy that'll allow them to play a bit more aggressive on stage. The Azir taken away. Seems like they're pretty confident that Lucian is going into the bottom lane. Makes sense when you have the Milio. Obviously a very oppressive combination. Rel and Nocturne taken off the board, just limiting some of Elyoya's options here.
Yeah, I'm curious what Elyoya is going to end up going for then in the end. He's kind of tending more towards the fighters, like the Xin Zhao, we've seen the Viego. Maybe he just wants to fall back towards the Sejuani or even the Maokai, which I think is starting to rise up a little bit in priority. But it does mean that you're, which I don't think is the worst, because you are trying to play for a lot of these late game team fights with something like an Aphelios, but I think having something that can match somewhat the early aggression from a Vi could work out. But I don't really think you have a huge amount of options left, and I don't think Viego really fits with the composition they're going for.
All right, potential for an AD mid Lucian if they do lock in the Lilia here. Again, not confirmed to mid yet, but you would want some AD solo laners, but it's going to be an AP jungle option. LeBlanc, hit on the hotfix.
Still played today in LPL though. Night out a fantastic game on it, so definitely not out of the woodwork. That's not what I was expecting though. Okay.
This is such a throwback to Comfort. Larson used to be, a big TF player, not something we've seen from him in quite some time, but obviously a champion where, hey, if you want to snowball that Lucian, showing up with a point and click stun in his lane is a damn good way to do it, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, he's also, with Storm Surge and that, I've even seen a couple of clips from like Solo Q where he gets very fed, he pops off and just one-shots people. I don't think we'll get to that stage, but definitely a champion that can dish out damage with some of the new items, so gonna have to be careful. It is actually gonna be the Viego as well for Elyoya on the opposite side. I don't think it's the best of ideas because you're kind of now setting yourself up for Mirren needing to probably opt into some sort of tank or
you
maybe
don't really
some sort of engage.
A lot of ways to start fights. Your only CC setup is Aphelios Purple Gun, Viego Stun, which is pretty fake after the early stages of the game, and a Blitzcrank hook. Of course, in terms of tanky options, Cassante is there, but definitely not the traditional engage option that you often look for on the top side of the map. And now Rogue can decide on their final champion. Do they want something a bit more stable? Do they want something a bit more explosive? Will it be another Udyr?
Oh? This would actually be a bit spicy if we went for the Trundle, but I think you've got options. I was going to say, I prefer something that's a bit more fighter-orientated, and Aatrox works perfect there, because I think you've already got good engage and pick combo. Something that can now get the push on top side means you've got good push on bot, good push on top. Will have some control over mid, although it gets a bit scary around level 6 for the Twisted Fate. But honestly, I think you've got a very strong mid-game focused composition for Rogue. They just need to try and get that ball rolling early, and they should be in a good spot.
Yep. And of course, for Larson on this Twisted Fate, 9-3 in LEC. Last played it in Winter last year. So see if he's ready, if he's ship shape, if he's ready to go. I will say for the side of Mad Lions Koi, having very little CC against Emilio, who has the built-in cleanse, is going to make this one tricky. Now, we know they're a scrappy team. I would not be surprised if they get off to an early lead, or early start. But they definitely need to keep it going. They need to clean up that mid game and bring it home quickly, because as we get later in the game, this one's going to be hard to play from even footing.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Rogue want to try and get the ball rolling in their favor early with Larson, and then kind of just turn it into a see champion, kill champion kind of game. It's, hey, Vi can go in, Twisted Fate can go in, you're looking for people who are separated, and a huge amount of that will be, can we get control in the early stages to get towers, start to push vision in onto the enemy jungle so you can actually look for those picks as this 2-3 man unit. But we'll have to see if this is going to be the case, because if you mess up, it's a lot of damage that can be brought back to the other side.
Certainly is. Here we go. Game 3, day 3. Rogue, can they bring it back? Mad Lions Koi. Can they cinch top 8, or at least get one step closer? They're not quite there yet. And of course, Rob, we talked about it already. This matchup feels a little personal. It's like staring down your ex on the opposite side. Rogue, they used to be Koi. Mad Lions, they used to be just Mad Lions. Now they're Mad Lions Koi. And that's gotta hurt. You know, it's gotta sting. I bet Larson liked being Koi. But now...
And I'm sure he liked being a young, new hotshot on the Rift as well, but now that goes across the Mad Lions Koi.
It's tough. It's tough out here. See your man with someone else, you know? How are you gonna fight back? How are you gonna step up? You know it feels a little personal.
You bring out the champion that shoves gold in their face and says, hey, I've got a ton of money. Apparently that's the answer for Larson.
Ball out, buddy. There it is. A little quiet level 1 here. Pretty chill, all things considered. You know, whenever you see a Blitzcrank in a game, maybe it's just the solo queue trauma speaking, but I always just get nervous. I'm ready for a crazy level 1. Don't know what it's going to look like, but I'm ready for it.
It's kind of like this weird meta trend where it's like, now because everyone expects it, you don't do anything. But then it's got to like flip onto the opposite side where it's like, oh no, everyone's got, you know, aren't pushing anything too heavily for this, so we'll go for all the invades again.
Yeah, it's like listening to a professional poker player explain why they decided to stay or fold or blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, okay, last time they did this, but I know that we know. And we know that Marcoon has started red, so it looks like he will be pathing down to the bottom side. Again, no real CC setup in that lane, but there's an Ignite available for comp. So an aggressive bot lane setup here.
I mean, it makes sense. Emilio's going to take the heal 9 times out of 10 because you don't really get much value out of the cleanse. You're already hooked in if that's the case. Ghost don't really need either because you get the speed ups off your W and you kind of want to be hitting with your ults anyway. So the Ignite just gives you a little bit more threat in lane. And if the kill is going to come, it's significantly better than it going to Zoelise. But I don't think we'll have too much in the early stages. Mostly it's going to be a case of trying to crash this bottom wave to reset it. Just as Marcoon is going to clear out his top side and make his way down to this bottom lane. So kind of looking for that third wave crash and making sure that you're not getting hooked underneath the tower by Alvaro.
Yeah. And of course, reminder that TF has been, as long as the call has been reworked, a pretty solid answer into the pick. Can be difficult to disrupt her completely, but you can ult to reveal her in her shroud, which takes away so much of her skirmish potential in a lot of those mid-game fights. And as you get later into the game with a rapid fire cannon gold card, it's pretty impossible for any assassin to play against Twisted Fate if he's not isolated and alone.
Yeah. There's also a lot of people just going for things like the Rod of Ages on him as well to get a little bit more tankiness, so just it's harder to get the one shot, but we've kind of seen just how scary Akali is on the current patch. She does a heck of a lot of damage, so especially as you start to move in towards like side lanes where you want this Twisted Fate to be able to push, you have to be so careful of making sure that you're warding out, spotting the Akali, and not just giving her a free kill and shutting down any sort of play the Rogue want to try and operate off of.
Yep. But you can see Frescawi, early push in the mid lane, Elyoya coming in to back up. He's already a camp ahead. Marcoon just now going to clear and tick over to level 4, just in time to spot Elyoya crucially. Stun going to go in. Alvaro on the way. Keep your eyes on that Blitzcrank hook. Where is he going to go? The knockup now comes through. Flawless CC layering. And what we say? They go bot. They go bot every game, but they make it work.
I don't think Marcoon was looking at his champion because he walked directly past Elyoya and kept walking into River, and then it was kind of a little bit of a late turnaround. So I think Marcoon trying to spot out what exactly was happening on that bottom side of the map, and it ends up costing him in the end. He doesn't get away.
That's a pretty big gold lead.
Yeah.
Not only are you going to grab first blood, you already got the crab. You can now reset, buy your items, go back to the crab on top side. It's going to start to feel like a bit of a diffy in the jiffy here shortly as Elyoya gets further and further ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you expect from Mad Lions Koi, though. This is kind of, as you say, it's been the go-to. Go invade on bot side, get yourself set up, and then you got a Viego who has a kill in their favor. Bot lane going to be pushing out well. We'll actually be able to contest this. No, Marcoon going to smite it away, but I think the main thing is trying to keep Marcoon now on this top side, and it makes it very difficult for Zoelise and Comp to try and play aggressive on this Lucian pick, and opens up for Alvaro to try and go for these plays.
Step up. Ignite now going down. Hook is going to go in and connect. Cozy Campfire mitigates some of that damage, but it's priority on the bottom side for MDK. That's big.
They're just going to go for the reset at the moment. They were a reset down, so Comp coming back and Zoelise coming back in. Well, Zoelise hasn't reset, but Comp coming back into lane and immediately taking half his health bar is not exactly where you want to start this one off. So Sup and Alvaro now going to be able to go back, pick up their own items, move back in. And again, you're looking to see can Elyoya now start to, as this big wave has just crashed, catch the bounce back and try and look for a play on this bottom side.
Yep. And an early boots two back going to feel very impactful in a lane against Lucian. Lucian only double longsword, not able to finish the lethality, the serrated dirt. Really going to cost him for some of those trades is...
I'm not really sure why we're seeing a Blitz and Aphelios up in this top side at the moment. I mean, look, I can get trying to get these early Void Grubs to try and take them away from Larson, and Chigendu want to try and play a little bit for side lanes, but feels like a bit of overkill to now start giving that opportunity to I was going to say for Lucian to start hitting onto the bot lane turret, but it looks like he doesn't want to try and take the place there instead. He's just going to match the rotation. But if I'm Supa, I just push this wave in. I was going to say push a little bit faster, and then you can just reset down to the bottom lane and look for Dragon off of the quicker crash.
Alvaro has the setup already. Now Comp's going to be in trouble. Immediate stun now coming through. Cozy Campfire, a little bit of warm hugs. But the wave now getting stacked here. Supa setting this up nicely. Second wave now coming in. Are they going to go for the dive here, or just be happy with a little bit of a positive trade?
Yeah, I think you just rotate back and you just look for Dragon, which means you get Void Grubs and Dragon. I think matching here from Rogue was a bit of a mistake because you can see now reset comes through for Supa. They're going to try and push out bot lane. I imagine Crash from Irwin's going to come into the bot side. He sets back as well. And now the rest of Mad Lion's Koi just moved down towards the Dragon. So I really don't understand why Rogue tried to match instead of just taking plates in the bot side for themselves.
I mean, it's tough when you pick the Lucian lane, right? You really want to be able to win out in that 2v2. Is Merwin now getting aggressive? Frescowy debating if he even needs to step in here. Ult for ult trade, already pretty positive. Alvaro on the bottom side, ready to throw out the hook if he needs to, but for Elyoya, knows that he has the safety now to approach the pit, take this Dragon. Marcoon on the top side, doesn't look like he has been spotted, but still knows that the bot lane is there to support him. They have a man advantage, so they will grab both objectives, crucially.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the comp is basically just chasing Mad Lion's Koi around the map, so Supa isn't really being punished in the lane because he's managed to, well, pick up top lane farm completely free. Now he's going to move boss, pick up this wave as well, get to crash it before Comp and Zone Elise can actually threaten him on the wave. He'll even get a plate for himself, whereas when you look at Comp, he hasn't. So you can see the 200 gold lead being picked up there for Supa. The downside is it is Merwin who's kind of lost out a little bit because he has to lose a wave on that top side as it crashes, but for K'Sante to lose a wave, it's fine. If Supa's just getting time to farm and you're getting both objectives, like Mad Lion's Koi are winning heavily on that trade.
And again, we highlighted Lucian, sometimes an early game terror, very often a mid game terror. 1 items, 2 items can start to take over a game. Hook not going to connect there. Alvaro just fishing, anticipating a bit of a sidestep. Bad guns from Supa here means that if Comp wanted to try and get aggressive, this would be an okay window of opportunity, but the level discrepancy right now between carries makes it tricky. Elyoya waiting, ulti up and available.
Kali's on the way as well. You got Bai, Marcoon, and jungle. They want to try and make this quick.
Elyoya debating. If he stays here any longer, he's going to have to pay rent. Knockup now coming in. Follow-up CC is there. That's going to be 1 dead support. Immediate follow from Supa is clean. White Gun's coming in. Chakram shredding Comp. Marcoon there just to witness his support die.
And especially with Frescowy being able to move down. It's just an easy pickup for Mad Lion's Koi. Larson will get the crash in mid, but wasn't able to follow with the ultimate. Didn't feel comfortable moving down, so quick pick for Mad Lion's Koi, and even against the Twisted Fate, they're still coming out on top of those side lanes.
It's looking very good.
Yeah.
300 gold in the jungle, despite Elyoya spending so much time there on the bottom side. You can see the experience is relatively close, but has now gotten his bottom lane ahead. And this is going to be tricky for the side of Rogue to find a way to fight their way back into this one, because again, they're pretty reliant on that upfront CC from Larson or Marcoon, and they just have not been able to participate in the game yet.
Yeah, I think you need to get this wave crashes, Larson, reset, get your mana back, and then as you come back into mid lane, try and bring Marcoon into mid lane, so then you can get the wave shoved in against Frescowy, and then start to lean into this bottom side. You can see bot lane should be able to push in the wave, crash it, and then try and set up for a play here off the bounce back. So I think this is where in about a minute and a half minute's time even, we'll see the play from Larson at the bottom side, but they need to make this happen early or it's just going to be an absolute disaster.
Good news is Larson backs, buys the Roa. Will have much more mana to just kind of infinitely push this wave as he gets a few more levels under his belt. About to tick over to 9, so max rank and the wild cards presumably. Maybe can start to fight back as again the ulti coming in here looking to punish on the Blitzcrank. Alvaro surely just going to get knocked down here, overextending a little bit, disrespecting the potential of the Destiny there.
Disrespect big time. The fact that you're that far into the jungle and you get spotted where Mad Lion's Koi aren't really in a position to follow. Now it's going to be Rogue starting this up, but you can see where their bot lane is. Rogue are all stacked on this top end, and Mad Lion's Koi have to be careful.
So Elise once again just going to get burned down. Didn't have the vision necessary and will finally drop. Maybe going to get the reset coming in from Elyoya, but he's already been knocked down. Frescowy in the Shroud. There's no ability to knock him out. Larson with the gold card. Supa now immediately going to cleanse. Merwin going to keep him going forward. The turret locking down Chigenda, doing so much damage. The K'Sante in the back line. Supa coming in just in time with the gun swap. The blue ulti to bring it back. The hook from downtown. Just a punch to the face of Larson. And they're going to get 5 on the buff.
Rogue spent so long hitting nothing that Mad Lions Koi were just consistently able to get their DPS off. And look at Super now. 4-0-1. He's going to be able to push in this top wave, more than likely get another play for himself as well off the back of this. Mad Lions Koi come out big on that play.
Super Aphelios, man. Got me feeling some kind of way. Look at this play again. Zolis caught out at the start.
But this is where I'm like, okay, Zolis has tanked essentially everything. He should definitely be going down, but the rest of the team can follow. But when you look here, as they go in, so Marcoon manages to pick off Alyoya. The damage from Comp isn't really hitting onto Frescowy there. Oh, actually going to come back to life.
Done.
Yeah.
A little rage in the cage here on the top side of the map. Marcoon got no business stepping up. Larson has a gold card, but he's not going to get a chance to throw it. Root coming down onto Marcoon, and he gets dropped just like that. Supa 5-0-1. We are 11 minutes into the game. He is unstoppable. Zolis, you're going to get a nice kick back here, but they're just taking their time on the tower. Knock him now going to come through. Alvaro tanking. Zolis going to back away. Root can get followed up there by Supa, but he'll opt not to. Larson is a bit of a threat here. Have to be careful.
Super doesn't have the best of guns as well. Wants to try and get rid of this red gun so he can access to Burnham and also having the Gravitum so he can look for a lot of that CC. He seems spamming the Q on the wave to try and get through it, but I don't think they'd be able to follow through. Vi coming up in the area as well. They're just going to back away and try and, well, I was looking at Frescowy there, thinking of moving down to this bottom side with Shigenda overextended, but I think at the moment Mad Lions Core just happy to get more gold onto Supa. He's just backed up to picking up 3 kills now in the last few minutes.
And this is going to be tough to play out a lot of these fights. He is an Aphelios without a traditional enchanter, without a control mage to protect him. So there is a world where you get a Vi ult in, Larson comes in with a gold card, and there's just 0 counterplay. Yes, Supa has cleanse, but it's not always going to be available. So it's not impossible for Rogue to navigate this, but certainly the lane matchups and a lot of these skirmishes are going to be tough if they can't start it off with a pick.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be like, hey, can Mirwin try and keep the follow-up off of Supa? Because say you end up with a gold card onto him, he has cleanse, should be able to step away. I think it's more so if a Vi comes in and then you get Comp who's able to get some damage on top of him, or even an Aatrox coming in over the wings. But if you can try and play keep away with Blitz being able to peel, with hooking people off of him, or Mirwin being able to use a W to keep people away, or even his ultimate, that's where Supa will be able to thrive. But as long as you're not by yourself, which Supa has not been all game long, I think it'll be all right.
And you can see there when we look at the damage dealt over the course of the entire game, Supa really doing a lot of work in these fights. Shigenda on the opposite side as well, doing some good damage, but he is laning against the Cassante. That's going to be the ulti, but no immediate follow-up there. Zoli's coming in with just enough healing to deny some of these picks.
Just going to keep putting pressure on this bottom side. Pushing mid means that now Frescowy's free to roam as well, so Alvaro being a little bit more brave. Pushes Marcoon away, which only isolates his bot lane even more.
Guard for Marcoon. Super good guns if they do want to force the dive here. Dragon already down, so there's not really a whole lot to play for, and they don't want to fully commit for the dive, so they're just going to assign Frescowy to bottom lane, put Supa back up into the mid lane to catch that wave, and reset. Take an opportunity to buy a few more items. It is Kraken Slayer are already available for 2. Merwin, unsurprisingly, getting the worst end of a lot of these trades. Always going to be tough against the Aatrox once he has a bit of additional healing.
I think Mirren's fairly all right with it, though, because when you look at the rest of the map, it's just so heavily in favor of Mad Lions Koi.
Like, credit to Shigenda.
Yeah.
37 CS lead. He's doing everything he can, but now there's a TP top side, and I don't know how much longer he's going to have that lead. Merwin now getting aggressive. Frescowy now following up. The one strong point for Rogue starting to fall apart, but he's still healing. He's still standing strong. Q3 comes through, and he gets taken down. Clean play from the solo lanes of Mad Lions Koi.
And now Rift Herald is there, so they could just go for the TP play to the top side to make sure they're able to get presence on towards this Rift Herald. Still not certain. I'm going to go for, maybe they're looking for another pick right before, make sure they can get this wave in mid pushed out a little bit before they go for it, but it's still a great timing window for them to make that play. As I'm kind of surprised to see Alvaro back though. I thought they'd try and make something, but with TP available on
Ulti now
Shigenda
coming in.
Oh,
I don't know if this is it. Larson now flashing out to safety. He doesn't hit anybody, but now that's the ulti going in. He's been marked up. Green gun coming in, not quite going to finish the job. Okay. 80% of comp in Larson's health bar. But they will make it out. They will lose some flashes. That was not a good trade. And now the top lane tower is going to drop as well. That is crushing for Rogue. Finally finding the confidence to make that move, and it was just not the correct one.
yeah, I'm not entirely certain what the game plan was there from Rogue, to be honest. They saw the Blitzcrank was right beside them. They knew the Frescowy was in the top lane, so maybe they thought they'd just make a pick, but yeah, we kind of said that they had to get ahead in the early stages, and the wheels had come off the truck long ago for Rogue. This is not looking pretty.
Yeah. And there was a world where if the Lucian didn't get, if the Lucian got a little bit ahead, things get so much easier to just point and click these champions down. You highlighted it in draft, see hero, kill hero. That is the power of Vi and TF on paper. In reality, they've been the ones getting, knocked out on sight. 0-3-2 for Marcoon, 0-1-2 for Larson. Only 2 kills total. Yeah, they have 100% KP, but not a lot getting done. Merwin now the center of attention here. Don't quite think that they have the damage. Have to be careful about stepping too far forward. He does not have ultimate. Q3 up and available. Marcoon, nice sidestep on that one. So he's still going to hit the hook. Ultra Mega Fire Kick, not nearly enough. Still marked by the E2 from Akali. Is now finally going to go in. Frescowi now following up. Reset coming in. Elyoya ready with some warm hugs for the remaining teammates.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say bring in more members, because that tower is not going to survive. This is going to be a 4 versus 5.
Oh my god, it's a rage in the cage on the bottom side. Tower already down. Hook's now going in. Shigenda, maybe you can try to keep your eyes on that Aatrox. He could be big with the Q3. Massive damage. The follow-up not quite there, though. Frescowi now going to be in trouble. Comp has done nothing yet in the fight, but needs to unleash a bit more damage. But Aphelios is on the way out, baby. He's the getaway driver. Making it work. Supa standing. Gold card coming in from Larson. The opportunity to turn. He has the cleanse. How flawless will he be? Instantly now coming out the root. Marcoon overstepping, not respecting the turn coming in. Possession there. Elyoya as Aatrox looking to fire back. That was a messy fight.
This is the moment in the Benny Hill music where it actually you swap who's running after the other person and it just goes completely disastrously. It looked good for Rogue, but they try to overextend. Now Alvaro's here and Larson doesn't realize it.
Larson has the gold card. Comp here to follow up. Can't do a lot of damage if he's empowered by Milio, but this was bizarre.
Yeah, I saw the so the Rave Tower goes to the charge, right? Which I don't mind. The hook goes wide, and then as this starts to go through, I suppose just a lot invested as this kicks off. I mean, Shigenda doing work in this fight as well, but you can already see Supa, he's pieced out. The second Mad Lions Koi called for that, so Frescowi ends up being the one to pay for it, catching the ultimate of Vi. But as they start to go forward, Marcoon not connecting onto Elyoya to get the CC that they need. And then the immediate cleanse here from Supa. And again, Marcoon just being shy on his damage. But then you're able to turn this around so effectively. Marcoon knows he's got the tower for safety, can't chase him down. And the massive amount of damage that Inferno can provide is just working so heavily in Mad Lion's favor.
And a lot of hiccups on both sides. Comp able to get down a full culling, but then did not auto-attack a single champion after that. Accidentally autoed the creeps. Frescowi does go down, who was his target, so it doesn't hurt too bad, but you don't get too many more oopsies in a game like this. It's a 4K gold deficit. It's 3 Drakes for Mad Lions Koi. They're fighting, they're scrapping at every opportunity, but they are set up now to get the soul, and Rogue, I don't know if they're going to have enough in the tank to fight when it comes time.
I think the thing is Mad Lions Koi are playing super well against playing around that twisted face, so they can't look for picks. They're constantly just dropping one lane, which is wherever Shigenda is sitting, and then just using Merwin on him by himself in that one lane and mid lane, so the rest of 4 members can always group in that bot side. And if you ever try to overcommit in the bot lane, Merwin's able to roam. Yes, you'll lose some Terran, some CS in the top end, but again, Merwin just needs to play tank in the front line for Supa. So as long as you're trading effectively on the map, you're still going to be in a great spot when you look towards these next Dragon objectives or team fights. And that's where you just don't have the power anymore as Rogue to really contest them.
Yeah, it's really tricky. Really want to be playing for picks, really want to be bursting out one target, getting your cooldowns back, and then coming into a fight with a man advantage. Has not been an option yet. Shigenda obviously still the strong point for the team, but not strong enough to face check 3 people.
You see the pings on towards mid lane though. They realize that the Aphelios has kind of been left alone, so I think maybe Rogue trying to see if they can find a moment to get in there, but you're looking at Mad Lions Koi just correcting themselves. It's like, okay, cool, we can leave the Akali up on that top side, start to shift over, keep multiple members within touching distance of wherever Larson can reach, and immediately that moment for Rogue is just dissipated and they're back to their pushing waves.
Yeah, and as long as Supa does not have cleanse up and available, playing a bit more conservative, waiting to spot members on the wave, not stepping too far forward in mid lane, not giving avenues for Rogue to find those picks. So some nice discipline coming in from a relatively young squad. Not sure who's calling for this, not sure who's calling for the respect. It was really only one time where, Alvaro didn't expect the initial Destiny to come out from Larson. So that really the only oopsie this entire game.
And I think overall in general, Supa, oh, hang on.
Or when?
That's Mirror Gun.
Q3 now coming out. He's just going to ghost away.
Yeah, a lot of members still here though. They're on a ward. They don't realize that Marcoon was about to step that direction. There's the hook anyway.
Hook in, they're just going to try to burn Marcoon down so they can try and find the setup, but he's still standing for now. Warm hugs, and Marcoon's still alive. The passive, though, not quite enough to come through. Elyoya finding the reset. Can look for the Vault Breaker. Big pick on the enemy jungler. Does open up access to the Baron. Elyoya, very high damage build alongside Supa, who's a bit ahead of schedule with perfect guns to take the objective. They can just look to burn it down, and they are going to do so.
Comp was forced to reset. As Comp tried to go in with the Cully, and he ended up beating the Supa, who ended up turning a bunch of damage onto him. So now, TP coming in from Madeline's Koi. They're already in position. Larson is going down. Has the Unsealed Spellbook, but no Smite for the Twisted Fate.
No,
it's just pop there.
Smite there, all eyes on Larson. Is he going to be able to get over the wall? No, but yes, but he's not going to be able to get the objective. You got to respect the attempt, but it just all goes south. 6K gold deficit for Rogue. Mad Lion's Koi obliterating them in this mid game.
Not quite able to get in on time, and yeah, I think as this game starts to go on, it's just going to be the slow decline of Rogue. You just don't really have the teamfight power anymore. 1 and a bit items there for Comp, whereas you're looking at 2.5 now for Supa. Larson, you're on this Twisted Fate. You've gone for this more tanky build. You just don't have the damage to provide what you need. And Madeline's Core just not giving you that inch to look for the picks that you need with this sort of composition.
And at this stage, compositional identity starts to fall away a lot because the enemy team is just so far ahead. And also you've just got Nephelios who outranges, is going to make this siege so simple. Alvaro just standing or stepping up at all with hook off cooldown means you're going to have to back up, you're going to have to respect, you're going to have to play behind your minion wave, because if someone on your team gets picked, you very likely lose the game. Super good guns for a fight. Good news for Rogue is that he has lost access to the green gun Calibrum for extra range.
What do you do here as Rogue? A hook from Alvaro is going to completely change it. You're staring down the barrel of a 1 in 5 opportunity here. Hook finds a minion. Rogue will manage to push them back. But for a team that wanted to start off significantly better than this coming into week 2, ending another opportunity with 1 in 5 would not be the best. But
certainly not, especially after they managed to beat G2. Alvaro, nice hook! Larson not anticipating. Clean ult coming in from the Aphelios. It's a slaughter on the top side. Aphelios just clean in-house here. Elyoya, you're going to get the reset. Ult right back out to safety. Merwin's still standing. Can just back. Doesn't have access to the TP, crucially, but it doesn't matter. 2 members down on the side of Rogue. Walking forward here would surely be death. Polling now comes out. Alvaro playing with a little bit too much confidence. Perhaps Shigenda now steps forward. Marcoon now going in. Maybe they found one angle. Big shutdown. Marcoon getting cut down. Frescowie doesn't even get an opportunity to throw another shuriken. Supa going to come in and clean that one up. Should just be the end of the game here. 9 seconds on Larson. Perhaps can go for an ult play into the back line to stop this from happening. So they are going to respect Larson's respawn timer.
Dragon's up and available. That's going to be the next port of call. You see here, this is just sick from Alvaro. So already Shigenda tries to tank. Well, they go and pretend they're going for Shigenda. Larson ends up tanking the hook. The knock up and the follow up is beautiful. And then even here, Mirwin getting the knockback as well. Finishes off Zoelise for the double kill on towards Elyoya. And at that stage, it's just so easy to start picking off so many more of these structures. That one goes right for Alvaro, which at least opens up a little bit for Rogue here to get one back for themselves. But I think it's kind of the signature at the end of a very long postcard from your ex, which is not a very pleasant one.
When MDK are all on the same page in these mid-to-late game scenarios, they're a terrifying team to go toe-to-toe against. Their team fighting, their execution so clean, giving a lot of respect to enemy cooldowns, recognizing the power of their own. I think just constant reminder of how impressive it is to see a team that was notorious in Movistar Riders for aggression domestically and in EMEA Masters, transition that so effortlessly in a lot of cases to the LEC stage. A lot of the times you come in, you're an aggressive team in your region in the LEC, or you're an aggressive rookie, and you just get skill checked, and a lot of those options fall away, but that has not been the case for MDK. Supa especially standing out to me in a lot of these games.
I think he's been really, really impressive. I mean, both in understanding how to play team fights, how aggressive to be in team fights, but even when it comes to laning phase, he got caught out once or twice, but overall you can see he has an understanding of when he needs to back away, what's happening on the map, when he's vulnerable, and I think it's the makings of a great AD carry.
Certainly is. At this point though, it's just a montage, it's just a highlight reel. Game was won a few fights ago at this point.
I can't believe he didn't even get a penta. I mean, he called it a highlight reel.
All right, yeah, all right. A little high standards for a rookie already, I can see. He has the right guns every fight, Rob, and it makes me very happy. Merwin, unstoppable. Not too many cooldowns burning there. Maybe they can look to keep this going. Guys, pull back on Marcoon. He's gonna go down. Shigenda, though. Shigenda, the man that you have to watch. His Aatrox could be massive, but he's just gonna back away. Body block there from Elyoya, crucially. Larson now going in, but he's out of mana. Oh, Elyoya's now on the hunt. TF has the blue card, though. He does get a bit of mana back. Backing now from Akali. Frescowie can TP right back in. This surely is the end of the game. Shigenda, the Aatrox, the only strong member on the entire team. Can he turn it back? I think it's too much pressure for one man as the catch-out comes through. Supa spraying him down with the flamethrower, making it look easy. Rob, he wanted another Penta. I'll tell you that much. You can tell. But he's not going to get it. MDK taking the time, but they will kill Larson once more. Just to let you know, it's personal. And that's the glow-up, baby. New Koi beats old Koi.
Yeah, Elyoya said in a Rudy interview earlier today that was released, you know what? We want to send the ball home. And I think that was definitely a performance where he said, I want to send Rogue home, because that was a stomp. Rogue didn't even get a look in. They went for this hyper-aggressive, early game, well, level 6-centric composition, and they just could not get it to work. And as soon as Supa got that early lead, he just refused to let go. All they did was play around him. They did it perfectly.
Yeah, now we're in a position where the bottom of our table is two teams that are in just complete and total free fall. Rogue, again, optimism coming into the week, but weren't able to turn it around. Of course, it is still Mad Lions Koi's day, their victory, and their player of the game. Vote now at LEC on X for your Kia Pog, top Merwin, jungle Elyoya, or bot lane Supa. I'm an Aphelios boy, you know where I'm voting, but there's no wrong choice here. All those players played fantastically.
But I think that's the really cool thing about Mad Lions Koi is how good they are as a team, and to see that working, and now on this LEC stage is absolutely beautiful to see.
Certainly is. Speaking of beautiful, we're going to have a beautiful interview with Supa coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody make a Kit Kat?
Alvaro on the way. Keep your eyes on that Blitzcrank hook. Where is he going to go? The knockup now comes through. Flawless CC layering. Rowan now getting aggressive. Frescowi now following up. The one strong point for Rogue starting to fall apart, but he's still healing. He's still standing strong. Q3 comes through and he gets taken down. Larson with the gold card. Supa now immediately going to cleanse. Merwin going to keep him going forward. The turret locking out Chigana, doing so much damage. The Cassante in the back line. Supa coming in just in time.
Welcome back to the LEC. I'm standing here with the victorious Supa after a pretty convincing victory, I want to say. How does it feel to get the third win on the board?
I'm pretty happy, not gonna lie, because we come from 2 losses that were hard for us because I believe we could get it, but we didn't play well into BDS, we didn't finish good into G2, so it's good to do well the things again.
Before I ask you anything else related to the game or however it is, I want to ask you about the LEC experience. You know, you turned so many heads at EMEA Masters last year, and everyone was like, oh, Supa in LEC, Supa in LEC, this guy's insane, he's Jinx, he's Aphelios, he's hyper carries. But how has it been for you on that transition from the ERLs to the big stage?
I thought it will be harder, not gonna lie, but after the first week of screaming, this come more natural, you are up to playing to better people, you enjoy more, the game become more interesting, so I really love it. And the experience in the studio, I will say, is insane, amazing, because day by day with the fans, 1v1, you see the enemy, you see his face and you say, I want to destroy him.
Is that what you have thought?
Yes.
For who specifically?
Everyone.
Every single AD carry you want to destroy, that's very respectable. Now, for coming down to the studio and having all these fans, of course today, it's a Monday, you know, it's a work day, maybe they couldn't make it, but you have said that there were 30, 40 fans in the studio that were cheering for you guys consecutively for a lot of days. And I asked you if it compares to the Montpellier atmosphere in the EMEA Masters finals last year.
I think we never feel, I mean, this player, maybe Eljoy are different, but the rest, we didn't get the fans cheering for us that much, so it's a beautiful moment when you kill someone, people shouting, you get so motivated. And in Montpellier it's different, but when you hear people shut up in the stadium, it's an amazing moment as well.
So close to that reverse sweep, Supa, but you did make it to the LEC, and that is all that matters, and you're doing amazingly well. Now, can I ask you, who do you think from your team deserves to get Kia Player of the Game?
I think we played good, everyone. I think everyone play as a team, play for the win condition, but if I need to choose someone, I will say Alvaro. I think he did pretty well, he was on point, he was confident, so this comp works a lot through here, and he played really well.
Love that you're crediting your support a lot. Do you think you played well?
Me?
Yeah?
I think I played a good game.
You played so damn well because you are the Kia Player of the Game, Supa. Now, of course, we talked a little bit about your transition from the ERLs to the LEC. You have gotten these 3 wins under your belt, must feel quite confident. How is the pressure when people build you up to be that next AD carry and actually join the league and playing against all the greats?
I mean, I will say the pressure was not that much, at least I feel like this. I think I never feel more pressure than I pressure myself or my coach pressure me, so it's not different, I will say. So when you start knowing how to understand yourself, how to manage that emotion and transform the scare or fear into confidence, you become a really better player.
And is that what you're working on right now?
Yes.
And it shows day by day from your gameplay. Now, I want to ask you one last cheeky question. Who is your #1 competition in the LEC?
I mean, you are talking about team or player?
Player.
I will say Hansama.
Okay.
I think when we play into G2 bot lane in general, I have a lot of fun compared to the rest because I think they're one level ahead of the rest.
Okay, maybe you do hopefully make it into the playoffs then, so you can have your chance to, as you quoted, destroy Hansama next time you play him on the Rift. Supa, thank you very much for joining me for this interview. We're going to go straight onto the telestrator where Gulbok and Trimby are standing by.
Thank you very much, Trouble. Now, G2 has been complimented a lot for their mid-game recently. Not so much for the early game, but the mid-game has been looking stellar. And Trimby, you specifically wanted to take a look at some of their macro plays. So let's try and break it down in this full map view state that we have here. What's the first thing that we need to pay attention to?
Yeah, the first basic thing is the mid wave. That's where Hansama is. You want to play through him. So basically Mickey will be around there so that he doesn't get ganked while pushing the lane. Right? When you go, second thing is the fact that Mickey, when he realizes that Hansama doesn't hit him, he goes instantly to caps so he can push out the wave on top, gives him the ward exactly where, right? It gives him the safety, but he cannot go further. They would like to go, but Lilia's taking camps. And that's where the third point comes. Yike comes up to the top side. He takes one more camp just to be as efficient as possible. And right after, Hansama can push the mid wave, go top side, while Yike also goes there. And Mickey there can fight aggressively. As you can see, they're pushing away the perks, so he cannot contest the wave and they can play on that wave. They're putting Herald right instantly, and at the same time, Broken Blade push out the bot wave. And as you can see, he's already in base, which means that he's ready to TP with all the gold spent that he just acquired from that bot wave, right? So he's he's stronger than Poppy, right? Gold-wise, at least. So they decide that they want to go for the tier 2, right? Perks is chunked, it looks like a perfect angle. And even though Cassandra was going to go mid, when they see TP, they instantly TP back, TP as well. And even though they lost the first kill, right? Like the Caps died, because I would say Brown played quite well. They won the teamfight just because I wouldn't say the setup play, you know, mattered as much when it comes to teamfight, but the fact that they set it up all of this just before that teamfight that didn't go that well, but at the end of the day they won because they were ahead, you know. It just shows how much planning they did beforehand that people wouldn't really see it at first, you know?
It's kind of like setting yourself up for multiple possibilities, because even if the fight didn't break out, well, you still had 4 versus 4 up there, you still had the TP available, and you had the opportunity to push in on that tier 2 as well. Well, we're in a second game now, or second play, rather, in the same game still. And a little bit later into the game, we're still in an open map state here. What's really happening? What are we paying attention to, Trimby?
Yeah, we contested again the mid wave, right? And Mickey starts to get the vision. It's the first one, right? Like the first line of vision, we call it, right? So he has to contest it. Hansama is around. They don't need Lilia. Lilia is just taking camps, right? The jungler needs the gold, so he takes them, right? Then Hansama goes to the mid wave. Mickey goes a little bit too early, which I would say makes sense in this situation, because even though he dies in this specific clip, it doesn't matter because of the gold they acquired from previous plays when it comes to macro in the mid game. So even though, right, he gets caught technically, he gives his team a fight that they just stomp, right? There is nothing enemies can do outside of killing a Nautilus that will give you 300 gold at best, which I wouldn't say is that beneficial when you lose the Nashor and the mid tier 2 tower after that.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Trimby. Let's see if G2 can replicate the same mid game ahead of their match against Vitality. Dacta, Dracos, take it away, please.
I'm 18 years old and I'm from Poland. I think my first account was like around season 4. I decided to go pro 2 years ago when I reached Halo on New West. Right now, there is a lot of new things in League. I'm like very adaptive player, but I prefer the aggressive playstyle. My favorite champions are Viego and right now probably Briar. I want to play against Jankos because he's LEC veteran. And he's also Polish, so I need to prove myself that I want to be the best Polish jungler. And I'm looking forward to face G2 Yike. I used to play against him in New Masters, and he won against me, so I want my revenge.
Will Douglas get his revenge? That is the question on our minds today. I think a bit of a tall task. If you missed it yesterday, Vitality did win their game, but it's been quoted by many as the worst game of the season. I cast it. I thought it was a banger. It was super fun. But I can't lie, Rob. It was a hot mess.
There was some mistakes.
Hey, don't say some. Some is not a general. There were a lot of mistakes. It was a messy, messy game. And ultimately, the dub is what matters when you're racing for top 8, when you're just trying to secure playoffs. But when we talk about, you know, inspiring confidence in this Vitality lineup, that might not have been the game for it.
Exactly. It wasn't exactly the cleanest of closeouts, but I do think, I mean, if you want to try and like cherry pick some moments, I think Video looked decent on the Ahri as well, had some great charms throughout that game. Like, there are definitely takeaways you can go, okay, hey, we've got the mechanics, we've got the plays, it's just about trying to clean up a lot of what goes around it. But I'm excited to see now what they can do here against G2, because it's not like G2 have been, you know, sunshines and rainbows for the entirety of this split. It has been a very messy early game for them across multiple different games, and it's kind of been a case of, can we bring it back in the mid game now? With the way Vitality played, might be a little bit easier, but it still gives you that window of opportunity.
And while we did hear from Goldberg and Trimby kind of highlighting how well G2 played the macro game, I think they were kind of set up for success and in control for the vast majority of that game. When you look back to the MDK game, they actually fell behind early. They were pushed a lot more. And so I want to see what Vitality are actually going to be able to do against G2 early game, because to me, the Team Heretics game yesterday, it felt over very early on. It was just that the way the G2 were playing wasn't explosive. It wasn't building these massive leads that would allow you to close it out quickly. They were just choking them out very systematically.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way G2 have opted into playing, it feels like a lot of the times. Even in games where they're behind, it's a case of, hey, how can we try and play at the map state to help us? Whether it's, hey, you know, Caps is going to push out side lanes for the next 10 minutes as we lose a tower because he'll eventually become very strong in his ear. Or whether we need Yike to try and facilitate that. So Yike will hover behind, say, Broken Blade or Caps were in his side lane to make sure that, oh, they can collect this farm, keep it safe, and not actually fall further behind, but get to a point where they have that break moment. But I think that's where G2 have been strong, but it's left their early game quite vulnerable. And I think in a lot of situations, it's more flubs by their opponents that have given that opportunity to come back rather than this like mystical magic that G2 seem to have.
Yeah, the mystical, they're good, but I don't know if we got the mystical magic quite yet. Also, what POW was that on Broken Blade socks? I don't know.
I don't know what POW was.
Yeah,
no,
that's crazy.
Yeah, we've only got to like level 11 or 12, so maybe it's like a higher level one.
Must be, it's crazy. No idea what that one was. We are moments away, of course, from walkouts, from getting into game, from getting into draft. I think that draft has decided a lot in some of these early games, and walkouts have decided how suave these boys will look. G2 getting a little attention here.
Yike was staring into my soul there.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
I've heard Yike is actually a very intense personality. He's a little shy, he's a little nice in front of the camera, but apparently if you queue up to him against solo queue, you get a very different version.
Okay.
See if we get that version today as coach is coming out, Dylan and Carter, and the camera guys.
We'll try to kill Carter.
The dynamic trio.
As he takes him out.
Yeah. It's like a little lasso, just trying to hook his foot there.
He refused to be held back, though. That's the confidence I need from him. He didn't even stop or stutter.
So, anyway, why I'm saying draft is important is because Team Heretics picked Jhin yesterday with Braum, and it like lost them their bot lane so early, and everything fell apart because G2 had a faster clearing jungler. So I'm hoping that we see a bit more parity here in the draft phase, that no one is caught off guard by any crazy picks, and that if anyone's going to play Lethality Varus, other than Ice in our league, I hope they land their Qs. Please, please, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to add a bit of a rant earlier on about how much I hate Jhin. So I'm just going to hope we don't see Jhin. I don't think we will coming into this. I still think that we're starting to see a little bit of a shift where there's more variety, I think, or at least more people getting attuned to the patch and kind of seeing a lot of these picks. Like we've seen like Sejuani's and Maokai starting to come through, Milio rising up in priority, Renata being strong. And I think people are starting to realize a lot of the answers to the things that have been incredibly strong. When you look like, I don't know, a Rumble, and maybe we can take something like a Nudier into it and that kind of stuff.
Well, Rumble will be taken off the board. Draven as well. Not quite as frequently permabanned against G2 as it has been in the past. G2 have also been avoiding it. They've only played 2 AD carries so far. The split, Varus and Aphelios for Hans. Less explosive, less lane-dominant choices in terms of their draft priority.
Yeah, I mean, it has netted mixed results. I think for a lot of what we saw from G2 in the beginning was hyper-scaling drafts, where we're going towards like Gwens and Jaxes, and we're going to take an Aphelios and hope that we can get to this later game point and team fight or outplay on the map. And then it's kind of becoming a little bit easier for them when they go towards things like the Varus and say, hey, we can actually play around this mid-game a little bit harder. But I do still think for G2, it's about kind of going back to what made them so threatening last year, which was just how dominant they were in the early stages.
Oh, Santa Seraphine. Santa Seraphine, double support item up and available. Brace yourself.
Yeah.
Is it the handshake?
Okay,
it's not the handshake. It's not the handshake, folks. I repeat. We have a double support item situation. Incredibly powerful in the patch, incredibly oppressive. Not unbeatable, but Senna is the crux. Let's see if G2 want to take a Seraphine away. I think it would be a bad choice, but they could try.
Well, don't forget, Karzi's also a Neela player, so it could be a Senna Neela that we could also get in the bottom lane, which would be kind of sick.
Can't see Rob's face right now, but we have a lot of first-hand experience discovering exactly how broken that pairing is. Seraphine, oh man. I'm gonna be honest, I think the entire, either G2 have cooked up something special, or this is a very reactionary Seraphine pick, and they're just trying to do what they can to mitigate the threat of this duo.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what the game plan is. I think if you are going to go and put Gives Us the Caps in the mid lane, you'd need something that's a bit more aggressive in the jungle. Maybe that's why they're eyeing it up now, but could also just be a, hey, we're going to plonk this down into Mickey, because I don't think a Seraphine is the best when it comes to words working with Vi, but I think you just pivot here. I think you go towards the Neela. You take an aggressive jungler as well, or sorry, a teamfight jungler as well for yourself here, because you're kind of stuck now with the Seraphine as G2, and I don't really know where you want to go with it.
Yeah, the nice thing about the Seraphine ult is when Vi charges forward, you obviously get to extend the range, and there's the Senna Neela, Blood Song Neela. Oh, if you have not experienced this yet, dear audience, count yourself among the blessed, because it is powerful. Now, ideally, in the perfect world for Team Vitality, they would see a melee support on the opposite side. That's where Neela really gets to start to take over these lanes, but I don't think it's necessary. This duo is so powerful on the patch, you can basically play it into anything. And Seraphine, not threatening. Just not a threatening champion in the bottom lane. Really,
this is a combo that's happened as well, but there it is.
No!
Okay.
Oh no, we've gone too far! Turn it off! Turn the stream off! Don't show solo queue! Oh,
mate, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen Sona, Taric, and solo queue with this combo as well, so I don't know, it feels like the double supports are taking over, and is gonna be a very long laning phase, not bot lane.
Sona, we got the Sona rework where she can talk. It's coming together for G2 Esports. Okay, folks, I can't lie to you. I can guess how this will work because it'll probably work how it used to work back when it was really OP, and it's really OP again, but we're just gonna have to see exactly what Sona Seraphine is going to do. It won't be damage, but it might be make a lot of money.
I wonder what Caps is going to play in the mid lane, though, because you kind of want an AD mid laner, right? Because you bring a lot of AP damage from the bot lane. So is it something like a Yone angle here for Caps in towards the mid lane to try and have... I think you still want something that's a bit more melee oriented as well, because you want things that can benefit from, you know, the Seraphine ultimate passing through you to then let the Sona follow up. So maybe that's the game plan. And especially when you've already got a relatively short range AD carry with Neela on the opposite side, you have the opportunity to try and look for these big wombo combo ideas.
I also just kind of think you have two enchanters. You probably just want a carry that can deal consistent damage. And Yone is a bit too volatile. Maybe, especially against Neela who can block a lot of that damage. Maybe it's Tristana who has a bit more individual safety, can knock the Neela back. Neela, a champion who goes from feeling so low powered to so incredibly powerful because of how synergistic her scaling is. But the Yone, a great call. I didn't love it, Rob, but they have locked it in. Is it for Broken Blade or is it for Caps, though? That is the question.
I think it's for Caps, because this level 6 is so obnoxious to deal with, so whatever video decides to go for, maybe it actually is just something like an Ahri fallback here, but it means you're quite kind of low damage. You got Senna to supplement, but it just means that point-to-click CC from Vi, set up for a Yone ult over the top, and you just try and burst out whoever's in the mid lane. So I definitely think going into this, you want something with a bit of mobility here for video, but we'll have to see. Maybe something like the Cassiopeia where he thinks he can just throw down the miasma to dissuade any of that engage could be it, but I don't think that's enough.
I also just love this Maokai pick. It's not the flashiest pick in the meta, but it creates so much space, and it's going to make it really difficult for G2 to set up. They don't have a traditional tank to kind of eat that ulti, and Sona and Seraphine really are going to struggle against that one. Corki now coming in as well. A lot of range, a lot of poke. Vitality, to me, have a significantly more stable composition than what we are seeing from the side of G2 Esports right now.
Yeah, I like the Corki because you get that mobility in the mid lane to try and avoid some of this level 6 conundrums that you're going to be put into thanks to G2's comp. But also then you've got, you know, a good amount of poke, you got some range, you got the opportunity to try and split up fights a lot of the time, or with the package as well. But I think the problem is...
Woo!
Wait, okay.
Both right. I said Trist, you said Yone. We got both. Okay. So wanting to fight back against Corki, get a bit more range, maybe out-trade here in the early game. Two people who are going to benefit a lot from having those enchanters on the team, the Yone and the Tristana. Very vulnerable team. Mitigated, of course, by the presence of the Seraphine, by the presence of Sona. They can still absolutely get one shot. But this is going to be something new, Dagda. This is the most exciting game this season, and it hasn't even started yet, just based on draft alone.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, for Vitality, you're missing a lot of consistent damage. I think, like, Corki can bring some, but Neela, I always think of, hey, I'm going to launch myself in, try and get the ultimate, burst people out when I've got my my Shroud on me, and then try and kill people.
Yeah.
Senna can try and deal some consistent damage as well, but it definitely feels like when it comes to, hey, we have survivability with the shields initially from Seraphine, and then the heals coming through from Seraphine and Sona, the opportunity to look for counter engages. I kind of just prefer G2's composition overall. It feels like they've got good go buttons and better absorption of the initial plays coming through from Vitality.
There's also a world where Maokai and Cassante get on top of their targets, Neil is able to follow up, and the game is completely unplayable. We're in a situation where I think if either side heavily snowballs, the other team is instantly out of the game. So I really want to see a game where it's close, where it's dead even. What does this look like when we go into later stages? Because the Corki poke is going to be terrifying, but Caps with a pocket Seraphine and Sona is also a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one to say the least. I mean, if G2 can play through Yike on this Vi, level 6 hits, he becomes a menace. I think you've got some great opportunities to look for plays, and especially on this top side. You just leave Hans and Mickey to their own devices, they'll be fine.
Keep an eye on the level 1s now as we get into game.
30 seconds.
Again, Vitality trailing a little bit behind in terms of game score here. Want to get at least 2 more wins under their belt. 4 isn't the guaranteed point, but is important. Of course, the last Sona support we saw was in LEC Summer 2016 on Yellowstar. Now, I think that in funnel meta, we might have seen a Sona in a different role, but that was a Sona carry. So it's an important distinction there. This is a true support Sona. Kind of. Not really.
Minions have spawned.
I mean, this is just... it just shows how deep down the rabbit hole we've gotten at this stage thanks to double support items.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we're just watching an episode of Chopped, and one guy's like, oh, well, this is the crazy ingredient. He's like, not crazy enough. I'm going to go crazier. You want... What is he? I was trying to think of a crazy ingredient, but the only thing that came to my head was Guinness, but Guinness is in a lot of things. You're also...
I feel targeted here.
I was going to say, I realized very quickly that this... It wasn't an Irish thing, Rob, I promise.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
All right, Broken Way going to start lane with the stacked Q. It's going to feel pretty good. Won't connect on any minions, though, so it does not matter very much. Cassante, in many respects, kind of the third Yasuo brother in terms of how his Q functions, so this will be an interesting lane phase to watch. Early on, keep your eyes on Hillsang and those stacks. The more that Senna gets auto-attack, the more stacks she gets, the faster she scales, and she certainly can outscale. But it is going to be tricky against this duo.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of this is trying to be making sure that Karzi can try and collect the CS to get back and get his Atlas as soon as possible, because you need that support at him soon. Otherwise, Senna just gets to a point where she can't really attack or well, she's not going to be able to attack or harass the enemy because she needs to keep her stack to use on creeps. So you end up in a position where the longer you delay that, the less Hilly's able to actually farm creeps, and he's just going to end up in a position where he's finished his Atlas. Karzi hasn't got the opportunity to stack up his, and he's just getting penalized right, left, and center for every creep he takes.
Yeah, and if you haven't had the pleasure or displeasure of playing against one of these combinations, if it's a Seraphine, she's looking to back around 800 gold. That is enough for the Atlas, as well as a tier, just to really start that stacking. For Neela, you have a little bit more flexibility. Obviously want to get that itemization early. As you can see, Karzi stepping up here. Level 3, able to trade much more aggressively, access to the double dashes as well as the Jubilant Veil, which is a bit of magic damage mitigation, and of course, the Jax-esque Counter-Strike dodge.
Keep your eyes on Yike at the moment, though. Already making his way down towards this bottom side, gone for the full clear. And you haven't quite got the wave crash here in the bottom side, so might try and look for something. If Mickey and Hans are able to keep this wave at bay, because they will hit level 3 if they can try and hold this, but no, I think it's just going to crash into Sarah. They can maybe look for the double root here with Hans Sama, but I'm not sure if they want to try and achieve something here.
Yeah. One of the nice things here is that I think G2 are in a position where they could just try to out-greed in terms of scaling. Yes, they're going to be weaker in a lot of these early game all-ins, especially pre-6, but the later we go, the stronger those champs are going to feel. Is Yike and Daglas trading blows here. Yike ultimately able to grab the crab. Daglas now walking bottom side, spotted on vision. We'll just have to walk back to the Krugs there. Hansama and Mickey know that they're under no threat. Had Yike to cover just enough time to make sure that they're safe.
Yeah, so second skull will go to Yike on the top side. Already has push for both BB and Caps to make sure he can get that. So already Yike getting off to a nice little start here for himself. But I think it is again going to be more of a focus here from Yike on that top side, especially as his camps are going to be respawning up there. But just trying to get in, get some vision down. But again, I think if you can try and play for BB, try and play for Caps, these are actually going to be the ones that are doing the majority of your damage in these fights.
Yeah. You see Daglo spending a lot of time to walk up and check the wolf spawn. Won't find Yike. Yike will be able to see him on the ward once he clears the corner. Yike on the reset here. Just gonna grab some bits and pieces. We'll go for, oh, he's debating what he wants to go for here. Thought about the Dorans for a second, ultimately does not go for it, so. Head on the clear for now. We'll probably continue to be that way. Daglos moves some more camps onto the top side. BB using some of the natural sustain of the Yone with that W. Went out in this lane early on. Still a pot available for Photon, though.
It's got to be so frustrating trying to deal with BB's Yone, because every single time he brings it out, it just feels like he just gets so much control on that top side, and then is eventually able to come online. He had some insane ultimates at Worlds as well. Like, it is always a pleasure to watch BB on it, but as a top lane, we're like, oh, cool, I'm going to pick something safe and easy. I'll go for Kazanti. It's just like, no, you're going to have a miserable time in this lane, man.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of lanes where you really want to hit that early back for boots too, or just some extra attack speed. But if Kazante gets to back, he gets a bunch of armor. So it's kind of this awkward situation where both champions benefit a lot from that early recall, but for now, Broken Blade benefiting a lot more. Don't think he'll get too aggressive here. Happy to just have pressure on the top side as Yike takes down the first scrub. Will look to secure all 3 on the first spawn. Level 6, nowhere nearby for the bottom laners. But remember, Senna and Neela extra XP. Whenever Neela kills a creep, she shares a little bit more. So it is the longsword as well as a support item for Neela early on. And early level 6 could give them an avenue to attack on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think it's if Vitality can try and make some plays on the bottom side, it'd be absolutely fantastic for them. But with the level 6 going to be hit a little bit quicker for Hylissang because he's staying in the lane, it gives the opportunity to try and cover, say, Photon and Video if GT were trying to make anything happen. So as long as Douglas is able to control this bottom side of the map, you've always got that little bit of an extra helping hand thanks to Dawning Shadow from Hylissang on the rest of them.
And not a bad lane phase for Hylissang whatsoever. 20 souls already, a little extra range increase. That's 15 additional AD as well. I think 10% crit chance on top of that. So a lot of early stats coming his way, as well as the power of the ultimates. Again, Neela, obnoxious for so many reasons, but in this context, so obnoxious because of the additional XP she has given over to Hylissang. Is him having level 6 for that early exchange and Mickey and Hans both being only level 4, just now ticking to level 5, means it's just, there's nothing they can do.
I am impressed though, because every time we played this combo,
back, Apotheosis, extra movement speed, Carzzy now stepping up. Just a positive trade though, didn't really have the follow-up that he needed.
I was about to say every time we play this combo, we're dead at this stage. And I was like, they're being way more patient,
right,
and then
Rob.
immediately Carzzy went
I like
for it.
that you made it a we thing, but it's me. I'm the feeder. I'm the problem.
I don't know. I think if you look at my match history, the Senna's not been going so hot for me.
No, I drag your elo down and make you look good. That's the secret to us playing together. It's an ego boost for you, and I get saved in the laning phase. So
appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Mickey and Hansama need no saving the laning phase for now, but I will say that things are going to get harder as Carzzy gets a bit of early itemization. Again, some of the champions in the game that have really disgusting early power spikes, champions like Yone, Yasuo, Neela amongst them, she gets effectively lifesteal and armor penetration off of crit chance. So when you see just random crit cloak purchase here, understand that that's also 4% armor pen and like 4 to 5% healing off of damage dealt to champions. It's really gross. It's very, very powerful. So if that is going to be a collector first buy, as we expect it to be, you're ready for that power spike. Broken Blade getting frisky there with the soul unbound, but just poking around in the enemy jungle lays down a little bit of vision and helps Yike secure this blue buff. Caps as well with not really priority, but first move at least.
And I think that's all that you're trying to do here. Again, you're just going to try and keep playing on this top side as Yike. You want to try and be able to support Broken Blade and keeping the pressure up, even you look at mid lane as well. Nice little CS lead growing for Caps. And it's just because Yike is like, as long as you can keep getting push, lads, we're going to be in a great little spot. So the game going, although it's still bang on even when it looks to go, like this is how G2 want this one to go, because they just have so much scaling with the double supports in the later stages.
I don't, okay, and this is, I'm just going to admit a gap in knowledge here. I don't actually know who scales better in the context of a game like this. It's easy for me to assume it's Tristanum with double support, but Senna's pretty gross as you get later and later into the game. Is going to eventually be able to match a lot of the range the Caps is putting down, and it's going to be definitely still going to require some pretty good execution from either side as we get later into the game.
I do think it's more of a case of like, if you get to a 50-minute game, then Senna's really going to become an issue, right?
Is that what you're, that's what you're, oh, Senna, okay. I was
Senna,
like, are you wishing that upon us,
no.
Rob? The 50-minute game?
No, I don't want that at all. But you're looking at like, Nathaniel going to be picked up by Hili, right?
Yep.
So he's not going to be going like, there's a much better scaling build, which has like Kraken Slayer and IE and these kind of things. You can go rapid fire, and you actually become a very strong AD carry. But when you're going this lethality style, you're doing a lot of heals and you can deal some damage, but it's just not quite the same as you know, the super late game scaling. And Neela as well, way more focused on the mid game. So I do think it is more on the side of G2 until we hit much later in the game.
Yeah, the crit build is so expensive on Senna, and any lethality options feels like a much smoother power curve. Because remember, her heal on her Q also scales off lethality. It's like 40 extra healing on 2 lethality items, which does really stack up if you're able to hit multiple people in a fight. And I think that it's an opportunity for Vitality, certainly, with early lethality itemization, with a potential first item spike for Carzzy, to try to blow open the game a little bit, get a little bit of a bigger lead, and try to take control. Good news for them is map's in a state, for now at least, that Douglas is able to walk up and take 1 grub. He needs to take 2. If he takes 2, he denies the big buff. Remember, 5 and 6 is the big break point, but now Yike is here, looking to steal some away. Q in, wants to steal 1 more. Yike gets 1. If he gets the second one, this is so frustrating for Douglas. He just leashes the grubs. Oh, hands over the stacks to the side of G2.
And this is perfect for people like BB and Caps especially as well, where they can actually use that both pretty effectively, being able to hit the towers. Caps even going to have Yike start to move in towards his mid lane. Video low on mana. Douglas is just waiting off the wings. I don't think they can go for this.
Q out. Is going to hit the Maokai here. Caps just stepping forward. Will grab 1 play, and they should just be able to walk away. Yike doesn't have to overcommit any resources. And I think this lane phase matchup is really tricky for VTO. He's forced to go tier in the early game to keep mana up. Mana is what lets him push, whereas Tristana just pushes E and then auto attacks the wave and doesn't need to use a lot of resources to get priority in the lane. You can see there VTO struggling in terms of mana pool overall, but now at least has the mana immune.
Yeah, we'll be able to TP back into lane, so not going to be too much of an issue. We'll pick up the wave as well. I'd like to see Vitality now, trying to see if they can push the boat when it comes towards like Dragon in 20 seconds and that. You can already see the vision is starting to be set up by Douglas, but it's a bit hard to try and contest the wave particularly well at the moment, just because you've got the reset coming through from Hilly. But Carzzy should be able to shove the wave, try and get his own reset in very, very quickly, but might be a little bit late to the party if we're just going to immediately rush towards the Dragon as G2.
No. G2 going for the hard scaling options here with Archangels. Again, this is standard, but it's obviously not as much immediate power as anything else. Yike opting for the Black Cleaver is solid for a team that's mostly going to rely on the damage output of Caps and Broken Blade as we get into later fights. Don't get me wrong, Son of Seraphine going to be strong, but rarely enough to finish off a fight on their own.
I think Carzzy, rightfully going to get the reset off. I wasn't sure how heavily G2 want to try and commit towards a Dragon contest, because you could kind of look at how much money Carzzy was sitting on. Finishes off the collector there. We'll spot a little bit late. They know Carzzy isn't in the area. We're thinking about going in, but a little bit late. Vitality get a second Dragon for themselves, and this is where they can start to go, hey, you know, we get 2 items on towards Carzzy. We can have Hilly, who's going to be in a strong spot, and maybe we can look to fight against G2, or at least open up the map where we can maybe overload topside as G2 are trying to focus on Dragons themselves and look for that team fight.
Yeah. Certainly an opportunity to try to force potentially more action in the 2v2 there too. As Collector has been completed, Bloodsong also coming in for Hylissang, 40 stacks in terms of souls. Again, you can see that above Hylissang's picture if you're not familiar with our heads-up display. But G2 quietly, calmly scaling. And their top side quietly, calmly winning. 400 gold lead for BB, 600 gold lead for Yike, 300 for Caps. So feeling pretty good on the top side of the map.
And this is all, again, I want to come up with something different to say, but it is just like, hey, G2 just want to scale. Vitality just want to wait until they pay both their support items. Like, it's not exactly the most exciting games. And this is kind of what G2's early games have turned into. We even saw it against Heretics as well, where it was just this incredibly slow play until it got to the mid game, and then they found those moments to explode on the map.
Douglas stepping up. He needs to make sure that he denies Broken Blade's potential ult out to safety. Can only get the full range if you do not hit a target. He's now going to try to get out. Wants to sack Q3 up. Douglas is just going to go back here, but will get cut down. First blood for the side of Vitality, and the latest first blood of LEC 2024.
Yeah, very, very late, but nicely done by Vitality to get something back. Hilly now will take a little bit of damage. Vi in the area as well. How far do they want to go here?
Oh, Hilly stronger in the 2v2, but with Yike on the way, there's the ulti as well. Mickey now looking to fall, but Yike's still standing. So much additional sustain. Now Carzzy going to fire back with the Apotheosis Collector on the way, and Carzzy, is he going to go for the flash? Doesn't have the Ghost to follow up either. Yike's going to have to be okay with surviving in that exchange. Very close to finding the kill onto Yike.
Yeah, could have been a very different story if there wasn't that much heal and shield power on the bottom side, but Yike just about able to get himself out of there with the flash as well. Carzzy and Hilly doing a nice job to get underneath the tower and force at least a flash response from the Vi.
And take a look at the XP levels. Pretty chill across the board, but you can obviously see that Carzzy and Hylissang are a bit ahead of the G2 bottom lane, as expected in the Neelam matchup. And in the 2v2, they're going to struggle here without jungle intervention. I think in the 3v3, it's maybe a little bit of a different story, but for now, at least, they're much more powerful. Nice pullback from Photon, solo inbound, body blocked by Douglas, and Broken Blade still has the flash up and available. Can make it out to safety. Douglas going to spot that one out, courtesy of the little alien sapling. And it looks like Herald in the sights of Vitality, realizing they have the tools to force these fights and win out. They're trying to speed up the pace of this game.
I think it's the right call. The fact that you have BB already forced back, no ultimate, no flash, means he's just significantly less of a threat in this. We'll just come in here with the Unbound Soul to spot out that they are on the objective, but I don't think you can contest this G2. You're not in a position to go for it right now.
Hansam and Mickey gonna double ward there and walk away. They got the information at the very least, 1 minute and 49. So the Dragon is available, so no counter punch. Hylissang does have to be careful, stepping into no man's land here briefly, but Yike has no ultimate, so the tools to punish are not available from the side of G2.
They're trying to split out the map. Move Caps out to this bottom side. He's got a little bit more threat when it comes towards the towers. And moving Mickey and Hansam in towards this mid lane means they can try and keep the wave pushed off the tower, but you still have Rift Herald in the back pocket of Douglas. So Kyr's is where he wants to try and move it. Dragon in a minute 20. More than likely going to wait to try and use that in the mid lane to force G2 out of the river so they can establish vision and try and avoid any sort of front to back against G2.
I like what we're seeing from Vitality. Need to do more though. 2 dragons. Need to get a lot of value out of this Herald, as you highlighted. Don't give them the opportunity to front to back. Break open the map a little bit more. Breaking down mid lane tier 1 is so crucial to accelerating the game.
Yeah, I think the big win for them here is that BB doesn't have TP. So if you're able to get that pressure towards Photon, you push in mid, move up, try and take top tower, and you can hold on to the, or you can even put pressure onto mid tower with the Rift Herald, see if you can take that, then rotate to the top side, because essentially G2 have to try and fight for this next dragon, whereas you've got a little bit more opportunities for Vitality to try and play out the maps things a bit more since you've already got those 2 dragons, and with G2 having control over the river area, I don't think you want to try and contest into G2 like this.
Yeah, definitely a difficult proposition. Mickey has now picked up the Staff of Flowing Water, so that much more AP and movement speed. It was transitioned out of ability haste and into movement speed. It's also a flat value, so the earlier you buy it, the better.
Here's the play. You can see BB already moving down, trying to cover mid lane. Knows that he doesn't have the TP. Hilly not going to get caught out by that. Now G2 moving over, but actually I don't like this from Photon. He's gone for the reset. I think he should have just gone for tower instead.
Instant
just tried to take it.
Vitality clearly want to go for dragons here. Of course, the idea of playing against Sona and Seraphine with a Ocean Soul is a terrifying prospect. Vitality looking to lock it down for themselves as G2 get ready for the ARAM, folks. We're gearing up. We're fighting for mid-prio here. Vitality first access to the pit. 5v5 Thunderdome. Which double support abusers are stronger? Find out now on LEC. Alti gonna go a little bit wide there. Cap's now jumping in as well. That's a lot of resources burned for absolutely nothing. Nice unstoppable comes in from Photon. Not able to get anything else. Slow fight, much better for G2. Keep your eyes on the Alti cooldown for Carzzy. It is up and available. Might be the tool that they need to kick this fight off. Yike over the wall. Not going to be able to steal it now, instantly backing off. Douglas throwing down the ultimate. Caps might just find himself in trouble. Photon continuing to step forward. That's going to be 1 kill. Seraphine really not going to connect. Pasios is on 2. The Sona and the Seraphine now set to fall. 1 kill coming out. Hansama will make it out to safety. Fate sealed. It might just be the fate of G2 as Broken Blade barely manages to escape.
Both support ultimates completely whiffed from G2. Means that Vitality are able to chase them down. Now they get the dragon, they're going to get charged on mid as well. And what could have been a fight for G2 completely falls apart on them.
Tricky, tricky exchange. A lot more power at this stage of the game in the hands of Vitality. Well, a lot more power when all the ults miss, of course. Caps, though, in the 1v1 should still be stronger at this point. It is an AP angle coming in here for VTO. The pushback is there. One more rocket. VTO now stepping in. Caps might die to minions. That would be embarrassing. Right. Okay, all right.
But yeah, a little bit of a close one. Still, though, you can still see a lot of trading power back and forth. Again, though, Vitality, great fight here. They play it nice and slow. Yike tries to go in, but doesn't have the follow-up then to try and threaten anyone here. Both supports get locked up. Hansama's ult here connects onto absolutely no one. Then the apotheosis from Karzi just means they can chase everyone down. And G2 have to run for the hills. The fact both of those ultimates from Sona and Seraphine were down means that, well, BB can't really go in to follow up on it.
Yep. Coaching staff relieved, feeling good. Malignant's now coming out for VTO as well, obviously just able to spam those rockets. And wow. Please look at the graph on the bottom of your screen and understand that that was not a fight. G2 were being bullied. Vitality very clearly shot first because it doesn't look like G2 shot at all. We'll see if that changes in the fights to come, but obviously difficult fight even if you're executing flawlessly, but when so many cooldowns go awry, it's just impossible.
I think this is going to give Vitality a lot more confidence moving in towards this where, hey, look, we can actually try and look for these fights, get the vision that we need. We've got mid lane tower down. We can try and get control there and start to lean. Especially if Video is able to get some sort of control or push on this bot side. You can then lean that in towards mid or even vice versa where Karzi and Hilly, having the support there from Douglas, can contest mid wave and then lean into the bot side. And you've kind of seen Yike moving into this bot lane to support Caps for that potential play. I still think you're going to end up losing out in the tower with just the numbers advantage that Vitality will have on this bot lane.
Caps rooted up. Yike covering. Just going to threaten here as Hillsang now looks to follow up. VTO there as well. This should just be 2 quick kills. Caps has no way out of this one. Yike needs to get the hell out. VTO can grab that one. Malignant's powered rocket doing some work as another tower will fall. And please just look at the gold in the bottom lane. Both sides using double support items. But it is 1.7k apiece individual leads for Karzi and Hillsang.
And even the pieces you need to get ahead is G2 not looking so hot. Karzi, though, might have stuck around a bit too long.
Trouble. Now going to try to lock him up. He can try to use Jubilant Veil. Instantly going to cleanse, dash out to safety. They don't have the burst. They get the cleanse. They get a dash, and that's it.
TP's matched as well. Broken Blade used his to try and get down here to make sure he's able to match the TP from Video, but Karzi manages to step away. We'll still look for the reset, and G2, you can see kind of desperation here, trying to see if they can find any sort of picks, especially with Soul now in a minute and a half here for Vitality.
Yeah,
looking for
picks. Broken Blade used Q3. Now they know that they have priority access. He can't even stack Q on the minions. He's going to try to fade seal back. He can now snap back on the Soul and bound to the clone, but he's just a dead man walking. Hillsang going to pick up that one, and 5 more souls to boot.
After the performance from Vitality yesterday, this is a much cleaner pace from them. Looking good up when it comes towards fights, playing out on the map, looking for picks like this. G2 look a bit stumped as to how they want to try and continue. And as long as Vitality can keep this pressure in mid and leaning in towards the side where Video can push out, they're in a good spot. Caps going to try and do what he did in their last win, which was, hey, if I can just push insides, maybe I can scale to a point where I can be relevant.
Remember when you talked about a 50-minute game?
Yeah.
G2 might need a 50-minute game, Rob. Senna, Neela, very, very scary right now. Again, Hillsang getting closer and closer to 100 souls. Double lethality items completed. He hits like a truck. There are no resistances on Hansama or Mickey. If either of them get hit by any piece of CC, they will probably get one shot. And yeah, Neela continues to scale like an absolute monster.
Yeah, I think that fight, that last Dragon fight, was kind of your moment to pop off as G2, where you look for the big wombo, but the fact they lost it means they're slowly but surely now struggling. Your 2 items, yes, for Broken Blade, but he hasn't really got the big lead that you'd want from him. And now, Vitality trying to bully them out.
Okay, Yone does do some magic damage, but not nearly enough. And so as a result, Photon's just going to build full armor.
Yeah.
That is the most high-value Randuins I have seen in a very long time. It's a similar story for Douglas. I don't think they can kill the front line. And now Vitality are descending. Package up and available for VTO. Eyes on G2. This might just be the final fight. Knockback already there. Pick to get things kicked off. G2 now running. 4 members still up and available. Package going in. Hansama getting torn down to the backside. Charm up onto VTO, but they don't have the damage to finish him off. The Corki finally going to fall down. Broken Blade off to the side, buying a bit more space for the rest of the team. Will get dropped. At the end of the day, 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Vitality.
And that's Soul. They just get to wander on back. G2 going to try and answer by pushing in mid and seeing if they can get some sort of control, maybe over the Baron area, or even just putting threat onto the tier 2. But Hilly spotting them out as they move in. Oh, that damage.
Yep. Yeah, that's the Senna. with real gold income, welcome to Season 14. She hits very hard. Caps is going to walk up, but immediately the team is going to respond. Carzy with the Jubilant Veil. Now they got Ocean Soul, and they can turn this one right back, but it is Caps and his best friends. Caps' Angels trying to keep him alive. Can they do it? He dashes out to safety. The answer is no. Vitality cleaning house, and remember, they're so far ahead, but they built this lead. Clean fights, clean decisions across the board. DJ Sona playing one last sad tune before she goes to the graveyard.
I don't think there'll be an encore for this one. Vitality already moving over towards the Baron. They want to just completely take everything on the map, and with Ocean Soul in the pocket as well, suddenly the extra healing and shielding that G2 are getting from this double support isn't going to matter.
Damn! Look at that damage. Senna Corky, baby. Look at that poke. Vitality, they came prepared for this matchup. They have cooked a beautiful composition. They have absolutely won this episode of Chopped, and I don't think G2 have anything that they can do to stop this. Again, 50-minute game won't happen. They've got Ocean Soul. They're probably going to get Elder. G2 need to find a perfect fight or it's all going to fall apart.
I mean, this was great ult from Douglas. There's no one who really wants to try and tank it up, which sucks for G2. And then here, Video goes in. So then Hansam ends up just ulting the Corki, which gets no real value, realistically. Look, yes, you get Video, but it means that then Carzy is able to finish off Broken Blade alongside Hylissang, and then you just get to move on forward. You've got 4 members here, you're healing up, and there's nothing that you can do here as G2. You needed that frontline DPS to try and come through, but with them just playing even Stevens with their own solo laners, there's just no real lead singer here.
I like it. Let's keep the music references coming.
You're the music guy, so I'm just...
Well, I mean, yeah, I like the lead singer. I appreciate you're catering to me. You're pandering to me. I wish I could pander to G2 fans, but there's not a lot to talk about in your favor. So instead, let's talk about how fantastic Vitality are playing this game. I think you could attribute a lot of this to draft, and I think Vitality is certainly having a superior read and superior execution of these double support item compositions, but have played much better in the game as well. As Douglas now looks for the setup. Douglas really commit for this one. VTO ready to go, and Carzy there as well. Ultimate available for Carzy. Big Apotheosis can take out the double support duo on the backside of the fight, make sure that no one else can get in. VTO could be in trouble. They will be able to burn down the Corki before the fight even starts. Maybe they can turn this back now. So far, the 1-for-1 exchange. Support for mid laner. Surely this favors G2, but Caps is already so low. He's just trying to get the recall off. Broken Blade cutting the wave, trying to stop any potential push that could come out. Quick snap back on the Soul. Doesn't have a Q3 to dash away to safety. Vitality trying to shepherd their prey away, but meanwhile, Caps already pushing in the mid lane. It is absolute chaos, and I don't think Vitality are ready for it.
No TP from Caps into the mid lane to make sure they can keep the wave up, as everyone on Vitality is just seeking Broken Blade. So they spent so long chasing this kill. There's this fight to ensure they get a kill, but they might lose mid lane tower off the back of this. Yeah, there it goes.
Q3 to try to make it on safety. Soul unbound. He's going to have to pull back here in a second, but he has a ton of lifesteal, buying a lot more time than initially expected. Again, another Q3 coming through onto Douglas. Photon will finally finish the kill. But G2 biding their time, taking a tier 2, firing back. It doesn't get them out of a dire situation, but it keeps them in the game.
I will say in the grand scheme of things though, like, look, you got the pick on towards the support here as Vitality and eventually BB, but you end up getting Video off the back of this and you get the tower. I'd say G2 going to be relatively happy. Also, they did move to that bot side as well to try and look for the tower on bot end, so might be a couple of nice plays from G2, but this is just messy from Vitality. That new wall in the top lane making it very difficult for them all to sync up. Video able to get pushed away and separated from the team. And yeah, I think the Vitality coaching staff, a bit of a mixed bag of emotions there, I'll say.
Yeah, that was emotional curve. There's a lot of great memes to be made out of coach reactions this weekend, most certainly. Baron now going to fade away. Vitality not able to do a lot with it. Still up 1,000 gold, still up 6K overall, as well as an Ocean Soul. Now keep in mind, Hansama's second item was Morello. He's had it since before the Ocean Soul, but will obviously get even more value out of it now that the enemy team does have Ocean.
I don't know, it just feels so hard for G2 to try and bring themselves back into this. Like, yes, they can make cute little plays like that where they get the mid-tier 2, but I think Vitality, they're just so much stronger when it comes towards a team fight. Elixir of Iron picked up here for Douglas as well. They're just playing for the minute 30 when Elder Dragon spawns and look to close out the game from that one, or at least take Baron off the back of it as well and finish out the game with that.
Hilly's about to hit 120 bonus range. Man,
that's disgusting.
He's going to have 60% crit chance just from souls. Dagda. That's horrifying. Yeah. And I will say it one more time. For the people in the back who have not been here this entire cast, if Caps gets like 6 items G2 probably can win this. But 6 items very far away. He's got 3 and a bit.
I don't really see it at this stage.
Also, you still have to kill a Neela late game, which is very hard to do.
It's also try and get through Photon and Douglas as well, who are very quickly becoming very scary prospects. Vitality now starting to threaten onto this top side. You can look at BB in the base as well, not really in position, but at least G2 are keeping the minions off the tower a little while until that Elder Dragon spawns.
And the other piece of good news is that all of this sustain stops the core key poke from being very impactful before a fight starts. So G2 will at least get to start a fight, full health bar to full health bar, assuming that no one gets caught out. And the Wombo combo with all the CC that they have could work. If it's layered flawlessly, there are the tools to bring it back, but it's very difficult because outside of the Yone and the Vi, none of these champions are, both the Seraphine and the Sun are super linear. You're not going to see a Sona flank. If you do, that's the wackiest, that feels wrong in my mouth. Sona flank, not a phrase I ever want to hear. Sona and Seraphine just going to walk straight up, but the front to back doesn't favor G2 right now.
If you can try and cut Vitality into some sort of chokehold, though, maybe you have a chance here. Maybe you can see Vitality, they're not really giving them that chance, although
Elder
trying to group up a little bit.
Carzzy can solo this. He's got Dagwas alongside him as well. Yike gonna try to steal. 50-50, Yike gets rooted up. Can he get into the pit? Going now, and can he take it away? But no, they managed to get it. This should just be it. Vitality finding the kill on the enemy jungler. G2 now need to run. Getting cut down here. Cap's trying to run for the hills. Mickey speeding him up. Zooming out to safety, but the rocket poke now coming in. Malignance lowering that MR. Photon in the chase with the Ghost. Leaping forward. Q3 not quite going to connect. Ulti now going in from Hansama just to disengage, just to hold on to hope, but it's Dagwas from the side. BB, can he turn it back? BB trying to fire, does as much damage as he can, but VTO still standing. Hillisang on a rampage, sniped with the ultimate and Vitality. The minion wave on the bottom side should spell the end for G2.
And what a performance from Vitality. They first locked the Senna. It looks absolutely fantastic in Hilly's eyes. And then this game as well. Great performance on taking it slow, not giving an inch over to G2. And now the towers are falling, and G2 are going with them.
There is not enough room left on the map for G2 to play their composition optimally. Neela gonna move in, 1 mana Apotheosis, all that you need. Dragon coming down from the sky, bringing fiery retribution for Vitality there. G2 herded back into their fountain, the last place that they're safe. They might not even be safe there. Look at that center range, baby Hilly! Having a hell of a time. Vitality moving up to 3-3.
That is an incredibly impressive performance from Vitality and putting G2 to 4-2, which means that it's BDS that is sitting at the top of the table right now. Very much looking like we did at the start of last year as well, if I had, but incredible performance
We're getting roasted in the threads for it. We should have brought back BDS tier, but it's not BDS's day, it's Vitality's day. Fantastic game, the strategy working to perfection, and again, we talk about how powerful this is and it will get nerfed, it will get taken away. But in a short season where there are only 9 games, you need to come ready with these strategies to get every single win that you can, and Vitality were more prepared on the day. It looked fantastic. You can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X. Douglas, VTO, Hillisang, all good choices.
Yeah, all fantastic choices, but I don't know, that was... I'm actually kind of gobsmacked just how well Vitality played after what was a very, very messy game yesterday, to come back in today and go, hey, look, we're going to just wipe the slate clean. We're going to play it slow. We're going to play it calculated. We're not going to overextend. We're not going to give any sort of opportunities for G2 to play to the strengths of their composition. Carzzy even looking slightly confused on stage, but great stuff. And I mean, if this is the Vitality that we're going to get to see more regularly, I'm all down for it. That was sick.
Yeah, 9 change debates from yesterday. They've shown us the chaos. They've shown us something clean. It's all really come together for them. Kind words shared from support staff across the board, and notably so, we are gearing up for an interview with Carzzy. And we finally got to see Senna Neela Rob. It was as oppressive and obnoxious as we dreamed. And that was before double support on him, but it's even stronger now.
If only we weren't playing Pal World, we'd actually be able to abuse
true.
it. You know?
But sadly, there's only room for one in my heart right now, and it's fake Pokemon. And League of Legends, for League of Legends, of course. As we gear up, as we get ready, yeah, just again, shout out to Vitality. Their games have all been chaotic, but I'm starting to believe, and you can understand why. For now, though, let's send it over to Carzzy on stage.
Thank you very much, guys. Carzzy, Karzi, thank you for joining me. Congrats on a fantastic 3-0 weekend. You came back into the LEC with fatality 0-3. Ouch, but turning it around, how does it feel?
Thank you very much. So it feels good because the first week I thought it's doomed. No, I don't think that, but it was looking very rough. But then we had a really good week of practice, and the 3 losses in a row didn't affect anyone's mental, and everyone worked really hard. So I am happy we went 3-0 because I think we deserved it this week after how we practiced.
Absolutely, and you guys seem to have eased yourselves in it. It was Rogue, it was KC that you beat, but now G2. It's becoming a little bit more real that your team is gelling together and you guys are getting across these growing pains of the first week. Now, of course, you're still playing with Hylissang as a duo, and I want to ask you, who is the one persuading Hylissang to play non-engaging supports?
I mean, it was me, basically.
You're the culprit? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted Hylissang to play Senna, because everyone always says he cannot play rank champs. And I like playing supportive champs as well, so I was really happy when he played like this on Senna.
Isn't it a little bit nicer when you're playing the carry to have a very healing, supportive support behind you, just shielding you and buffing you?
I mean, I don't need it every game. I was happy to play Nyla this game and just like peel or look for some engages.
Karzi, we love Jankos. Your approach versus G2 was a little bit weird. G2 has been having very, I want to say, quaky early games. And you guys seem to have taken the long way around. You went for scaling, you went for team fights, you went for late game. How come that was the approach versus G2?
I mean, I think it was both very, very scaling. Like, both team comps were basically, we were all AFK and then just fight. It's kind of disgusting, but it's just how it is right now. I think that Senna Nyla is just really OP in this because we share XP, so we are over-leveled in comparison to the other 2 supports. I think we could have punished them a little bit more in lane, but it was fine in the end.
It worked really well for you guys. You played so well. Now, I want to ask you a quick, cheeky question behind us. It's going to be Team Heretics, versus KC. Do you believe that KC can grab their first win? No pressure. No pressure at all.
I want KC to win so my boy Upset can get his first win.
Thank you very much, Karzi. Congrats again. Now, as we go to break, we have some news from Lazy Bear Games, the studio that brought you Graveyard Keeper. Jump into Bandle Tale, a League of Legends story set in the magical world of Bandle City, home of the furry and fun-loving Yordles. Make sure to get your pre-order Bandle Tale, a League of Legends story, to receive the Bandle Scout Recon Pack, a pre-order exclusive that includes a hat, a poro outfit, a pathway effect, a backpack home exterior color, and a cookbook recipe. For more, here's the trailer.
do not hit a target. He's now going to try to get out. Wants to sack Q3 up. Douglas is just going to go back here, but will get cut down. First blood for the side of Vitality, and the latest first blood. Just going to threaten here as Hellsang now looks to follow up. DTO there as well. This should just be 2 quick kills. Caps has no way out of this one. Yike needs to get the hell out.
Fight him. Kill First target. Nice. Seraphine on flash. Nice.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC as we're gearing up for the last game of Week 2. Team Heretics taking on Carmine Corp, who had, as we said in Reddit check, maybe the most difficult start for their debut in the LEC trouble. And I feel like we need to channel some EMEA Masters energy here to understand what is fully...
You know what? I used to be a rival, now I've joined the wall.
Yeah, I mean, right, you have to in the end. But I think it's heartbreaking to see how much this team has failed and crumbled since the beginning of the season. It's been hard for them, right? Because they had so many high highs in EMEA Masters that the expectations were really high when it comes to this team making it to the LEC. And I just want to go through why the expectations were that high at first. I think the trophy case speaks for itself here.
Absolutely. 4 times EMEA Masters champions. They have stomped any ERL team multiple times, 4 trophies behind them, countless of regional trophies. Some of them have played on the big stages of the LEC, ULCS back then before. And I feel the biggest one right here is that people keep calling them an ERL team, right? Wrong. They are not an ERL team. Cabochad has played on the biggest stages, stomped all the ERL top laners. You look at Bo, who in the LPL was undefeated. Seiken has played on the big stage before, and even if he hadn't, he has proven himself 4 times on EMEA Masters, by taking down every other mid laner. And of course, when it comes to the bot lane, they're no strangers to the LEC. I don't even have to mention Upset and Tagamas because they have proven what they can do.
I mean, that's the thing when you think about this mix of players, not these, of course, these also one who won EMEA Masters last year. Yeah, this was the success for KC, but this year is going a bit different. I want to talk about the LEC rosters that they have, because when you look at the elements they have within the team, it should be a recipe for success if all the elements combined just fall into the right place. It hasn't been the case so far, Trouble. What happened and why are we so far from the expectations we set up to begin with?
I feel like there have been some growing pains, which comes from the playstyle of K-Corp over in the EROs, particularly that mid game. I think it's falling apart. I think there's a lot of isolated deaths on that mid game in particular, where people keep getting caught on the rotation, trying to shove out the wave. There is no vision, there are no team players next to you, so you end up going down. That costs your team an entire member. It costs your team macro and moving around the map as they wanted to. 4 versus 5 team fights. There were plenty of times that they were caught again on rotations, pushing mid as 4 when the 5th member is not teleporting in, it is not being communicated. And of course, these rotations again, this particular one kind of pains me, because it should have been a success. But again, getting caught without prepping these team fights, without setting up their vision, first of all, it feels like the team is just not communicating properly when it comes to those team fights.
We're 1 minute away from the last game, but I have to ask you, what is the solution here? Because as we said, all the 5 members have what it takes to make it to make this run worth in the LEC and to actually find the success that they're looking for, but they don't have a leadership, they don't have a strong voice. What do you do when you're a team like this, when you need absolutely to grab the first wins today?
You know, I'm gonna say something that I never thought I would. Do an Excel.
Oh my God.
Do an Excel from last season. Remember the Oran Azir tactic? The front to back that kept happening over and over again? They won so many games by playing simple but effective League of Legends. Put them on their comfort champions, get them to play that simple League of Legends where teamfights look very clear, set down your vision and play that front to back. KC won their last EMEA Masters title with Seiken playing Azir 5 times in these finals. They know their front to back. They just need to put it into use.
Back to basics. Can the Blue Wall do it for the very first time in the LEC here against Team Heretics? Casters, take it away for Game 5.
Hello, we are here. Optimism from both of you. I respect it. You know, bring it back to the Azir. The Azir showed up 3 times already for Mr. Seiken. Has looked rough in the first game especially, but has, you know, had some better performances. Not enough to ultimately find the win, which is a bit tragic for all the KC faithful here.
Yeah, I think they've been trying to put a lot of eggs into the Seiken basket, and unfortunately hasn't quite paid dividends, but none of the baskets seem to be paying a lot of dividends for Karmine Corp, so we'll have to see if they can try and figure out a new strategy coming in today. And up against Heretics, that's going to be a tough one.
Is it the eggs? Is it the baskets? Who knows?
Is it the chicken before the egg?
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out all the questions.
And both teams coming off of similarly difficult games yesterday. Team Heretics, of course, I think probably a less frustrating game because they kind of were choked out again, didn't really have a lot of agency, didn't have a lot of opportunities, where KC might still be kicking themselves because there were a lot of individual moments where it felt like they had brought the game back, and sadly just as many where they threw it away. But perhaps just a little bit of polish, and they could find a win today.
And I'm curious to see what form we see Heretics coming in on as well, because as you say, we've kind of seen them day one, I think a lot of overreactions to what happens against Mad Lions Koi, and then they slowly started to pick up wins against SK, and then they end up struggling against G2 as we saw yesterday. So I'm curious now against a team like Karmine Corp, will we get this very slow, methodical, we want to play at the map style, or will it be a bit more explosive where they try to go toe-to-toe with Carmine Corpse early?
Something we'll have to track. Caitlyn banned away, limiting upsets, aggressive laning picks, and Seraphine taking off the board. I like the Senna ban more, but we'll see where this takes us.
Yeah, I mean, still could get Seraphine Sona, but we'll have to see if we get...
Flacket is the Seraphine guy, so I can get that.
It would be incredible if this was Senna, and it's like, I wonder what lane is quite strong at the moment when you look towards.
It's Senna, you just first pick. I mean, unironically, you just first pick Senna. Azir going to be the option here. Wanted to take that comfort away from Seiken, so Casey can take a Senna combo if they want.
And Targamas was also the guy that was playing the Neela Senna in the EMEA Masters. He was kind of the one at the forefront right as we got into the finals for summer that started to twist the meta in towards that. So wouldn't be surprised to fully see that picked up here.
And I got to talk to Callista at EMEA Masters. And I was like, dude, how good is your Neela that is getting banned? He's like, actually, I think it's more about Targa's Senna. That is the big thing and the big reason that this pick is being taken away.
Not going to be the case, though.
Not going to be the case. Instead, the Aphelios scaling. You heard from Trouble on the Desk, Simplify. Well, these are two champions who scale and go very well into the later stages of the game. So the scaling avenue has been opened, and often when people talk about simplifying, they do mean front-to-back team fighting.
I wonder if we just get the Vi here from Jankos. We kind of had them half joking on the desk about whether Vi alongside the Azir was a very strong combo, but that is not a Senna whatsoever. They want to go hyper-aggressive on this bottom side once they saw that Aphelios.
All right, the handshake on no Senna as of now. Tension building for the final pick here amongst the KC faithful. But so far, Heretics obviously have the power of Azir in the mid lane to bring them home in terms of scaling into the late game. Might be tough against an Aphelios and a Corki, but Draven, the early game powerhouse. A lot of these Draven games we've seen fall apart super early on, but yeah, KC agreed completely with Trouble. They're back to that is 4 full front to back. I don't need to see any other picks. It's team fights. KC can find the angle. They can fight front to back. If they don't have, you know, Cassante isolating one of their carries. Right now, they're set up pretty favorably.
Yeah, I'm curious what the game plan is now for the junglers, though, because I feel like you can either look towards the bot lane. I mean, this Blitzcrank ban says to me that they still want to look for something like an Emilio here for Targamas in the bot lane. Even though you are up against the Draven, you still can try and just put a lot of effort into, hey, we are going to hyperscale, but take your foot off the gas pedal a lot. But I think that does open Jankos to even go back towards things like the Zinza if he wants to. Vi still up and available as well if you want to put hyper aggression on that bot side. And you can see already Heretics just trying to get rid of things that can be a nuisance in supporting this. So Renata going to go, and maybe it is that Milio which might be banned away as well.
Yeah. What is the option going to be? What is the final ban going to be? Keeping track of this one. I will say I like KC with this draft, the angle. You know, if we're going to keep with the cooking metaphors, they're making chicken soup right now. It's some people's favorite, most certainly, but most of us just think it is like comfort food, at least from my American perspective. I don't know if you have an equivalent. They're making comfort food right now. Is it the best food? No. But it warms the soul.
I'm not going to lie. I have an admission. I don't really like Irish food. Because Irish food kind of sucks. We just put whatever we can get and boil it and then serve it to you. It's not a huge amount of flavor. So coddle is like comfort food, which if anyone looks it up, Googles a picture of coddle, it is the most unappetizing food I've ever seen in my life. It is boiled ham, potatoes, sausages in a bowl.
Drafting coddle right now. That is my question for you. Does that line up for you? Because if we see Emilio here paired with a Maokai as a potential final pick, oh, it's a Lily. It is Bo.
Okay, spicy.
It is Bo. It is Bo. Okay, so a little bit more spice here. A little bit of hot sauce.
I think he did a really good job on the Lily in the last... yesterday, yeah. But it just wasn't quite able to get it across the line. But still, I mean, you can set up very, very strong. I think Lily is way undervalued in the current patch with the amount of damage you can do. But we'll at least keep that counter pick for Targamas in the bot lane, which could work out. And I think he just... Oh, are they going to take the melee away? I was going to say maybe go for something like an Nautilus and just say, we're going to fight fire with fire, get that point and click CC for the Lily as well. But they're going to try and just take away the Melio. And is it going to be a Jarvan? Yeah, he's going to be locked in as well.
I like this just because I don't think giving the Milio over to the team with double carries is ever going to feel good. But it does set up Targamas. Please.
I think he
do
will.
it. Joint Kaiser's played it. Doss has played it. It's your time to shine, Targa. You can make them shine, turn them golden. I'm a big Bard fan. And against a team with a lot of immobile champions, just one really, the Draven, also the Milio. This could be super powerful. Instead, though, the Lulu, opting for more trading power, opting to try and contest the Milio Draven a bit more in the lane phase.
Yeah, I think it works out well, just as you say, giving the move speed for team fights, having a bit more trading power on the bot side. But that's a very dangerous bot lane now for Upset and Targamas to be trying to deal with, because you know that Jankos has gone for this early game jungler in the Jarvan to try and play down towards that bot lane. Lilia wants to be a bit more farm orientated, so if you end up in that 3v3, it is heavily Heretics favored. And I don't know if they're really going to be able to cover that effectively unless they just get a ton of vision and make sure that they're able to keep themselves safe. But even trying to get that is going to be a bit of a difficult task.
Definitely will. All right, a deep breath as we get ready for this game. Team Heretics close to securing playoffs, all things considered. Again, it's top 8, so it's pretty generous. On the opposite side, you have Casey looking to play one game at a time, fighting for one win at a time. Holding on would be a miracle, but that has not stopped their faithful from cheering each and every single game along the way, and I respect that commitment.
Still though, as loud as the crowd is, you're getting to the point where it is just do or die. You need to pick up this win here as Karmine Corp going in to just 3 games remaining next week with not a single win on the board would be catastrophic for their first split in the LEC, especially with Hyper.
Okay, I didn't really know. This is very intimidating. This is very intimidating. I love the energy, I cannot lie, but that is a lot of people jumping up and down and staring in my direction. This is how it feels to be a pro, I think. I don't think I can handle it on
I don't know if
stage,
they
Rob.
realize that we are not the Karmine Corp stream.
I think that they're supporting us equally, and
Yes.
honestly, I think
Okay,
that's pretty generous of them.
Yeah, especially after where we put them in the tier list.
Tomatoes to our right. Well, we put them pretty high, I gotta say. Let's see if they can earn that today. Here we go, game time, baby. Champion portraits coming soon. Bam, coming instantly.
To a rift near you.
That's right. Halo Blade's coming in for perks, so an aggressive lane trading rune. Seiken with first strike. Obviously, love making money on this patch, so going for that one.
So boom. We'll not be able to clear out the word. We'll give it a little bit of a understanding as to where exactly Bo's starting, but I don't think it's going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things. I still expect Jankos to start on this top side, try and make his way down towards the bottom lane, and make sure that you're actually able to play around Flacket and Kaiser. If you give ground as Upset and Targamas, fantastic. Let's have Flacket and Kaiser move in with Jankos, see if he can catch out Bo. If Upset and Targamas try to commit to competing on the lane, right, let's just go for the gank with Jankos in the bot lane and go for that 3v3, which I think is heavily in favor of Heretics. So a bit of a lose-lose scenario, which is why we see Bo starting off on this bottom side. I think he just wants to try and get as many of these camps as possible before Jankos gets down to this bot lane.
Yep. Obviously, bot prio has been incredibly important across the entire season thus far, these 2 weeks of games. And Jankos, as you highlighted, set up the path down that way. Good news for Felix, has a bit of a range advantage, at least in the first level. Flacket slowly but surely starting to stack up stacks of adoration. Early cash outs have been super common, but oftentimes it's been because Draven has been paired with something like a Blitzcrank. I imagine we're going to experience a bit of a slower game from the Draven this time around alongside Emilio.
I mean, you can get some nice pop shots off with the Cozy Campfire, but honestly, I think you're kind of playing for just how much value Emilio provides, not only, as you can see here, in lane where you can just go for that extra range, but also just for people like Perks on the Azir. You know, you're going for an Ardent Sensor nice and early, you give that extra magic damage on hit too, and the attack speed as well to an Azir. He's very happy with it. Emilio gets a lot of value in a composition like this, and if you end up trying to play these fights front to back, it's pretty terrifying. Cabo's going to have his work cut out for him in trying to keep a lot of these members of Heretics out of the fight and at bay, but even his health bar isn't going to be long against the amount of attack speed that this Azir is going to be getting.
Yeah, it's also just hard to frontline against Cassante, right? He has so many tools to disrupt you, to stop a lot of your CC from coming through. You can also go and stop them yourself once you get access to the ultimate, but we'll see how exactly the teams play out some of those bigger fights as we get later into the game. For now on the bottom side, Flacket and Kaiser, as you highlighted, getting push as expected, doing well. Curious to see what Seiken will go for early itemization. Manamune into the Malignance has been the standard build, but oftentimes against AP champions, more bursty ones than Azir, certainly you see the early Hex Drinker, which can slow things down, but it's a very strong lading item.
Although, so imagine get, well, unfortunately gets that reset a little bit. I don't think he would have been really able to contest this Scuttle Crab anyway. You're going to see Bo immediately start to move up towards his top side and try and get that other Scuttle for himself. But Jankos has a quicker route here, so curious to see exactly how this pans out.
Seiken is getting chunked out in this lane phase. Again, Halo Blade's Azir can be surprisingly oppressive early on.
Wave is in a terrible spot as well, which is why I think Jankos didn't opt to immediately go into that top side. Wanted to make sure that Bo wasn't trying to make his way in towards the mid lane, so Perkz could continue to put the pressure down, get that early TP from Seiken, because the Wave not in the best spots right now. So curious to see how Perkz wants to try and play this one out.
Trying to play super aggressive. When we talk about fighting games like Smash Bros, you talk about this kind of like extra credit, the idea if you can do extra damage before you reset or lose a life, it's just super impactful. And in this context, it's the same thing because of the TPs. If Perkz can show up in lane, take half of Seiken's health bar, back, come back, full health, full mana, that damage sticks. And that can be really impactful, especially when we get closer to level 6. A lot of Azirs backed up by their junglers going for these big level 6 plays around mid lane.
It's also the fact that it kept Bo on the map. So Bo hasn't actually gone for that reset. Now going to start clearing out his top side as well after that respawn. So I think you're kind of in a position now where Bo is a little bit weaker on the map as well. So if Jankos spots him at all, which I don't know if he got, I think he got spotted on a ward just in the Raptor pit there. So they should know that he's now going for a full clear, which opens up Jankos to play a bit more aggressive on the map because of the initial back that he got.
Yeah. Perkz will recall and TP back to lane. Doesn't get a lot of extra damage down, but much stronger items for early trading. Recurve bow to a tier and a longsword, just not very great. Hopefully taking really high base damages on the Corki, can still fights back on some of that wave clear. Bow ready to trade here on the bottom side. Team Heretics using their bot side priority to take Dragon. Will be traded for 3 Void Mites. Again, the Void Bite buff really only super powerful at 5 or 6 stacks. You need 2 on the second spawn as well as the first 3.
Time is. Oh, it doesn't quite. Still, we'll be able to take these very quick, and I think it's a nice calculation for Bo to say, hey, chances are Dragon's going to be taken by Heretics because they spotted me on the ward, but it means that now his bot side's been taken by Jankos. His Perkz is actually going to use that push in mid to keep Bo on the map longer. So nice ideas here from Heretics, just playing off of what Bo is able to achieve with the way his jungle path has worked out so far.
The bot lane pretty even. Keep an eye on that turret health bar. No plates have gone down yet either. Obviously for Flack and Kaiser, it's hard to step up and just auto-attack the turret here. Don't quite have the range advantage. Polymorph comes in instantly, stopping Flacken from getting that positive exchange. And again, firing back from Upset, doing a lot more damage. Tough to out-trade a Draven in a lot of circumstances, but Upset and Targum is playing this very well.
They need to get this crash off, though, because you can see where Jankos is moving back in towards his Raptor. There's nothing on the bot side here for Bo at the moment to me. Just try and look for something very quickly on the bottom side, but he will be spotted on the nice pink ward that Jankos left on the way out and move back over towards his wolves. I think he just, actually didn't even clear it out, so hasn't spotted that. Again, Heretics are just tracking where Bo is on the map at all times.
Yeah, and Jankos doing very well. Stop Bo from being able to find angles to support here. See what he wants to go for in the build path. But obviously it's oftentimes tough to keep up with the Lilia in terms of jungle CS, but Jankos is on par thus far.
And a lot of it as well is just trying to manipulate where this Lilia can go on the map. So Jankos stealing bot camps means that she can't stay on bot lane. Now Jankos wants to make a play with Perkz, but they're spotted.
Perkz on the way down there first, though. 4 members here on the bottom side. Jankos already ready to kick things off. Can just ult Targamas and force an easy flash out to safety. Targamas taking his time. Will flash now. Flash back and push in. Targamas goes down. And crucially, Flacken picking up first blood, courtesy of the ultimate. Big kill for the side of Team Heretics.
Well executed as well. Playing off of Perkz having push in mid lane. Very slow push from Heretics on the bottom side as well to make sure that they'd be able to go for this. And it comes back again to Jankos putting down that vision, controlling where Bo was able to operate on the map because he wants to get his camps. And Perkz patient, waiting on the flash from Targamas as well to make sure you could guarantee the kill onto the Lulu, not Lulu.
Yeah. Able to get both flashes as well. Upset and Targamas both going to flash. Targamas still going to drop. Flacken with flash and exhaust still available. Kaiser as well getting closer to level 6. This is a terrifying bot side. Also opting for Youmu's. Going for the kill pressure here as Cabochard could find himself in trouble. Upset already on the top side though, ready to respond. Knockback there. Decimating Smash not going to connect. Wonder still standing. Ghost. Such a damn good summoner spell on this champion. So frustrating to play against. Upset not great guns for a siege, but could lock down Wonder if he steps too far forward. Q3 going to connect onto Upset. Cabochard trying to dissuade with the decimating Smash. Jankos there to help clear the wave. Should be at least another plate for KC.
Still though, KC want to try and push in. They will get the plate onto upset. Blackett and Kaiser now rotating up though will be able to clear out this wave. I think we're going to get a rotate back down to bot lane though, as Wonder actually going to TP in to try and crash that wave to make sure that he's not going to be in danger from what I imagine is the inevitable lane swap once more from upset and Kaiser.
Yeah, I think you just do not. That's a Youmuu's Draven. You do not want to play against this champion. That's just miserable matchup when he's this far ahead. So instead, just keep swapping. Push out, swap. Avoid this as long as possible until maybe you can get that first item spike under your belt.
I think you're a little bit late with this. Or sorry, you're a little bit early with it from Karmine Corp though, because they tried to move top, which I assume is to maybe look to contest the Void Grubs as they spawn in just a little bit. But now you've got Cabo Shard, who isn't in the best of positions with the lane now crashing into his face. You've actually moved in where Wonder's managed to get that wave and crash and should have set up the bounce back. But you've still got Heretics for controlling where the objective is on the map, so I still favor Heretics in this one.
Certainly do. I think the good news for KC, though, is that Sion is essentially undiveable. If you cannot interrupt his Q, you cannot stop him from clearing the waves. And so in that sense, a little bit favored, at least when it comes to pushing the towers any further. The downside is Team Heretics don't need to push the towers. They can instead set their sights on the Void Mites, or the Void Grubs, and deny at least that 5 or 6 buff. It should just be 3 apiece here once Jankos finishes clearing these out. Blackett just returning to the top side. And there's not really a good counter punch here for KC to try and trade anything back outside of pressure on the bottom side because there's no dragon available for another 30 seconds.
I think what they should be doing is trying to get the reset on upset off of this push to maybe then see if you can move him around the map again. Heretics are going to push in that top wave, so Blackett can reset, get there for the dragon spawn, but if the waves are shoved in on bot side here, it means that you'll be a little bit delayed on Heretics and being able to contest dragons, so maybe that's what Karmine Corp are looking for, but I just don't think they're strong enough at the moment. So yeah, there's the reset coming through from upset. They're just going to use the time that Heretics invest onto dragon there to see if they can get this first item complete onto upset.
Kraken would be big for the fight to come. We'll see. Could also just be Storm Razor. That extra movement speed also nice to have. Seiken with package is big. Perk still no item completed. Orky package could be the fight decider here. Wonder taking a little bit of extra damage from the Ocean Drake. Slow on that one, always going to be a bit frustrating, but it's 3 members over the back of the pit from Team Heretics. KC don't really have the tools to fight back. Package maybe means the follow-up. They can grab a kill, but the dragon already down in favor of Team Heretics.
For Karmine Corp, they never wanted to fight it though. Look at where upset is. Essentially all they wanted to do was try and bluff Heretics into slowing down the pace of what they could take the dragon so they could move upset up to that top side, maybe get some more farm homes, solo XP, and look for a turret play. But Perks TPing up that top side to make sure that he wasn't really able to go for anything else, play some ward now to keep himself safe. So Heretics responding well to where Karmine Corp are trying to put that pressure.
Absolutely are. Of course, package using the mid lane to clear the wave a little bit faster to give that plate over to Seiken. So happy to have that gold, 200 gold lead for him. Still 1k gold lead for Draven in the bottom lane. Unsurprising after that big cash out. Seiken has to be careful here. Flag, drag will make it out to... Of course, Targum is there to shield and protect him.
Zoning away from mid lane. Now you've got the opportunity for Blackett to start to push in. Kaiser linking up with Jankos. They want to try and put vision down, so maybe they can threaten this top lane as well. Perks will melt through these towers and get some plates for himself if he's given that opportunity, especially with Kaiser and having that cozy campfire.
Yep. Tough for Seiken to stick around here. Targum is forced to come up to respond to try to stop the dive from taking place. Wild Growth is a lot of damage. But in the meantime, just for showing presence, it means that Perks is able to take enough time to take down that single plate.
And it's just about trying to trade effectively here for our match where Karmine Corp are trying to trade. And with the 1,000 gold lead and also just the little advantages that are starting to accrue in the, well, was in the mid lane for a little bit, I think you're okay here as Heretics. Like, your front to back is really what you're focused on. And gold onto Lilia is nice, but I think these team fights are going to be pretty difficult for her to try and operate in, where she gets access to Perks or Flacken on the back line, as long as Heretics are playing at the fight slow and getting their vision control down. So for Karmine Corp, it's about trying to upset the apple cart. Can you find picks onto Heretics as they're trying to establish vision like this, so then they're not pushing this game further and further forward. They're not able to close out the map, and you're waiting until upset comes online later on.
Yep. Bo, now we caught out, forced to flash to safety. Continue to walk up here, knowing the Cataclysm is gone, just wants to secure the buff. Team Heretics will get it. Flacka grabbing the extra buff as well. Of course, everyone gets it after 20 minutes. 2 people get it after 2 Drakes have been taken down. So positive overall. Again, small differences in terms of overall goal, but Team Heretics are the ones stacking up objectives, and as you highlighted, kind of keeping the map split up as well, not giving KC the opportunity to just group as 5 to maybe use some of their superior range. Try to get things in their favor.
I think it'll be, as you say, Rift, going to be the next focus. You already got a little bit of vision set up there on the top side for Heretics, but already pushing mid is always guaranteed just because of how much stronger Flak it is. Berg's been getting pushed against Seiken all game long, and it's only going to continue. So with the push on towards top side, can Karmine Corp look for some sort of cross map, or can they pause the game? So we'll have to delay.
Find out next time. No, it's this time. We'll keep you updated as to what the reason for the pause is. Interestingly, Trinity Force Corki, so not the Malignance build. I haven't looked at the math personally, so could not tell you which one's better. Corki obviously still an auto-attacking champion, still likes to build AD, just converts that damage into magic damage. And I'm guessing that there is a small mic issue as that referee tenderly adjusts Bo microphone. What a sweet little moment there.
Yeah, I mean, looks like maybe
is that it?
We're all set. I mean, potential.
Tiny
Left
bit.
to wait and see.
Is that man the microphone whisperer? Does he just know exactly how far away it needs to be?
Yeah, we'll find out in a little bit. Just gonna have to see if the ready checks are gonna come through from the teams. But
it was a mic issue for Bo, and they're getting ready checks now.
Look,
so he
we
might
are
have
detectives. That was, I mean, look, it was difficult to
shout out to
figure
that
out.
referee. Bam,
yeah.
one move, bam, done, locked in. It wasn't. Oh, what a legend! Shout out to that referee. Just instant resolution. We're back in the game. Exactly where we want it to be. The mic whisperer himself, saving the day.
From the fact that Bo couldn't adjust his microphone.
No. That is Bo. He doesn't touch any microphone he doesn't have to.
Fair.
All right. Here we go. A little bit of energy as we come back into this one. Herald going down, Team Heretics again in a pretty advantaged state. And I think KC fans, don't be too concerned yet. It's not the late game. You're still scaling up. 2 items on Corki, 2 items on Upset. I think you could start to fire back a bit more.
I'm hoping that they really can, because it just feels like this is kind of the way Heretics wins have looked, where it's very slow, very methodical, playing at the map state well, and then just catching you at little moments, or find an opportunity to take a tower because they've got they've better position on the map. And for Karmine Corp, if they can slow down and draw out this game, they're in a good spot. But that's not what Bo wants to do right now, as Yanko's going to look for him.
Flag. Oh, Cataclysm first. Flag drag ready if they need to follow up here. Dravenall now coming in as well. Bo going to be locked down before the dragon spawns. That is key. Sleepy driver on the backside. Upset still laying down a little bit of damage, but fantastic pick for the side of Team Heretics.
And way too much aggression from Bo. You have no flash. You know that Yankos is going to have his ultimate back up, and caught red-handed. Handed the cookie jar and now gets punished for it. Dragon in 37 seconds. Bo will still be back out for it. And maybe having that Cataclysm, I think it should be back up though. Should be helpful, but Bo just desperate to get some farm. Wonder already having push on bot side. They thought maybe with the control over mid they'd be able to do something, but there's just enough damage coming through from Wonder here with the ultimate to ensure that Bo actually falls down. And they're just lucky to not get upset thanks to the ultimate coming out from the Lily as well.
Yep. Cabo there to cover as well, readying the decimating smash if Wonder steps too far forward, so good coverage. But yeah, I mean, we all... feels so good when there's a 3-camp lead, and then when you die for the 3-camp lead, it feels really bad again.
But Karmine Corp are already on the objective.
This is big again, slowing down Team Heretics' access to the soul. Keeps them in the game for much longer. Of course, breaking mid lane tier 1 is important. Wonder and Kaiser in the area. Mid lane tier 1 for Dragon, not a terrible trade.
They should get a second charge here. Maybe they can get it, but I mean, just an ult diff at the moment. Heretics are playing for those ults.
With the package. Cabo on the flank. Unstoppable now going forward onto Yankos. We'll just back away, but no, the polymorph is perfect. It stops the flag and drag from coming through. Damage from Upset. Yankos marked. Can he follow up with the auto? Yankos marked. He's just out of range. Upset cannot right-click him and finish the kill.
They tried so desperately to get onto them there, but Karmine Corp just couldn't quite get involved. And again, Heretics were just trying to buy time. None of their ultimates were up after investing it to kill Bo coming out of the jungle. So Karmine Corp do net themselves the dragon, but can't quite get the fight afterwards.
The gold lead's starting to balloon. On the back of that tower dropping. 2K now in the favor of Team Heretics. Not insurmountable by any means, but 2 Drakes as well. Taken on the top side, wants to get something done. Targum is there to shadow. But if you look at the damage, you know, the downside of the auto attack reliant Corki is that you really need to get in range to auto, and there Azir has a bit of an edge over you.
It also just means that you don't have as much poke, as you say, right? The auto attacks are there, but it's like you need voice staff, you need to be reliant on those auto attacks to deal the damage rather than the percentage burn from Malignance. Perks though, spots Seiken. Seiken spots more trouble though.
Flash, clean flash back from Seiken, that's big. Perks has overstayed his welcome. Bo now backing away, 3 members looking to collapse on the Fawn. But this time, Bo will make it out. Seiken has to be careful. Are they ready to commit for the dive? Flacket has 2 items. Flacket is incredibly powerful. More than enough damage to see this one through. They get hit by the sleep though. Shouldn't be too tough, but it might force out the Milio ultimate.
Especially when you're looking at these like Essence Reaver W's, the Sheen procs often are going to do so much work. Seiken has to be careful as he stepping a little bit far forward. Cozy Campfire does do a lot of range.
Yeah, 300, 400 damage there. Powerful. KC just playing on the edge. Know that they just need to survive that situation. Backing away, keeping around just enough members to make sure the dive cannot come through as Upset does what he can to just farm up in the jungle.
Again, those the Heretics realizing, look, if we want to push on top, we need vision in jungle, we need push in mid, and they're doing just that. Perks moves immediately to the mid lane to guarantee that. Now you've got push in top, so they start to step up, contest Reb, trying to get the vision down. Bo doesn't get that, will be taken by Heretics there. But again, it's just this slow control that they're trying to get. And for Karmine Corp, I mean, they've slowed the game down, especially getting that second dragon, the third dragon for themselves. Maybe that's bought enough time for you to get to 2.5 to 3 items, but it's still going to be a close call, especially when you can't defend top tower right now.
No. It'll be hard as Team Heretics break down more and more towers for them to establish control around the coming objectives. And when you want to fight front to back, you really need vision, you really need access. You need to be able to move in as 5 without fear of repercussions to the enemy team setting up first. But that's going to be tough against a Jarvan and a Draven working together. Upset doing what he can to keep mid prio up. But again, there's no tower here for him to play on. So the next time that Perks has flash up and available, can't just fish for a play here. Upset with the flash advantage, that means he's safe for now.
Ideally, they'd like to look for something on towards Upset, because if you can get that flash burnt before the next fight, Jankos' ultimate has infinite value against Upset. And maybe they're trying to get Perks in as well.
Just trying to lock down Perks. The pushback is there, but Upset has to follow up with the autos. Chakram coming in. That's going to be one sleepy Perks. Kaiser now bringing him in. Cleanse now coming through. Bo flashing out to safety. Meanwhile, Jankos going into the midst of the entire team. Bo doing what he can, but he's already been knocked down. TP from Seiken. He's in the area. He's got no package. Wonder stepping forward. Q3 up and available. Will not connect. Upset perfect guns for a fight. Team Heretics debating if they want to push for more. KC already backing away.
Kaiser with the hero flash over the wall there to keep Perks alive. Very, very low, and Bo saw the kill in his sights, but with that ultimate coming through from the Milio, he's able to back away, and Bo then caught overextending, even burning the flash himself. And that was exactly what you wanted. I mean, a minute now until Dragon. Jankos' ultimate will be back up. And look, yes, Kaiser won't have his flash available, but realistically, he's not going to be at as much threat as, say, someone like Bo in these team fights.
Yeah, Bo's flash is just infinitely more valuable.
Yeah.
Seiken's flash also down. Good news is for them that Perks and Kaiser, if you spot either one of them overextending, maybe there's an avenue to find a pick before the fight starts. So KC definitely on the back foot. Team Heretics just recognizing that they have total vision control on the bottom side of the map. We're trying to find a brief window where they could go for a pick, but aren't going to stick around too long.
Also just waiting for the waves to sync up on top side. Perks pushing in there. They want to try and collapse on towards mid lane turret as well, just as Perks gets this topped up. So you can kind of get vision on where everyone on Karmine Corp is on the map as they start to move back down. And now Wonder finds Cabo Shard, and he's well overextended.
Yep, pull back there. Cabo trying to ult out to safety. Wonder there to body block in time. Flacket now on the way in, hoping for another cash out. So many stacks in his back pocket, ready to go. This man has not gone down yet. Cabo still running. Whirling Death coming through, won't quite find the execute critically. Cabo able to remain standing.
Cabo can reset though and TP back in. One of his ultimate available, but not having that ultimate on Wonder makes him a little bit less of a threat. Flacket not having the Whirling Death for AoE can also make a difference. But it's still, Heretics have the gold advantage. What can Karmine Corp do?
KC are betting it all. There's an Azir tower in the mid lane stopping any push from coming through. Team Heretics have permanent mid prio. KC walking into the firing range, into the crossfire of Perks and Flacket. Targamas losing all of his health. Cabo Shard losing so much as well. Ill-conceived attempt to try to contest there. We're just fish in a barrel for the damage on the side of Team Heretics. They will walk away. They know that if they overcommit to that one, they probably just throw the entire game. So conceding third Drake, Soul point to Team Heretics, but no soul yet.
Heretics refusing to let Karmine Corp into River. You got Azir soldiers that are covering those little choke points, making it very difficult. Yanko's constantly threatening with the knock-up. Just throws down the spear, doesn't actually dive to it, but just knows that if anyone on Karmine Corp tries to step up, they'll find themselves in that CC chain that can come through. So they force Karmine Corp back and buy a ton of space to get that third dragon for themselves.
Again, fantastic discipline from Team Heretics not to overcommit. But for KC, struggling to find these avenues to contest in just about every objective fight for the last 10 or so minutes. Baron now the big one. You can always prey on a steal, prey on a 50-50, but it's a tough sell. Cabo Shard, a bit too far here on the top side, but I don't think Jankos has the damage on his own to do much.
Perks resetting from bot lane just in case Karmine Corp try and go for any sort of fight in this topside jungle. Going to be able to pick up an easy large rod for himself as well, but Heretics going for this slow, painful death for Karmine Corp, trying to keep them choked out here. Yanko's fishing if Bo takes that step too far forward.
Oh. Flawless vision on the top side of the map. Package available for Forsaken if he wants it. He's waiting for now. Does have the TP, so can always recall, grab the package, and come back to the play should Baron be attempted here.
An upset so close to being relevant, but may not get the target.
Targamas quick flash out to safety. Bo, they really want to get his flash. It's not quite available yet. They're trying to finish off the Lilia. Swirl Seed going in. Flacken marked out by the sleep. Ulti coming in from Cabo. Positive start to the fight. The Draven going to go to sleep. They're immediately going to cleanse that one off. Upset on the side, but keep your eyes on Perks. Looking for the flank. Fishing. KC 5 members strong. Upset not great guns for a fight. His DPS is going to be relatively low considering the point of the game he is at. KC pushing Team Heretics back for now. Again, though, Perks passive up and available. Can just stand next to this tower and feel relatively secure. Cabo may have overextended here a little bit. Do not want to give that shutdown. One more auto coming through. Perks again, just barely living. The second time this game he's managed to make it out alive.
But now it's Heretics running for the hills, and it's Karmine Corp running straight for Baron. You have TP for Perks, you can come back in.
Wonder coming in.
From Wonder as well. They're going to sandwich Karmine Corp in the
available.
pit.
Upset now, he's got the right guns for a fight. They have to play this one flawlessly, but it's Wonder on the backside. Polymorph now coming through. Upset still standing tall. Keep your eyes on Seiken. Keep your eyes on that package. Upset already gone. Wonder snaps him out of the game like Thanos. Yanko standing beside him. KC, it looks so good, like maybe they finally had the fight. But Cabo's reanimated corpse, not enough to get anything done.
That's 37 seconds. Heretics don't even want to go for Baron. They're going for some of these resets, but honestly, I think they could try and take the Baron. Don't want to try. Oh, sorry, Yanko's dead, so don't want to try and go for the play where Bo can try and come in over the wall. But Upset finds himself caught in the back of the pit with Heretics coming in from all sides, and Karmine Corp kind of leave him high and dry. So Wonder just gets to solo him out as Jankos dives into the back. Perks takes care of the Lulu on the opposite side, and Cabo Shard runs back in. But it's too little, too late. The damage has been done. Heretics have won the fight, and they're way more than happy to have picked up all those kills in the back.
Yeah. Bo, though, on the chase now. Perks has the flash up and available. Bo burning him, hits it right before the damage now comes in, trying to finish off Perks. Bo getting chunked down, Targamas in the area. Seiken now trying to follow up. Perks flash out to safety, still standing for now. Kaiser on the way in, once again, ready to be the hero. Speeding him up, shielding him, but it's not enough. Seiken crucially picking up that shutdown.
Didn't have the ultimate available, so couldn't quite get enough healing, no flash available either. Yanko's in behind Seiken though. Which way are you gonna go?
Exhaust is there, that's one for Flackid. Massive money now coming in. Yanko's looking to keep this one going. Upset, about to swap off the worst possible guns for the exchange. There is no fight to be had here.
But there's a tower to be taken in topside the entire time that this is going on for Heretics. Wonder is just pushed into that top lane. He's going to get a turret for himself at the back of it. Yanko's, can he try and delay a little bit here? Maybe look for more.
Oh. Decimating smash, the smite comes through. Bo is down. Wonder continues the push on the top side.
Smite connects onto Bo correctly this time, and absolutely beautiful stuff coming through from Heretics, where they're able to get the play on the bottom side of the map. They're able to push that tower in the top side, and again, Heretics are just catching Karmine Corp out every time they try to take a step into making any sort of play.
They gave him one front-to-back fight in the top lane right before that Baron attempt. KC thought maybe they had the avenue, maybe they were strong enough for anything else, but it is not enough. Of course, don't forget that after this game, we have a special episode of PGL Sport Roundtable, so if you want to learn all about that role, the likes of Mickey, Alvaro, Hillisang, Trimby, tune in for that one. It's going to be a banger. In the meantime, this game, a banger for Flacken. 2-0-4. Like Jeff Bezos on the Rift. He is so stacked. There you go. Ulti now coming in for Kabashar. Kabashar trying to retreat. Wonder looking to chase him down. That's the tank taken off the board already. Kaba going to do a little bit of damage back, but KC, really no way for them to respond to this. They have lost their front line. They have lost their ability to fight front to back. Heretics much stronger. Stepping up means risking dying to Wonder. And it's not a slow siege anymore. Heretics going straight for the throat.
And they know that they can take this and just fall back to Dragon if they want to. There's no pressure on Heretics to try and overextend here. Even the Terra in the mid lane going to make sure that it's impossible for Karmine Corp to push this one out.
Pro, spotted. Sleepy Perks, do they have the fall damage? Bo now trying to make it out to safety. Unstoppable, Perks is burning. Will Perks finally go down? The answer is no. And in the meantime, Flacket is just taking the Mountain Soul. That will drop uncontested.
And you can see it's desperation for Karmine Corp. They're trying anything to get back here. They can see their LEC playoffs opportunities slipping away here in Winter, and with each single play that doesn't quite go their way, it's just getting more and more heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, crushing for a team that had such high hopes, such passionate fans. To be knocked out early would be a devastating blow. Feels like they might be there already. The game not over yet. But with Baron, with Soul, only 2.5 items on upset, 3 items on the court. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Satan continuing to poke. TP now on the bottom side. Mid lane and him already opened up as Perks joins the siege. Flacket can walk forward fearlessly. That tier 2 does not matter.
The siege will continue. I mean, this is just Heretics very, very slow, calculated, and just choking them out. This is kind of what you used to get from the very old version of G2 as well, and we're seeing the exact same story here from Heretics. Even if it's a different name, it's still the same brand.
Absolutely is. Flacket not afraid to step in and just auto-attack this tower, knowing that Jankos and Wonder can create enough space. Kabashard once again in trouble, flying a drag from Jankos to the side. Ulti going in, will not finish off Kaba, does a decent chunk of damage to Seiken. Double cannon minions empowered here. Might be enough to just end this one as Bo getting chunked out. Certainly could do a lot of damage if left unattended, but there's just so much damage coming from the back line of Heretics that Bo has no room to maneuver in the fights. Flacket walking up, huge chunks. Tower slowly falling. One last desperation engage coming from Cabo. Seiken has the package. Wave getting clear. Team Heretics backing off, respecting the potential for the re-engage. Upset terrible guns again. Timing unfortunate, but he doesn't have a choice at this stage. He's been pushed into his own base. There's no room to auto-attack to clear these guns through.
And the Baron creeps just keep on coming. We're going to keep on rolling through. Cabo did get back, managed to heal up. Bo taken very, very low. Seiken starting to push them back. But here comes the next wave.
Team Heretics looking to finish this game the way they started it, clean. Not leaving any room for KC to try and fire back. Swirl Seed gonna miss. Last tower will fall. They can just A-click the Nexus if they want to. Wonder ready to step forward. Finally, the package goes in, but it's too little. It is too late. Perks pushing them back to their fountain, sending them home. Team Heretics, clean, composed, collected, knocking KC down to 0-6.
Karmine Corp going up against another Spanish representative and just couldn't quite find what they needed to get it across the line. But for Heretics, a very confident performance there. Slow, steady, making sure they are matching Karmine Corp as they rotate around the map, and then having Flacket on this Draven pop off. Support from Jankos working out beautifully for them.
Absolutely did. And I think that the big thing there is with the kind of composition that KC put together, you had to play it clean. You can't really give them those avenues to come back into the game with the potential for their range advantage. Player of the game, though, Kia player of the game, of course, at LEC on X, Wonder, Jankos, or Flacket. I'm a Jankos Wonder guy this game. As flashy as the Draven was on a personal take.
I mean, I think personally watching Jankos, it's just sick to see him on a team where it feels like he's able to have a bit more of an impact.
Yeah.
Like having the team around him, especially with players that he's played with before, he looks incredibly strong now coming into this.
And if you look back at last year, of course, he had so many splits where he looked like one of the best, if not the best junglers in our league, but it just didn't amount to results on stage. So to see some of that transition much better this time around does feel good.
Big time. And I mean, I think for a lot of old school fans as well, seeing this team succeed kind of brings a little bit of a smile to your face as well. And we'll have to see, though, if they can try and continue it forward, because, look, at this stage, you're kind of looking to say, hey, Heretics look like they're powering up. It's been a day one, not so hot. G2 yesterday, bit of a struggle, but certainly against a lot of our teams, they're looking clean, and it's one of the few teams that I feel like have a good grasp of how to play the map and how to play the mid game. Like, if you give them a lead, it's very difficult to pull yourself back into it.
And while you certainly want to place as high as you possibly can for seeding purposes as we move into top 8, a lot of the times when you're a new team, you're a new roster, it's just a sigh of relief to know that you're going to be there no matter what happens. But that's enough from us here at the Cash Desk. Let's send it down to the stage with Perks and Trouble.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Perks, congratulations. Ending the weekend on a W must feel good.
Feels better than losing, for sure. Yeah.
Now, Perks, coming into this particular year, they were like, oh, G3 is the new team Heretics, they're washed, they're old, whatever, me. That's all I heard. But you're starting to prove them wrong bit by bit. Do you think the growing pains of the first few games have come into, you know, a little bit of easier solutions to them?
I think that we just need some time to adapt to playing together again, right? And we are all still very skilled, in my opinion, and I don't think anyone is washed, on contrary to fans' opinions that, again, are irrelevant, right? So I am very happy to have rejoined with Wunder and Jankos, and also with Flakad and Kaiser, and I think we have a really nice team chemistry going on, and the characters fit well together, so I'm grateful for my team, yeah.
I'm glad to see you like this, Perks, because last interview we had together was not a very happy one. So I'm glad you joining in with the boys is bringing a little bit more of a happy vibe to you. Now, I want to ask you something. You've been a veteran in the scene. You've seen teams succeed. You've been in teams that succeeded. You've been in teams that did not. And I want to ask you the question from your experience. What do you think is going wrong in KC?
It's always hard to say, and it really feels bad to like point it on like one member or someone who appears to be underperforming. There's a lot of things that go wrong in teams that lose. Like, for example, last year in Vitality, we went 1-8, and we were doing like really good in scrims, and we were really successful in scrims. And for example, this split, we've been doing like much worse in scrims than like last year, right? But on stage we play better, and I think that comes a lot to how do people communicate on stage, what kind of drafts you get, what you're comfortable playing with, what are you comfortable playing against, then confidence. Like winning games on stages obviously gives you confidence, which lets you perform better. And I think that when players are down and players are losing, they're just way more likely to not be proactive or be scared of making mistakes, etc. I think, yeah, I mean, maybe it just sucks that their first week went like that, you know, 0-3 kind of can hit hard if you don't come back, yeah.
You think it just tanks the confidence on someone?
For sure, it's for sure possible, right? So it's hard to say exactly what is going wrong, right? I don't have like spy camera on their team.
Now, Perks, I'm glad you mentioned scrims, because I feel like there have been a huge question mark in general when teams come on stage and they say, we have won all of our scrims, or our scrims are going great, cannot wait for officials, and the officials go wrong. And as you mentioned right now, when you start losing a few more scrims, you start winning a few more officials, I would say. What is the mixture there? What is the magical power of scrims, and how do they work?
Well, scrims, you know, if you win all scrims, you get confidence, right? Which is good, but it obviously matters the most how you perform on stage and what kind of practice do you get from scrims. So yeah, maybe we were drafting too much to win scrims. Like, I don't know, right? Like, maybe now we're drafting too much to lose scrims. It's like always a matter of balance, I think. It's like you cannot strive. I would say from like playing for many years, I think you strive to have around, you know, like 50-60% winner in terms of like scrims if you like
that's
must
the magic
know.
formula.
Because
50,
it's like you're like still winning enough to be happy and not be demoralized, and you're still losing enough to like know what works for you, what doesn't work for you, what are you good at, what are you bad at, what you need to improve on, etc. So yeah.
So you win enough to be happy, but not too much to be cocky.
Yeah, I guess in a way. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, Perks, I want to ask you in general your opinion as a last quick question about supports. Do you think it's an overrated role, underrated role?
I think supports are like really not balanced right now. And if you're a support main, I hope you're enjoying your free low in solo queue with Bloodsong. And yeah, and also I would like to thank Rob, our assistant coach, performance coach, who is leaving us for wonderful weeks with us and for making us a better team. And yeah, I hope we'll have somebody who will help us grow even more in the future, yeah.
And we hope so too, because you've been doing great so far, Perks. And thank you. I'm going to keep that note on the support. Thank you very much for the interview. And I'm going to throw it to Laure, who is hanging by with 4 of those supports.
Thank you so much, Yeah, hello, are we here? I don't know. Hello, hi! We're trying something here in PGL as I am joined by Trimby, Hilisang, Miki, and Alvaro. So a support PGL special. How are you guys doing? We're gonna go from you, Hili. I think it's been years since we had an interview together. So I'm really happy that you joined first. Thank you so much.
True, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, happy about today?
Yeah, I played my first early game. First AD carry.
Yeah, we'll talk about this a bit later. You popped off actually today. I was discussing this with Trimby. Amazing game and comeback also for Vitality from last week. Miki, not so much. How do you reflect on the week? Yeah, happens. Happy little accidents. And Alvaro, great week as well. I mean, great recovery from the few days you had. Are you happy with the way you ended things? It wasn't convincing one today for you, I feel.
I mean, after the 2 days that we had, I don't think we were like happy. But at least today we were able to show up, and that's it. You know, happy with the small wins.
You made it better. Let's check the standings though to see where we leave things at in the LEC in week 2. It's gonna come in a few minutes, I guess.
Minutes?
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I guess G2 is not. It's coming on the wall. Yay! Okay. So we started the day with G2 Esports being first and followed by BDS and SK Gaming. Things changed, Trimby. Any surprises today?
I mean, BDS is first, right? Locked in. And outside of it, I would say that I think everything looks kind of standard from what we saw in week 1, maybe? I mean, for sure. I mean, the fact that Team Vitality, right, after the week 1, they got 3 wins, which is massive for them, I would say, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, they performed really well. And yeah, we'll see how it goes for the next week, because some of those teams will have to step up, right? I'm not sure how it's gonna be like, right, with standings, but yeah, some teams have they'll have tough moments actually for sure for next week, and it's not looking that great for some.
Already the last week of best of 1 before teams qualify for playoffs is going so fast. We'll talk about the schedule, of course, at the end of PGL. Alvaro, you're the rookie. I want to ask you, you've been watching the LEC from outside. It's the first year you joined the league. What has been the biggest surprise for you when it comes to performances of teams?
So, I mean, when I was in EMEA Masters, kind of like the finals, I was already screaming. I mean, actually, they are here, you know, I was screaming into them, every single one of them. So it was not like a big of a surprise to come into the LEC because I already played into them. But I will say probably, I think it's like playing here in the LEC every single day, you know, like it feels like so much better when you are coming here and winning. When you are winning, for example, a game today, it feels like so much energy, and also because it's only 9 games.
Yeah.
I think it has like a lot of impact, because if it was only like 18 games, maybe you can afford to lose 1 game. But I think it's also like really important that you are consistent.
It's the second year you guys experiment this format, actually, the best of 1s into going straight into playoffs, into teams being kicked out. Does it feel easier this year than it was last year?
I didn't pay attention, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. New format. Second year you played. He was new, so it's the first time he experiments it. But for you, Hili, you were playing in the LEC last year in this new format. Does it feel easier for you?
Easier? I'm not really sure. It feels better because of the stage. I really like the new changes of the stage. It feels very nice to play actually on it. Much better than the previous stage. And the format, I don't really know if it's easier.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty nice because it feels like everything goes faster. Sometimes in
the old format. It sometimes during the regular season it got a bit like stale or boring when teams already qualified or teams were already eliminated.
Yeah.
But now it feels like more that games matter. So that's nice.
We are going to fix the audio. I know it's distracting me as much as it's distracting you guys. Maybe we can do something about this. But Trimby, you're watching, unfortunately, the LEC from the outside this time. Biggest surprise from the league so far as we wrap up week 2?
I mean, as well, right, the arena, it seems like it's such a nice refreshment for everyone, I would say. Like even me, right, when I just watch and, of course, do the analyst desk, it's nice to see that there's like so much differences right now. It just feels...
You can hear what we say about you guys now.
It's just way better, you know, for like others, I would say. And I think it's good right now to be as a player, you know, coming, because especially after having this feeling after COVID time, right, when people would come back to arena, but it didn't feel the same, right? I think now with like all this refreshment, all of the new things that happen, I think for some players that were there longer than me even, I'm sure it's a nice thing to feel.
A lot of new things on the Rift as well, as we noticed. I want to talk about the amount of support champions that have been played. You can watch with me, actually. A majority of Renata and Rakan. Rakan is not so successful. You guys are trying some weird stuff, honestly, for the past 2 weeks. Are you happy with everything that we've seen?
I mean, it's obviously now that we saw like the 2 double support item.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know for you, but for me it's like not that funny. I think people will get used to it and they will find ways to counter it. But I think this week probably people were starting to try it and there were like not that many answers. But yeah, I mean, I think you can still play things into it or you can also counter it playing it as well. But we will see.
Yeah, I think it's just boring because you just like have to farm. You can't trade.
Yes.
It's so boring.
That's actually true, yeah.
I want to fight, but yeah, whatever.
Because it looks fun from the outside. Go ahead.
They change it, no? They change it next patch?
Yeah. They said they want to remove it like completely, so it's not a thing
But it's for
anymore.
best of 3s already.
Yeah.
So
One more week on this.
That's
the next week is gonna be still this one, so.
Yeah, I mean, at least, you know, for best of 3s you have a bit. I mean, that's what at least was said, right? That they want to change it. That is not everything. I think that's what it was in the Freaks video. That's what I remember. I'm not sure what's the actual plan.
Well, we'll see for our players. One more week of this, unfortunately. Healy, you were saying that you got to play AD carry today.
Yeah, my first AD carry.
Ever? No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've played AD carry before.
I guess.
On stage, no, I don't think so.
Okay, but Ash, when I play Ash, I feel like I'm a mosquito, you know? Like I'm just... I'm just like slowing them down and giving vision. But when I'm playing Senna, I feel like I'm like the Nexus laser, you know? They come to me and like... It's one shot.
You had some things to say about Senna's build, I think, during the game.
I mean, overall,
I'm exposing you completely right now.
I mean, because normally, right, people rush swiftness just so you can actually trade a bit easier, right, with the movement speed. You actually, I think you had so much gold, you like skipped boots and you went instantly for Ambergrave, which I don't think I saw for like actually years now, because everyone just goes. I think it was just because of the laning phase was like this stable, I guess, for both sides, that we were just trading so much that you acquired so, like, I don't know how it is with double support, because I don't play that much scrim, sadly.
I had so much gold, I cleared every walk from
Too much money.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
And, first base I had like 1.4, and I was thinking of Swifties and Longsword.
Yeah.
But I bought like Dirk.
Yeah, of course, to get a bit snowball,
and,
too.
Shoe. And then second base 1.6k, I just bought.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you had
like,
so much gold, it's actually crazy.
And then it was second Drake, so I was legit. I went to caps, I hit Watt Q, auto attack, and he made him jump, like almost like half HP, no?
Looks a little bit strong, yeah.
The problem of this is that you kind of like are forced to be 2v2 on bot and abuse the stacks, because sometimes it can get hard, you know? Like you don't have that many wrong windows now. Like you cannot really go to mid. You need to be really careful with this. So I think if you really get good on this, it can be like problematic if you really play it well, because I don't think any of us is playing it on his best moment.
There is a lot of details.
There is a lot of things that you
to this specific, especially, I mean, you played also Nyla, so you're kind of also like forced even more to stay on bot to actually get the XP and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit weird to like look at it, right? Because like this support item meta kind of changes a little bit how we thought like it would be at first, with like all of the map changes, maybe like team fights being a bit like more about like the positions, right? Now it's like we're just kind of camping on bot lane until our AD carry will actually get the support item, and then we're just praying whoever will deal more damage, because in the game right now there's a lot of damage. I mean, in your game, guys, like there was one, there was the damage.
I needed it.
You guys fought it, and there was a damage graph, and there was like Healy then like 2k, and then you guys 300, 700, 200, and that's
out. I did 200. I did my part.
I was here, guys. All good.
Oh my God.
Flash so noted it was once.
Yeah.
I
tried.
Oh, nice. Perfect. It's fixed. Thank you. Thank you so much. You briefly mentioned the map and the map changes. And I would thought it would impact bot lane more, but it didn't impact it quite as much as I thought it would. When it comes to vision setups and gank windows and everything.
For instance, if we talk about the Mad Lions games, they're just like diving.
But that's a you thing, honestly. Diving like this, I feel.
I mean, me, for example, I think it kind of like impact, or especially if you are playing red side, I think you are more vulnerable. And also what I think is that now that we are playing the double item on bot lane, I think it also changes the fact that there is 8 wards in the game. Because usually only the support has the wards, like the invisible wards, so you can track where he is and everything. But now you need to really keep an eye on that. Maybe also the ADC can put a TP flank or something, and now there is like even more vision, and you need to be really careful with the sweeper. So I think it's like an impact, and that's it. You know, that's the funny part, that you can still like grow and improve a lot. I think that's kind of like good. All
right.
Yeah.
But let's be real, like AD carries warding is like...
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask about it, yes.
Dude, they need to buy damage, come on.
If they're playing the Senna, they just put it...
Yes, like three at the similar position, okay, they're basic, guys, our job is done.
On that note, I often complain about my AD carries in game. That's why I'm low elo also. What is the most annoying thing about... What?
Same.
Sorry. Yeah, same. What's the most annoying thing about AD carries?
Well,
in
for
general.
me, I think when I play, for example, in solo queue, when I play, I wanna... First of all, like I know already on the first wave if I have good AD carry or not.
Okay, yeah.
And I get so triggered when he just pushes every wave, and then I can't fight, I can't do anything. I just have to like roam or something. Yeah. And funny story that Kazi was saying, can you stop pushing every wave in this game? You know, he wanted me to like freeze.
Wow.
But I was like, you know, I'm playing Senna like. Yeah. I need to focus on other things, so I completely forget about wave management and stuff. So I was like, well, this AD carry, so he hated me too in this game. But this is one of the things, like wave management, I really...
All right.
It's really important.
All right, Miki? Any complaints over the years?
Over the years, I think the most mad I get the AD carries when they don't wait for the wave to come in. Like they could just like wait for me to actually come to catch the wave, and they would drop maybe like 1 or 2 CS, and they would catch a big wave. Instead, they walk up and then they die, and then I'm like, in 5 seconds I'm there, and I'm like, yeah, nice. Then I start roaming.
Alvaro?
I mean, sometimes when they don't respect the cannons, like they just take it, for example, there is a Draven that is 8-0 because you fed him. He just creates the cannon, you don't get the goal. I mean, now it's a bit less because of the item support change, but and I also think that sometimes they are a bit clueless, and they don't really like have a thought or a plan on the wave. This is mostly on solo queue. They're just hitting the wave because they get gold, and that's it, you know. And yeah, I also think that when it's about trading, they don't really realize, and they just flame everyone else, you know. That's it.
Obsessed with money and damage. Trimby, what's your experience as a support?
I mean, I like when I try to walk up and try to trade, and my AD carry decides to not trade, so I start backing off. And the moment I back off, he instantly goes in. And yeah, he gets like triangled, I would say. He just dies, and then he pings the living crap out of me, I would say. So yeah, I guess I can't read in his mind, you know. A lot of times that gets a bit tricky, I would say, in solo queue.
Communication. See? Even at high elo, even when it's their job.
I have another one that recently happened to me. So
therapy
when there's
session.
like a fight bot, and then let's say a solo laner TP's bot and catches the wave and pushes it, and then your AD carry just auto-pass back to bot lane when there's no wave instead of going to a different lane. So many AD carriers do this.
So annoying. They're just not watching the map. They're just opening on bot by default because they don't have to think about anything else.
I'll make another edition of this, but with AD carries complaining about supports, and then I'll just do confrontation. All of you guys. It's going to be a bloodbath. You're new to the league, Alvaro, and I thought it was going to be interesting to bring some more veteran players maybe to share their knowledge and what they've seen through the years, because they've seen a lot of stuff. You joining the league, what is the thing you learned the most so far, and the area in which you progressed the most, you think?
I mean, I think I still have a lot of room to improve. I always think that any day you can improve a lot. But I will say mostly vision and kind of like fog and control of the map. I think also El Joya is helping me a lot because, okay, let's be honest, like playing in ERL, people don't really punish you that much, the vision. They are not really like covering the flanks and all these things. And now when you really get to the LEC, you see people playing for this. Like you play, for example, the other day we played into BDS, they were flanking into us, G2 as well. So I think this is kind of like the biggest improve, like keeping on these areas, because I think all of the other things, like for example, refer to laning and everything, I don't think they punish you that much. So yeah, I will say probably vision.
Okay, and I feel like it's something you're going to keep in mind when you play against baby supports entering the league like this, the fact that you can abuse this type of stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah, you just wait. I'm coming for you. But yeah, something. I mean, you guys have been playing for so long. Is there anything when you look back at the time you started playing in the league? I don't know, something you wish someone would have told you about, something that became necessary in your skill set as a support, Chumbi as well. Same question. Or the first thing you had to learn to become as good as you are today.
I guess just basing more often. I had a lot of times where I just didn't base, and I just had the map for like 5 minutes with no words out.
Yeah.
Still happens sometimes.
This one, yeah.
I mean, yeah, a lot of times, right, with words is also like having purpose, right? Because you also want to put those words where they're not going to actually be useful, right? Like, you know, like I remember back in the day, I would just like put words in like same area, and then it would turn out that the team just decides to play on a completely different side of the map, and my words are pretty much useless, all 3 of them. So that's like nice, you know, after time to just like figure it out, or like how team helped you out with it.
Anything about the relationship that you have to build with your jungler? Because you're also talking a lot about Yoya, and I know that it was important for him that you played together because he believed a lot in you. It was easy, I assume, to build a connection with him and to be on the same page. You were telling me before on camera that you were mostly listening to him. Now you have more of your own voice. It comes with trust, I assume.
So I was playing with Isma the last split.
Yeah.
He's doing a fantastic job in SK. I'm happy for him. So I think, for example, in Riders, we kind of like were everyone a shot caller, but no one at the same time. Like there was everyone giving his own ideas or plans, which I think should be the best League of Legends. Like no one is really taking the lead. Everyone is doing their job. But I think this is hard to achieve still. So I think, for example, now playing with Javi, with El Joya, I think he's like the main shot caller because he has been doing it, and I think he's like really good on it. And he helps a lot because, for example, we are opening from base, and he say, okay, we need to play from here to here, then we need to do this, we need to go deep here, and I already have it in my head, and probably I will just do my own play in my head as well. But I will, you know, it's actually better that if you hear, for example, what he really thinks, you just adapt to what he wants to play, and that's it. And other cases, when I'm feeling like I'm in the mood, let's say, or when I'm feeling that I'm like really confident or I can see the windows or engage, I will just be the one, hey, let's play here, I want to do this. And people will just follow my calls.
The opposite for you guys, actually, with Yike coming last year as a rookie and Douglas for you this year. How have you been helping them? You went far last year with the G2. I mean, far-ish. We're not going to talk about Worlds, but in the LEC, you guys went far, right? But Yike has been one of the most explosive players we had in the LEC last year. He still continues to pop to this year. Tell me about the connection you built with him, because I mean, similarly to Elioya, I feel like he's a very singular player in the playstyle and champions that he brings, and we know exactly what made you good. So for me, it's a working system, but I'm curious as to how and why it works so well.
And usually when Yank pops off, usually because I micromanage him.
Oh, all right, the puppet master. You know, yeah, okay.
But no, I'm not sure if I necessarily like talk to him too much about like jungle stuff. I think we just talk to him as a team, like how to play it together. Hans talks to him a lot as well about like what he wants to do with botlane specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm not the guy. No, I'm not that guy.
I had a discussion with VTO actually and Douglas, and they were telling me basically that he's gonna go in. Anyway, it's on you to either follow him or let him die alone.
It is true.
I'm just wondering how do you know, but honestly, and that's why I was talking about trust in the sense that I think it comes with trust to follow you on these crazy plays that you make because you're not making them out of nowhere. You have an idea, usually, when you jump in. How do you make sure that your teammates are going to trust you, really?
Well, I think it happens from like backstage mostly, like how we like communicate to each other and how we scream and like basically practice what feedback you give, how you give the feedback, and just trying to like be friends. And I think this usually helps a lot in game, at least from my experience, that they feel more connected in a way that they also don't wanna like. Obviously, like for example, if I had like bad connection with my players, they will not follow me and they'll just let me die, and that sucks for me, you know. So I have to like put the effort and build connection with all my teammates so they can help me out in game as well. So I can play my way.
You need to build the trust on the players and also on yourself. And just something that happened, for example, is that we were losing a bit of confidence sometimes when the things were going wrong. And I think it's also important how you communicate non-verbally to the people, because if you are, for example, as Hilly said now, like if he's giving confidence to his team, people will always follow up, you know. But if you are not really like on your voice or they can feel it, they're probably going to be doubting, and when it's going to be bad because they will punish.
I feel like it's not easy to communicate, though. It should be. With teammates and everything and backstage when something goes wrong, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that players blame each other all the time. I'm just saying that it seems hard from the outside to build this relationship.
Yeah, I mean, especially when now we're gonna go into best of threes and best of fives, like having those. I mean, you cannot have really like the talks, right? Like those like big talks that will change completely, you know, the face of the best of five. But yeah, making sure that you're kind of there, right? That they can trust you, that you can build up their confidence, right? Even, you know, if like you're a rookie or like, you know, if you have this trust with each other, I think like it helps so much during like those times, because it can be good, it can also get really bad, honestly, and it happens for every single team pretty much. It's just about how you actually manage it, and sometimes. Right, it shouldn't be always on players, right? Because you have also people like behind in the coaching staff who can help with it too. But it's nice to see, you know, if like a player actually comes up, you know, tries to like make things work. And yeah, well, I guess as a support role, maybe, you know, it has to be on us, maybe not. Like whoever wants to do that, right? It's always like beneficial. And I would say it's nice to see, you know, from different players.
Finding your voice within the team, I would say.
I think that's one of the things actually. There was a question you asked earlier where what would you have changed if you know? I would say like for me, like when I was a rookie, I was like very loud and very like repeating all the same thing, all the target. I'll be like Lucian, and screaming and like taking a lot of comms. And also like outside the game, I'll be like very straightforward, and I will not like phrase it in the nicest way. And I think that they know what I mean, but usually they don't know what they exactly mean. So maybe they think that I mean bad. So I think I worked a lot, and Mac and Pat helped me a lot with my communication and trying to say what I mean in a way that everyone understands what I mean, which was very difficult for me. But I feel like this is very important for you to progress in the team you are. So
communication.
I think it's very important.
In and outside the game. We could go for hours, honestly, guys. I have a million questions to ask you, but I want to talk about the schedule as we're going to wrap soon. Let's look at the schedule we have next week, shall we? BDS is going to open against Heretics, SK Vitality, Mad Lions Koi, Fnatic, G2, Giant X, and Rogue versus KC. Trimby, your matchup.
Of this day?
Of that day.
I mean, why not 9 p.m. is interesting. I mean, to be like, like it is interesting.
My God, the match of the week, WEAK.
Yes, sadly. I mean, that's how it looks from the standings. But as well, right? Fnatic versus Mad Lions Koi. It's also like a really nice game outside to like watch out for. I mean, actually, there's so many good matchups. SK versus Vitality.
It's only good matchups. It's only balanced matchups, I feel.
Well, I don't. How is G2 versus GX? How do you feel about that one?
Maybe not that far.
Okay, I see.
Is it gonna be another funny game, Mickey? Yeah.
But yeah, it's not Monday. I think that one, so I think we should be fun.
Healy, one word on SK. They've been really good so far.
I think SK is way too cocky. Yeah, when you humble him, really. And I think we will.
Alvaro? Any word on your matchup for the first day?
I mean, I'm happy. Like, I'm looking forward to play already. But yeah, I mean, also I'm playing into the two Spanish guys.
Yeah.
So it's even more fun. But I think there is like banger games, you know. Like, I mean, ours is like decent, but I think the last game It's gonna whoever loses is probably out, no?
Yeah. For next week for sure. In the next games, we're gonna do a playoff check.
And also the first game, I think like it can be decided who is going to be kind of like looking for the first place.
Yeah,
so,
the strongest team so far. We'll see. Exciting matchups, honestly. It's going to be our closing week in best of ones. We're losing 2 teams next week. Who do you think is going to be?
I think that's a tough one.
I don't know. Maybe watching the last matchup.
It could be
Anything can change. They're not officially out. You know?
Yeah, it's true.
Rogue as well. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Other teams can mess up. But yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I think it's gonna be Casey and Rogue.
All right.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate Rogue, but yeah, I mean it's looking tough, right? But I mean I know Comp, I know Larsen, I know they can do well, and I know they can step up when it matters. Especially last year, I would say even in Koi, right? I think we were like 2 times 8th, and it was getting close towards the last week. So, right, I believe in those and Freddy in the coaching position, but then as well, like who I guess Dennis GX who would be like the 9th, and not sure if that happens too. We would need to see like the scheduling right and everything.
I think Giants needs to play into Rogue, and so Rogue can
They're
play.
also playing Rogue,
They play Casey and Giants, so Rogue can save themselves, I think.
Actually, that will be an interesting week then for them.
There is hope. And we will end on that note of hope. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Having you all talking about supports. Thanks again for playing Zyra, finally. And we're going to close week 2 here. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you all watching at home. We'll be back for week 3 of the LEC. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Greedy. I mean, he's just walked away from this. Niski's in the brush. Audacious charge. Oh, he shouldn't be dying here, but he won't. Niski and Isma. We ask questions about this duo.
What? That's crazy!
that was...
Go on, Betty. Go explain it.
Nah.
I'll go on flank. Can't fight. Let's go forward.
No way to SK lose this. Oh! They do! But Nukesen! Pop goes the Weasel! Never mind. The Ents go marching, Humanoid twisted advance, and Way might be debuting in the LEC, but he's about to debut with his death. Over to first blood for Jackies.
Realised he could get dived.
See?
Nice damage.
Execution passive. Close flash! Razork, that was clean. You need a severing bolt. Odoamne dodges away and puts him back in though. Humanoid's still chasing him. Hang on a minute, finds him.
Stun gonna go in. Alvaro on the way. Keep your eyes on that Blitzcrank hook. Where is he gonna go? The knockup now comes through. Flawless CC layering. The one strong point for Rogue starting to fall apart, but he's still healing. He's still standing strong. Q3 comes through and he gets taken down. Larson with the gold card. Supa now immediately gonna cleanse. Merwin gonna keep him going forward. The turret locking out. Chigana doing so much damage. The Cassante in the back line. Target. He's now gonna try to get out. Wants to sack Q3 up. Douglas is just gonna go back here, but will get cut down. First blood for the side of Vitality. DTO there as well. This should just be 2 quick kills. Caps has no way out of this one. Yike needs to get the hell out.
Find him. Kill First target. Nice. Another flash. Wait. Seraphine no flash. Nice.
So Kaiser farming the game. Yeah, it was just Kaiser and Lucan. Oh, the other friendship already hates me, so it doesn't matter.
Flash out to safety. Tarkman's taking his time with Flash. Now Flash back and push in. Tarkman goes down. And crucially, Poe going to be locked down before the Dragon spawns. Once again, ready to be the hero. Money now coming in. Jaeger's looking to keep this one going. Maybe look for more. Wonder ready to step forward. Finally, the package goes in, but it's too little. It is too late. Team Heretics knocking KC down to 0-6.
Really, this is a combo that's happening.
No.
There it is.
No!
Okay.
Oh no! We've got too far. Turn it off. Turn the stream off.